Meow. Hey, J-Bone Nation! Shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester. The court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. Meow. To the case.
What's up, everybody? Good morning, good morning, good morning. So I'm just looking, and for folks who don't know, the Chad Daybell trial is not starting today. It's jury selection, but Law and Crime has a holder, has like a stream set up at 10:30. So I'm gonna keep an eye on that and maybe not start watching the Bodycam and police interview until to see what that's about, to see if there's actually going to be any hearings we see today. What's up, Gambies, MJ? Glasses. These are blue light glasses because my eyes were getting really tired, and so I put them on my wish list, and someone got me these glasses and also some treats, so thank you. It didn't usually it comes with a Amazon receipt. I click on the QR code and I send a thank you. But it didn't have that. So whoever got me these glasses and the dog treats, thank you so much. Hopefully they help. My eyes just felt really tired and I was getting a headache. So hopefully these help. Let's see who's here. Drew, Shiraz, Deja, KTG, Joanne, Helen, Jersey Jen, Joanne, Pam, Pandemonium, Nicole, I think I said Helen. Good morning, Amy in Jersey, Lily Pauly, Pam Coggin, Sheila Duffy, Melissa Wigley, Cheryl Bugapoo, Just Mimi, Drenda, Donna White, what's up? Catherine, Kay Brown, Blair, Tony Bailey, Drew. Thanks for being here, everybody. Sarah, Dizzy, Julie, Chloe, and Sally. So what can be gleaned from the body cam footage? So I have body cam footage to show, and I have police interviews, and really it's not all directly related to Chad Daybell in this case, but what I think it can tell us is like the mindset that these people were in. I got Charles Vallow's body cam from when he came home from his trip and everything was stolen. I have Lori Vallow's police interview, Melanie Gibb. Just kind of get a background and get information on, what the mindset and what all the stuff that was put into play. But like I said, at 10:30, there is for folks who don't know, yes, last week was questionnaires, and this week is the actual jury selection, which can take 1 to 2 weeks. But there is a placeholder on Law and Crime, so I'm not sure what they're going to show. If there's going to be some sort of hearing, some sort of something streamed before they go and pick the jury, we'll watch it, folks. So, what's up, Mia? Missy's here. Tashi, Kimmy's blessed. Mr. Jedi, that's awesome, Mr. Jedi. Joanne's husband has a cow. That's awesome. Good to see you. Live stream lurking. Good morning, MJ. What's up? Thanks so much for everyone for being here. Terry Gore, missed you guys. Zafiro, what's up? So yeah, just waiting to see what this is about. It could take a week to 2 weeks again. Before we get a jury, and then we'll have a trial, folks. What's up, Paulie3 on Kick? Why is there no body cam of Chad being arrested? Good question. I am not sure the answer to that. So yeah, I'll show you guys. Oh, and someone asked for a chart. I think it was Shiraz. What's up, Angel Baby? And Babe had made one when we first started streaming, and we first kind of were watching the Lori Vallow trial. So let me see. I think I have it here. Here's a little chart that Babe had made. Let me hide the chat. Just let me. Where can I put the chat so we can see this too? Let's see. A little organizational chart. Put this over here. How is the game? We could talk about the game. The Mets lost, not surprising. But the seats were amazing. Again, thank you so much, Donna. Donna White and everyone who like contributed towards parking and well, actually Donna did that too, but to like getting food and stuff for the kids. So while the Mets lost, it was still a great time to be had with me and the boys. What's up, Christy G? Parking was $40 at the stadium. Now, listen to this story. You guys ready for a story? Driving to yes, I will post this for I will post this for Super Bows and patrons. I will post this chart as I have been doing. Listen to this. So we drive, for folks who don't know, I live in Suffolk County, Long Island. It's about an hour trip in to drive into Citi Field in Queens. On the way there, I leave early to everything. Plus, the kids wanted to catch batting practice. They always try to get a ball. One time we went, they got a bunch of balls, but that's a whole nother story. So we drive in. There's an accident on the Grand Central. So we're going to get a little bit later. And then this happens. And I'm sure you guys have all probably seen this happen. And just in general traffic, or if you're going to a game, it gets to one lane to get into the parking lot. One lane to get into the parking lot. It's off an exit. And everyone's in that lane waiting to get their turn to get into, cross the street, get into the parking lot. But there's always that one or two people who have to fucking go in like the shoulder and like wedge their way into like the line. You know what I'm talking about? There's always those people that wedge. They don't have to wait. Everyone else has to fucking wait, but not them. So like in my younger days, I was the guy who like would make sure they absolutely couldn't get in, and I would like shove the front of my car so that they like if they wanted to get past me, they'd have to get into an accident. But as I've gotten older and wiser, I don't do that anymore because now in my head, I don't know if it's because I watch true crime or everything we see all the time. Like these people could have a gun. Don't push it too far. So I'll do it for like a second and then I'll let them go. So listen to this. So that happens. This fucking person doesn't wait on the line, and gets ahead of me, and there's nothing I can do. Now, they're letting people into the Citi Field parking lot. And then all of a sudden, this cop who's there decides to start sending people to the off-site parking. There's like parking, there's off-site parking. So the cop finally decides to start cutting people off. The guy ahead of me who cut me off got into the Citi Field parking lot. I get diverted to off-site parking, and I fucking start losing it in the car. I'm just like, you fucking kidding me? I'm like hitting the steering wheel. I'm not good in these situations. I mean, the off-site parking wasn't too bad. It was there, but it made me so freaking pissed. It was so nonetheless, we get to the off-site parking. We walk to the Citi Field. We wait to get in. Citi Field is a beautiful, beautiful stadium for folks who don't know. The Mets suck, but their stadium is amazing. And I tweeted this that my dad used to take me and my brother, who is at Athlete Logos on Twitter and everywhere. If you need any graphic design, he's pretty awesome. He used to take us every Saturday home game he had a plan for. And we would always go early, and we would go to this vendor downstairs that had these waffle fries. It was the only vendor. That was our tradition. Every Saturday we would go to that vendor. So I have a similar tradition I started with my boys, except we go to Shake Shack. And Shake Shack is the best, so that's what we did. And then we watched the game. Mets lost. There's just something about baseball, though. I love baseball, and I'm obviously biased towards it. It's what I grew up watching. I've always watched the Mets. There's just something about a baseball game. And I was thinking of this, like a home run in baseball. I don't think there's any moments that really compare in sports, because first you have that loud sound of the ball. I'm waxing poetic. You have that loud sound of the bat hitting the ball, and then there's like the noise of the crowd. It starts increasing as you see it going towards it. Like, is it going to be a home run if you're not sure? And then when it goes out and everyone goes crazy, I don't know. There's just baseball. I just love baseball. Folks, if you're coming in late, there's a placeholder on Law and Crime for jury selection. So before I start showing the body cam footage and the body cam footage and the police interviews, I'm going to wait and see if we're going to actually see anything in court. So I saw that, Missy. And to the Yankees, right? Even worse. And going to a baseball game also, it's like the conversation you have when you go there. Like if you just sit down and listen to people talking, some people are talking about the game, but like you're just kind of having a moment. It's not all action all the time, but I don't know. I just love baseball. I can't beat it for me. This is amazing. My cousin married a girl from Freehold, Tony Bailey. My cousin married a girl from Freehold, New Jersey, and she said her dad made her recite nightly, "I hate the Yankees, but I love the Mets" at bedtime. That's amazing, Tony. That's awesome, Lindsay. Taking her first game. First time. Can't beat the first game. Walking out and seeing. And for any sporting event, it's like when you have your kids and they're young and you tell them you're a fan and you watch it on TV, but they like they're fans, but they don't really realize what it means to be a fan. Well, maybe they do, but when you go to the game and then you just see there's a bunch of other people who have the same mental illness as you, particularly if you're a Mets fan, you're like, oh, these are my people. We all have a mental illness. We all follow this team, even though they're going to break our hearts every time. Just something about it. What's up, Katie girl? Cleveland rocks. Is Kick is being a son of a bee? Dang. What else? So I'm just waiting here, folks. 15 minutes. You could be exactly. And then if by chance they're actually good, man, what a feeling that is. But I haven't had that feeling. The Mets won the World Series when I was 6 years old, and I don't remember it. Amy says that's how I feel when I hang out at JBN. Katie girl is the Blue Jays fan over in Canada. Wow, 2 no-hitters. That's like the odds of that have to be wild. That's awesome. Yes, again, I'm in my blue light glasses. Thank you, whoever got me these. I didn't off my wish list on Amazon. I don't know who got them for me because it didn't say, but thank you so much. What else? Thank you to everyone who watched my latest video on Wendy Adelson. I appreciate it. And I just put a new short up, and I think I'm going to make a full video about it. Also, guys, by the way, before I forget, I have a live stream regarding Wendy Adelson that I think you guys are going to like. It's going to be with a special guest. They're working on something for it. I'm just waiting for that to end. As soon as they finish working on it, I will announce it. I think you guys will enjoy that live stream. But so I posted, every time I watch the police interview of Wendy Adelson, first of all, it disgusts me. But like I pick up on something that I didn't pick up before. And one of the things I just posted in a short was she says in the police interview that she's going to make sure, even and she's such a hole when she says it. Even though Dan's parents are difficult, which is such bullshit. Ruth is the queen. Ruth and Phil are awesome. Even though they're difficult, she is going to make sure that they have like access to the kids, to their grandkids. And as we all know, that's BS. She is not allowed like any access at all. And the only time that she really did was initially, and then after she got shit for, but really she has not given them any access. And what I think is interesting is if Wendy just wasn't an awful person, you have to realize she's smart enough. You would think she's smart enough from the outside to think of people looking from the outside, looking out from this case. If you're looking from the outside, you're not really familiar with the case, but then you find out that she held the kids from their grandparents. You think, man, that's awful. If she would have just faked it and just let the kids hang out with the Markells, like people from the outside, like, well, she probably didn't have anything. She might not have anything to do with it. She's letting the kids hang out with the grandparents. That's really nice of her, but she couldn't even fake it. She's such a piece of garbage. She couldn't just have a few visits a year and let those kids see their grandparents. She couldn't even fake it. And as Babe would say, Shannon would say, it's a way of her also distancing herself from the crime because she doesn't want to see Ruth and Phil because she did it. She was part of it. So like not letting them see the kids is like her distancing herself. Anyway, still waiting here 12 minutes before this stream starts, and I'm not sure what it's going to be. So I don't want to start showing anything before I see what this is about. I don't know what they're going to show. By the way, isn't this supposed to be on Judges? Should I go to his YouTube? Let me see. Good morning, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Again, jury selection, going to take a little while. What's the judge's name? Or it's from his? Is it from his? Or is that a different? Am I thinking of Idaho? I don't know. Total BS, Kimmy. Total BS. All right, I'll just wait and see. Judge Boyce, right? Oh, I am subscribed to him. He doesn't have anything. Oh, shit. What? He does have something set up? Check it out, folks. He does have a live stream set up. Look at that. All right, I'll keep both of these up and see what's going on. Judge Boyce. I got confused with Judge from Idaho, right? Right. Thank you, Amber. There we go, folks. So they have a stream set up. I mean, it was set up for like an hour ago, but I'll keep an eye out. And before I start watching the body cam and the interviews, we'll just see what's going on. It'll probably be similar to the Adelson case where they had some sort of preliminary like meeting and discussion, and then they go to jury selection, which obviously you don't ever pretty much see, I don't think. What's up, Jan? Pam Coggin says, one of my grandsons had opening ceremonies with his baseball league this past Saturday. He is so handsome, all decked out in the uniform. That's awesome. Nothing better than... I used to walk... I remember I played Little League, and you'd walk down like Main Street, at least in my town, and like your uniform with all the other... And you'd walk to the Little League field, and that was always so cool. You always thought like you were a big shot. Like they're shutting down Main Street for me, my Little League team. I'm a big deal. I'm a big deal. I'm going to hold this banner. I'm going to wave to the people because I am very important. What's up, Jonathan? Pokemon. Oh, that's interesting, Shiraz. I didn't hear that. So they are, I believe, 2 hours behind. They're Mountain Time, right? Mountain Time. Comments turned off. Smart move, Judge Boyce. Smart move. They're Mountain Time. I believe they're 2 hours. All right, so I'll keep an eye out, see what's going on here, folks. Thanks for being here. Good morning. Hope you had a good weekend. Good point, MJ. Could be 9:25 his time. All right, guys. So I'll just wait and see what's going on. And if there's nothing, I'll just start playing the body cam footage that I have set up and the police interviews. For folks who are following Hannah Gutierrez, if you missed it, who were following the rush trial, the judge denied their motion for a new trial. I'm not sure if they're Dizzy probably knows. I'm not sure if they rescheduled the sentencing. I think it's the same though. Let me put up the chart again if anyone wanted to see that. I'm trying to put it so let me make it so you could see it too with the chat. Yeah, they're going to be, but I just wonder if there's going to be some sort of discussion with the judge first. So we'll check it out and see. We got about 6 minutes. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks, Tiny Bits of Magic. And I do have to say, what was I going to say? If you missed last week, the live interviews that we did with Lori Hellis, with Bob Mata and Katie Bogenschutz, with Cheryl Mack McCullum, and Dr. Joni Johnston. I don't really like to, I'm not, I just think they're really good. Like, I don't think you can get better analysis of this case than those guests. So I highly recommend checking out those lives. They were just so good. So knowledgeable. Please check them out when you get a chance. I got to make a playlist. I mean, really, Mac and Dr. Johnston, the stuff that they were talking about. And by the way, also Dr. Johnston, I want to make a video just of this. Talked about, how to kind of handle as us as true crime people who watch and consume true crime, how to kind of handle these tough cases. So I definitely want to make a video just about that. What's up, Queen Olive? Debbie, good to see you. Mary Ann, Christine Wildside, Corey. Kathy Rousson says it won't start until 11:30. All right. Well, let's just. We got about 5 minutes. If nothing starts, then I'll start watching the body cam and stuff. Thank you, Galen. What's up, Michelle? Good morning, Doris. Yeah, guys, the trial is going to probably start at the earliest next week, I assume. At the earliest. Just based on how long this jury selection is going to take. Good morning, Suzanne, Laura. Thank you, Mia. Monica, welcome to the Bows. Capri Sun's in the chat. Oh, I didn't have the Capri Sun's out there. Thank you so much, Monica. Welcome, welcome. Good morning, Jackie. Melissa says, I had to rewatch the anniversary live. And now she understands why I love this channel community so much, trying to get her. And that's awesome, Melissa. Thank you so much. This community, rewatch with her wife. That's awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Tell your friends, bring them in, bring your wife in, bring your friends in. The more the merrier. Appreciate that. Good morning, Laura. This is our community we have here is truly amazing. It really is. And everyone who set up that anniversary party, Tracy K, Stevie, Charlotte, Dizzy, and everyone who was involved. Thank you so much. I was crying a lot. A lot. All right, let's see what we got here. 2 minutes and 45 seconds before this stream starts, so we'll see what happens. There was a lot of Kleenex. I can show you guys. I could do a fan mail segment. Did anyone, for folks who are not on Twitter, I want to show you a little fan mail segment that happened for me on this weekend. So I posted my first baseball video. I didn't expect it to do well, but now that I do editing, I figure why the heck not? And if people watch it, they watch it. If they don't, they don't. But man, I got a couple of angry folks, very angry at me. But one of them I turned around, folks. It was a Festivus Easter miracle, I guess. Let me show you guys. It's pretty funny, this interaction that I had. If you didn't see it, I want to show it to you while we wait here for this to start. So it was about a slide that happened in the Mets game. Some could say it was a dirty slide, like me. This piece of garbage, Rice Hoskins on the Brewers. So I posted this video, and this guy Keith is like, "Oh, I don't have. Hold on, let me take this off real quick." This guy Keith says, "Because you and Jeff are wrong, you are a piece of shit." Oh, I forgot to do the fan mail.
We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. Wonder who it's from.
Oh, super chat.
Will Chad throw Lori under the bus? Will Lori go along with it because Chad is the Messiah? Will Chad testify? Oh, I can hardly wait to get the answers to those questions.
Same, Kimmy's blessed, and thank you so much. I think he will throw her under the bus, and based on what Dr. Johnson said, it made a ton of sense. I could see Lori testifying. I don't think Chad will, but thank you so much. Thank you so much. Kimmy's blessed. Thank you so much. So Keith says, because you and Jeff are wrong, you are a piece of shit. And I said, everything okay, Keith? And he responded, yeah, just a bad day. But thanks for following up. So, and then I said, to Keith, I said, that's okay, man. What did I say? Let's see. I said, I hope today is better for you. And Keith said, it certainly is. Have a happy Easter. Sorry again. So that was just a remarkable, never in a million years would I think that would happen. Sometimes your trolls are just having a bad day. All right. Nothing has started yet. Let me give it a couple minutes. And if nothing starts, I'll start watching we'll start watching some body cam footage and police interviews. Now Keith is a beau. We're going to be friends, me and Keith. Thanks for being here, everybody. We're just kind of waiting here to see if there's actually going to be anything. I mean, I guess I could start it, and then if anything goes live, we'll watch it. So let's start by watching Charles Vallow's. Oh, look, Nate is outside. Let's see what Nate says.
Good morning, everybody. It is Monday, April 1st, April Fool's Day. No fooling today. Chad Daybell's trial about to get underway, or jury selection in his trial. I'm live outside the Ada County Courthouse right now, and we have seen a couple of Rexburg police detectives walk in. We have seen a former juror, Tom Evans, interviewed him yesterday. He just walked in the courthouse. The doors officially open at 8 o'clock. That's when we will be able to go in.
By the way, if you're not familiar with Nate, he's like the OG who like covered this case. I mean, or one of the OGs. I mean, he's the guy who's in Hawaii. Like, where are the kids? If you ever see that.
Jury selection will begin around.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Around 8:30, 9 o'clock this morning. So those potential jurors are just showing up now, checking in. They'll be led up to the courtroom. And then jury selection begins. It's honestly a little surreal to be back here. It feels like in a way that never left, that we were just here a few days ago, but we're back, let alone, and I can tell you that the media presence here is far less than it was last year for Lori Vallow's trial.
What's up, note to self? Thanks for being here, everyone. He has said that before, it's far less, but I wonder if it's because they haven't actually started.
And the public interest is at least so far, and granted it's only jury selection, not only, but it's jury selection, so things could be not as, once the trial gets going, there may be more interest. But we will be streaming it live at eastidahonews.com. If you want to watch the trial, you can tune in there. You can watch jury selection. I've had a lot of people message me this morning asking if jury selection will be live streamed. It will. You won't be able to see the jurors, but you can at least see the process as they work to.
You can watch the process. What's up, Tracy on Kick? Good to see you, Sheila. I didn't know you could watch the process.
Get this jury filled. We know 12 jurors will be picked, and then several alternates. In Lori's case, Lori Vallow's case, the judge chose 6. So, that we could have 18 picked, and that could take several days. It could take all week or 2 weeks. But we'll be in Boise for quite some time. So, this is. I'll flip it around for those of you that have never been to this courthouse. You can see there's a couple of cameras up there. Last year when we were here, this side was blocked off for media, and then that side was blocked off, but they haven't done it yet. And somebody mentioned that there's probably not as much interest because it is being televised, and I believe that you're right.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I mean, people can just sit in their home and watch. They don't have to be there. I mean, do you guys want to watch the actual process of the jury selection? What do you guys think? I did not anticipate that being a thing. I thought we would...
So there we go. That's the latest from the Ada County Courthouse. I'm about ready to go inside, get my seat, and get ready for day one of jury selection. If you have any questions, hi Meridian, hi Chicago, hi England. Good to see you all. Thank you for watching. And
we can start watching it, and then if it's like a snoozle fest, we can...
We'll have a
pivot.
breakdown tonight on Courtroom Insider, 6:30 Mountain Time.
Hey, Daryl.
John
Good to
Thomas,
see you.
defense attorney for Lori Vallow and death penalty attorney, will be joining me. And he has a lot of interesting stuff to say. This is a death penalty case.
Oh, John Thomas is going to be joining him?
Chad Daybell, if found guilty, could face the death penalty. He could also face life in prison if he's found.
Lauren says the judge went live. Thank you. How come it's not going live for me? Is there a different... judge? Mine's not live. Now it says 10:30. Before it said 9:25, so I'll keep an eye out, folks. Interesting. I didn't think we were going to have any court proceedings, but turns out we do.
Guilty, or he could be found not guilty. If you're watching, I'm interested how long you think this trial will take. Lori Vallow's trial, jury selection was 1 week, and then the actual trial was 5. So this is a little different. Yeah, you're fine. This is expected to last a little longer because...
He's live for you? Am I on the wrong page? How is it not live for me? Am I in the wrong place? I have to be, right? Oh, okay. That was weird, no? Why was that? All right, I got it live.
It is a death penalty case, so there could be some additional time there. I did want to stay here and show you in case any of the defense attorneys or prosecutors or anyone involved in the case walks in. Budapest. What time is it in Budapest? Wow.
By the way, I know there's going to be a lot of options to watch this trial, and we really appreciate you guys watching it with us. So thank you. Looks like we have a live stream, but just not started yet. So very interesting.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for watching, everybody. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're live outside the Ada County Courthouse, day one of jury selection for Chad Daybell's murder trial. And we have potential jurors who are just showing up now. We have the parties involved who should be here. Chad Daybell is at the Ada County Jail, which is a bit of a drive. They're bringing him over, I would imagine, in a bus or private. It won't be a bus. It'll be a private vehicle, I imagine, or a government vehicle. And they will process him in the back of the courthouse.
Good morning, Sonia. For folks coming in late, it appears we will be able to watch the actual voir dire, although some people say voir dire, voir dire, voir dire, voir dire.
So that we won't ever get to see him out. We'll see him in the courtroom, of course, but not out. They did that with Lori Vallow. And he will be dropped off here, or he could already be here meeting with his attorney. Yes, the trial will be live on our YouTube channel, East Idaho News YouTube channel. Head over there. It will also be live on our Facebook. If you're a Facebook person, you can watch it on my channel or the East Idaho News Facebook channel. And the trial's going to start around 8:30, but we're hearing jury selection may not actually begin until 9-ish. So
By the way, I'll never forget. You guys ever see The Social Network?
somewhere between 8:30 and 9.
And there's a scene where it's such a funny scene. It's not supposed to be funny.
9 o'clock this morning, everything will get
where
underway.
Rashida Jones
and
is
you'll
like,
be able to hear the process.
she's like the attorney for Mark Zuckerberg, or and she's like, I know this. I forget what she says about voir dire. I watched voir dire, and this jury's gonna hate you or something. I always
There will be cameras inside. They are court cameras. They're not media cameras, so I don't know about the quality, but you can. At least have a feed. At least it's some sort of video. Just kind of watching inside the courthouse. To give you a layout, this is downtown Boise. Beautiful, beautiful weather this morning. A little chilly. There was frost on the window. This was the spot that everyone, or a lot of people would go for lunch last time, the Winco grocery store across the street, simply because there wasn't a lot of other places to go nearby, and the lunch breaks were about 30 minutes to an hour. So the schedule for the trial, we're told the judge will start around 8:30, and then the day will end around 3:30. That will give the jurors time to go ahead and get home and have a little bit of personal time. And the jury selection could start around 9 and end around 4. This is, of course, Mountain Daylight Time. Chad Daybell is charged with first-degree murder for the deaths of Tammy Daybell, his wife, and J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, 2 children of his current wife, Lori Vallow. He also is facing an insurance fraud charge. He's accused of weeks before his wife died, upping her insurance policy to the maximum amount from the minimum amount, and then spending that money with his new wife, Lori Vallow. Of course, just 1 year ago, this exact month, we were standing here in front of this courthouse getting ready for Lori Vallow's jury selection. It was not televised, and the courtroom was upstairs. It will be upstairs again on the 4th floor, up in that corner. And Lori Vallow was found guilty on all charges. And
I made a short. Yeah, I could watch that real quick if you want to see. I made a short about that, so that means we can watch it. For folks wondering, I thought this was just brilliant from Dr. Johnston regarding if Lori will testify.
But I can see a scenario where Chad is writing to Lori or somehow communicating with Lori and managed to convince her that this is part of her mission still and that there is so much at stake for him. This is part of their persecution. This is her role in helping him. He's the one with the visions. He can explain some vision he's had to her of why this is so important. I can't envision a scenario where
good.
he convinces her that this is just a continuation. This is part of their persecution on this earth. Even if she did that, let's say that let's be really dramatic for a minute and say, okay,
Sure.
not only does she say this, but she says it was all me.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Let's say that she said it was all me. I mean, the reality is, as you point out, there's so much evidence against him. The grave digging. I mean, the text message, all the light and dark. I can't imagine that being successful at all. But I can see her.
By the way, I'm very proud of myself. One of my editing, like the way I make shorts now, I feel like has changed. I used to just like post like just terrible clips of my interviews, so I'm kind of proud of myself with my editing. All right, what's this? All right, nothing here. Still nothing here. All right, folks, I'm keeping an eye out. I guess I could show the short that Mac said too. Mac.
Here's the deal. She took JJ and Tylee off her insurance policy and only left her older son, Colby. Right? Like, just hold that for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Then she gets remarried 2 weeks after Tammy Daybell is killed. And they start looking for $1 million home in Hawaii. Millions of dollars they want to spend on this home in Hawaii. So that's what
By the way, this is the actual house that they were like either in or looking at.
30-year mortgage. Then you've got grandma that absolutely would have taken the children. You didn't have to kill them.
Mm-mm.
All of those things say to me, she knew the world wasn't ending. Because if you put your oldest son on your insurance policy, ain't y'all gonna die the same day?
Mm-hmm.
Leave it to Mac too.
Full of crap. It's unbelievable. And you're going to take a 30-year mortgage? None of us on this show are guaranteed 30 years. Here's the deal.
Guys, if you're not following Mac's podcast, you got to follow it. Like, just, I really don't, there aren't many better storytellers and just brilliant people who know what they're talking about than Mac. So, I mean, she's in the Law Enforcement Hall of Fame. She's the real fucking deal. Like, and again, I say this all the time, but for her and Dr. Johnson, like, and Bob and Katie Bogan shoots and all these people to come on and drop their knowledge with us, it's really awesome. All right, folks. I don't know. Should I start watching body cam footage until? All right, let's watch a little body cam footage.
So is she in there?
What's going on? Why is she here and you're not here, or are you staying here with her?
Long story. She's had kind of a drug from the Miami. She thinks you're LDS?
Yes.
She thinks she's married to Moroni in the past.
You think she's what?
Was married to Moroni at the top of the temple.
Angel Moroni. LDS. Angel.
They don't let me in there.
Probation.
By the way, that would be me if I was the cop. She's married to who? What? The lady's like, shut up. I know what he's talking about.
She knows when the second coming is happening next year, so does the prophet.
Okay.
He knows that she knows about it. She meets with Moroni and Jesus Christ face to face in the temple every day. I've tried to support her as much as I could, but it's gotten really, really bad lately. She's had a break. She says, I'm Nick Schneider. I've taken over Charles's body, and Charles has been killed. I'm going to kill you. You're going to be murdered today or tomorrow. I can do it. I'm not with my priesthood, with my power. She does priesthood blessings. She does.
So who's Nick Schneider? Okay.
That's who I'm supposed to do.
Okay. Right. Okay. So he's not at church. He's not.
She took my truck from here suspect she took my truck from the airport last night when I flew in. She canceled my flights. I had to buy another ticket to come back home. I've got a 6-year-old with special needs.
Right. And he's safe at school somewhere.
Right.
Okay.
For now. If she knows I'm here, she's going to go get it.
Okay. What car? What is
Man, he's just really. This is so heartbreaking. Thinking about JJ.
she driving?
A black Infiniti QX80.
And you've looked all through the parking lots.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Do you have the license plate on that?
It's KDM 62 or 63 or 67. It's handicapped. Okay?
There it is.
And I don't know where she put my truck. She took $35,000 in cash out of our account yesterday. Sent me payroll. I mean, I just never thought she would do anything like this, but she's just lost touch with me. I'm not me. She yells. She's unhinged. It's scared the crap out of me.
Okay. Now, I'm assuming you guys have phones. Is that an iPhone?
Yes.
Are you able to track to see where her phone is right now?
Her
I
phone's
hear
right here with
iPhones.
me. The phone's with me.
Oh, your phone. Now, how did you get her phone?
Because it was in the car this morning when she pulled up to school. I took the keys out of her purse out so she couldn't leave. That's when I called you guys.
Okay.
Somehow she has a spare set of keys and left with my dog. And so I don't know where I saw this in her purse. Don't think she's here. They were going to give me a key to the room. I was going to go, if you guys will come with me, see if she's in the room.
We can't just go in. If you're not allowed to go in, we can't either. We can
That's on my
just.
credit card. She did the room.
Okay, that's going to be up to them if they allow you to go in. Now, we can't. Now, you guys are
Can you guys
married,
wait
so
here?
there shouldn't be. No, we're waiting for right now. What we're doing is my sergeant wanted to get some information from you. I was about to call you, but then Gary said you were here. We are just going to wait a second. My sergeant, they're on their way because we have a sergeant training. So they're going to be here.
I mean, just think about this Charles Vallow's life before Chad Daybell gets involved. I mean, all of a sudden, like he was married. What were they married for? 14 years? How many years were they married? Do you guys know? All of a sudden, once they get together, his complete world gets torn apart, and ultimately he's murdered.
So
It's such a.
here,
It's so sad.
knock on the door, she's here. That's why we need the paperwork in hand.
Okay.
Okay, so we can take her. So
Tell me
that's
again
why-
real quick.
That's why
What-
we're here. right
What's
now.
her first name?
Lori?
Lori.
Hello,
And tell me again about the vehicle. It's a black Infiniti
Infiniti QX80.
QX80.
Yes.
And try that license plate
Go ahead and
again.
give them a call.
KDM
KDM
62. It's KDM something.
KDM 62,
Yeah,
63,
something like this.
67.
Handicap plate.
Handicap.
Yes.
Let me just go big. I'll continue to check on this to see if this goes live, folks.
Is it registered to you?
Yes.
Spell your last name again.
V is in Victor, A-L-L-O-W.
Vallow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. That's an SUV that you're describing, right? Okay, I know what it is.
I'm going to go check and see if I can go in there, and I'll be right back. Okay, sir?
Okay. Also find out if they'll give you permission to go into that room.
Well, I guess she had a second set of car keys and she was able to leave the school. That's why Team 1 wasn't able to get a hold of her. So we're not sure if she's here or not. He's thinking that he would be able to get in the room. And I said, that's up to you and that's up to the hotel. That's not what we do. So I told him that we're waiting for you with the paperwork. And that's what we've got going on right now. He thinks she's still staying here just for the reason is that he was
Interesting,
able to grab
Panda.
that key out of her purse in the car at that school in Central area, wherever that school was. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you just what she's saying and the reason the 909 came out. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. We're gonna, how about we all meet back at the car? We are on the north side of that home 2, which is just west of this building. It's the building west. It's the other hotel. We'll all meet right there. All right, we'll see you in a minute. Bye. Okay, so if his truck is gone, how did he get here?
I have no idea. He didn't tell me that. By the way, I have a...
Charles was killed by Lori's brother, Alex Cox, who claimed it was in self-defense, but it wasn't.
I have that tour at 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay. All right, well, we'll go. He wants a sidebar before we do it. Where did he go?
He went back in to find out whether or not they'll give him permission to enter into that room.
Tell him I don't want him going to that.
He's not going to the room. He's just...
Okay.
He's
Let's
just...
go back over to our cars. They'll be here in just a minute or two, and
If you're coming in late, the jury selection starts today. The trial's probably going to start next week, or like probably next week, I would say, not this week. It's probably going to take a week to 2 weeks to pick a jury. And we're just waiting to see. But the process is going to be streamed.
wants a
Voir dire, jury
we need to do a
selection.
powwow.
Okay.
So
Let me just, I'll meet you over there. I'm just going to
Yeah.
tell him, because he's gone to the lobby. I just want him to know he needs to wait around here
Now,
so we can find
the
him.
biggest thing, okay, so she wants to marry Moroni, which is great, fantastic, fine and dandy. That's not as bad as the
Are you
UFO
on?
thing. Yeah, I'm going to go off.
Me too.
Well, what was that about? All right, so I believe that was in the afternoon, and this is in the evening that same night.
Why don't you come over here?
Let me just make sure. Is that the same day? 1:31:19. Yeah. So this is when he gets to his house.
Why don't you come over here? So what's going on tonight?
I can't get in touch with my kids.
How old are your kids?
6.5 and 16. Okay.
Now, again, for folks who are just coming in late, Charles Vallow, his death is going to be a trial for Lori Vallow in Arizona later this year, I think. This is just background to get an idea of what was going on, and just to the people that were involved. We're going to see while we wait for court to resume.
How long have you been trying?
2 days.
Okay.
But she's lost her mind. I don't know how else to say it. We're LDS. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a God, and remember the 144,000. Jesus is coming next year. She took all the money out of her bank account today. My truck has gone from the airport. She went to the airport and got it. I just flew in from Dallas. Houston and Dallas. So
Where's your truck?
I don't know.
Okay.
A good friend of mine's truck picked me up. I went to the CSI to file a report, which is the community bridges or something. File a report.
So
And
you
they
did the petition?
Yeah, they ordered a pickup.
Okay. What time did you do that?
Hour and a half ago.
Okay. So what makes her a danger to herself and to
She's
others?
threatened me, murder me, kill me.
She threatened to murder you?
Yes. And she said,
How did she do that?
My bishop right there is in the car. He was on the phone with me today when she said, "I will have you destroyed." Is what she said there.
Okay, that's not a threat to kill you.
Yesterday was a threat to kill me. Today,
Okay.
of course,
What
a threat to
did
murder
she say yesterday?
She said, "You're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers."
So there it is, folks. For folks who are not familiar with this case, the way they reasoned, the way that they convinced each other that they could just kill people was they would have this thought that Chad would say that these people there, right? Like they would think like Charles Vallow, who was ultimately killed, Lori, Chad, Alex Cox, the people, they would think another soul entered their body and they were no longer the person that they were. Like he was no longer Charles, he was Ned or whoever he was. And the person the soul that was inside them was evil and dark. And in order to save Charles, the person that used to be, you had to kill the person to get the spirit out. Like that's what they believed. Or didn't really believe, just wanted a way to commit murders and get what they wanted.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Says I'm gonna kill you too. Yesterday was I'm
So
gonna
she's
kill
speaking as a spiritual being.
you. She's not here. She's
Okay.
lost her reality.
Is this just all recent, or has it been going on?
It's been going on for about 4 or 5 years. It's gotten really, really bad lately. She goes to the temple every day and speaks with Moroni and Jesus Christ, and they tell her what to do. And now she came to her today, and last couple of days she says, "I'm not Charles. You're not Charles. You're Nick Schneider."
Nick Schneider.
Where she gets his names from. She got all this stuff from these people in Utah who tell her how many past lives she's had and probation she's had. And she's was married to Moroni way back when, and she was also married to James the Just. And
Okay, this is all foreign to me. So
it's foreign to me.
Well, I'm
too.
not
It's
LDS.
Crazy. It's crazy stuff.
I know you're using LDS terms here.
I know, but it's just
Okay.
she's nonsensical.
Okay.
And I haven't seen my.
Is he the older one or the younger one?
He's 6.5 years old.
Okay.
Okay. I want to do this now. You've got a pickup order. Am I correct?
We do.
Okay. If she doesn't answer, what do we do?
If she
Can
doesn't
I break
answer, we
into my
can't
house?
we can't enforce the order.
Can I break into my house?
Do you live here?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
My lease. I
Do
pay
you-
the lease.
Do you guys have any orders of protections against you?
No, we do not.
So,
I'm gonna
no
go get
no
on
police
her
reports?
tomorrow. No, nothing.
Okay. So how does she pose a threat to your children?
I don't know what she's going to do with them. I don't know if she's going to flee with them. She's going to hurt them.
You don't even know if she's here, right?
Today on the phone. I can't. All the cars are. The garage is closed. I don't know. She locked the garage door.
I
haven't
know.
been up there yet.
I know.
She
But what
said
I'm hold on.
Sorry.
What I'm saying is, do you normally park two vehicles?
Yes, it is a death penalty case for Chad. The jury, if they find him guilty, has to determine if he'll get the death penalty. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If he's found guilty, there ain't no way he doesn't get the death penalty. No way.
In the
Thanks,
garage,
Stevie.
Inside the garage.
Correct.
Blue light glasses.
So it's possible
My eyes
that
are
her
getting
car and
tired.
the truck are inside there?
Someone got them from my wish list. Whoever did, thank you so
They
much.
put them somewhere else. She said to me, "All your stuff is gone. Charles'
Okay.
stuff is gone. You're
Okay.
not Charles. Your stuff is gone." I don't know what that
And
means.
how long have you been trying to get in touch with the kids?
Since yesterday.
Since yesterday. Like last night or yesterday morning? Or?
About landed in Houston Tuesday about 10.
Okay. Why did you leave?
Business trip in Houston.
Okay. And when did you leave?
Tuesday morning about 5 a.m.
Okay. Tuesday. All right. Wow. It's
Wednesday night.
so you left yesterday.
Yeah.
You left yesterday morning.
Mhm.
Flew to Houston. Flew back today.
Tonight.
Tonight.
She canceled my flight. She came to the airport, took my truck.
Did she tell you that?
No, she knows the code. She knows where it's parked. She went.
Did she go with you to the airport?
No, but she's been. I go to the airport. I fly 45 round trips a year. She
Okay.
knows where I park. I've got handicap plates because JJ's handicapped.
Uh-huh.
So,
Did you file a stolen
no,
vehicle
I didn't.
report with
I
Phoenix?
know she took it.
How do you know? You suspect.
I suspect.
Okay.
I suspect.
All right.
I know your term. So,
Okay.
yeah. But I
Without
just-
concrete evidence, we
no
can't say
I
for sure.
suspect.
Okay.
And she has the keys, the code. It's a Ford, the code, door code.
Door code.
And I just want to see my boys okay. And she's got a pickup order. I need to go. She needs to go, and I'm going to take my son.
So you normally live here?
Yeah, oh yeah, I live here.
Okay.
Yeah, all my stuff's in my house.
Okay.
We got a service dog in there, beautiful dog. My daughter's in the front window right there
So let me ask you this. When you came back, why didn't you just go to the home?
because she told me not to come near it. All my stuff is gone.
Okay.
I'm not stupid. She could have done anything.
Okay.
I thought this would be the best way to do it. With what she's gone through and what Gabe witnessed with me on the phone today, I thought it was best to have her. She's psychologically, she's gone. Something's happened to her.
How old is she?
30, 45.
45.
Beautiful
So,
woman,
if we talk to her, is she going to be able to have a rational conversation with us?
Oh, she will. I'm sure she will.
Okay.
Yeah, she's just. You
She'll
never know what
probably
she's
tell
gonna
me
do.
I'm crazy, huh? Is that what you suspect?
Probably.
Okay.
You're a dark spirit. That's what she's going to tell you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm a dark spirit. Gabe's gonna be. He's our bishop. He's gonna be a dark spirit.
I mean, in the defense of the officer, like he, first of all, he's got to hear both stories. He can't just take, this guy's word for it. He can't just take Charles Vallow's. He's and then when he talks to Lori, of course, Lori's going to spin her nonsense. And it's not like Lori's like straitjacket insane, but like clearly from what we know, like it was not making sense. It's just so sad.
Whatever that means. You're evil.
And you said this has been going on for like 4 years?
Well, it's to an extent, but it's gotten really bad the last several months. And I've been trying to ignore it because hoping it'll get better.
Is she on any medications?
No, she won't do medications.
Has she been to a doctor?
No, she won't go to the doctor because she's a translated being, and they would find out she's translated. She cannot be killed. She cannot die.
And that's what she thinks?
Yes.
Okay.
And
she's been telling you that?
Yes, and Gabe too.
Okay.
He heard this, not just me. This isn't coming. I love her to death. This is killing me, officer.
Oh, I can understand.
Oh, this is so heartbreaking. I love her to death, and this is killing me. And it's all because it's just.
Our 13th anniversary next month. We've been at a great marriage. All of a sudden, the last month, it just blew up.
Mm-hmm.
She just lost connection.
So again, this case is not, Charles Vallow's case is not what Chad Daybell's trial is going to be about. This is just to give an idea of what these people were talking about. Charles Vallow ultimately gets killed by Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's brother, based on what Chad and Lori were telling them about these spirits and demons.
So has she made any statements about wanting to hurt the children or anything?
Today, she said with Gabe on the phone, come take the kids. I don't care what happens to them.
First timer.
Okay, but she didn't make a direct
Tosh, good to see you. Welcome in.
threat towards the kids.
No, not a threat.
Okay. And then she said that she would murder you through a spiritual...
No, she said, I can murder you.
I can murder you.
And
she's talking in a spirit...
I will kill you.
Spiritual...
No, she's talking...
I saw Tosh in there. Awesome.
You're not Charles, and nobody will care.
Awesome.
Okay. So
thanks for being here, guys.
She doesn't think you are her husband?
She thinks I'm Mick Schneider.
Who's Mick Schneider?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's the name she used. I don't know where it came from.
Okay.
I'm just like, I'm as bewildered as you are. This is so foreign to me. Normal people, as far as I'm concerned, but you know, this happens. It just drives me. I don't know what to do. I need help, and she needs help. She needs help, and I'll go to bed. I got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. I got to take my son to
And
school,
you just didn't want to go inside because of the statements that she made?
She took my car and my... Okay. I suspect she took my car and my keys. I had no keys to get in.
Oh, okay.
For folks who don't know the backstory about this particular incident, Charles was away on business. He's away on business. He comes back. His truck is stolen from the airport. Money is taken, like $35,000, I think, is taken from his joint account with Lori. He can't find his kids. I mean, it's just, he's got to get a ride to his house. He's locked out of his house.
Opener.
Okay.
She knows what she's doing. She took $35,000 out of our bank.
There you go, 35.
I can't make payroll Friday for my company. It's just, it's.
He can't make pay. He has a company. He has to pay people. And now 35 grand is taken out of his account and he doesn't know how to do it. I mean.
We changed our bank account numbers. I had to change it myself to get back in, and I saw all the money's gone. I've got $7 in my name.
So
$7 to his name.
Charles lives here with his
And by the way, she was on the account, so there was nothing the bank could do.
And 2 children. Charles was away on
There's
business.
A third nephew upstairs. His name is Zach. He's 19. He's our nephew. He's been staying with us.
Have you tried to call him?
Yeah, he won't call me back either.
Why won't he call you back?
No.
Okay.
That's what I'm worried about. I hope they're okay, but I don't know.
It's valid.
All right. So his question is, he lives here. There's no orders against either one of them. If we can't make contact.
If he wants to let us in, now we're doing a 670 check.
I don't know how to get in. I can have to break a window. I can try to.
Where I was going with this, he was in Houston on a business trip, and then he flies back in to Sky Harbor, and his truck's gone. He suspects that she went there and took the truck. He doesn't know.
My wallet in it, so.
Right. So, all right. Is it this house or the one with the flashing lights?
Right there.
On the side of the road.
Oh, where those palm trees are?
And I can try the key code on the garage. I don't know if they changed it or not. I think I know the code. We just moved in January 1st. And Gabe Bonilla here, lives right down the corner. He will.
Oh, look at that.
If he was on the
You
phone
can see the
with
judge,
me, I'll patch
but
it
they're
in
still
and
not live
do
yet.
all that stuff.
Does she have any inside the house?
Yes, she does. There's a
She
rifle-
does?
a rifle.
Does she know how to use
I
it?
don't know if she knows how to use it. I don't know.
You have to have star power.
No. Cars are all gone. Cars are all gone. She is gone. I don't know where my kids are. All 4 cars are gone.
Oh, yeah, 4 cars.
Yeah. My daughter has one. Zach, our nephew, has one. I have my truck, and she has an Infinity.
Okay.
I don't know where my son is.
Who's the oldest?
You have the right to force entry, so.
Who's the oldest child?
Tyler, I have 3 in college, so they're gone.
Who lives here? That's the
Tyler is
oldest.
16. Zach is 19. He's our nephew. He's living here.
Okay. And you tried calling him?
Yes.
Why won't he
I
answer?
don't know. He
Okay.
won't answer. She's got him Buffalo too. I don't know what she told him.
Okay. And then
No idea.
Back doors and everything?
There's back doors, but they're locked up. Trap hasn't
You
door.
already checked them?
Yeah. Well, I'm done. But there's a key to the, I gotta jump this gate to get out of the pool to go to the back door. I don't know what I do if you drop out a stolen car report of my truck.
yeah, you'll have to call. It was at Sky Harbor, right? You'll have to call Phoenix Police, and they'll get all your information. You don't have a hidden key,
No, it's in the house.
so it's not hidden.
JJ can open it, but we have to keep such locks really.
Understand.
He's a runner.
So the dog is gone too?
Augustin, he'd be barking. He doesn't bark much. He's a service dog. Very well trained, but he would be barking. They wouldn't leave him here. He's a part of the family. So I'm gonna go try the back door. I may break the window. Is that okay?
It's up to you if you want to break the window. If I was going to break something, I'd probably break your garage door. Because you can still secure your garage once your window's broken.
Okay. Let me make sure this-
Just check the windows, and if it's not locked, come back.
Oh, shit. Shiraz. Always give her Shiraz. Gifting out 10 memberships. Shiraz, thank you so much. Live stream lurking. T. Cancella. Sonia. Tennis Girl. Beck 22. Salt City Sunshine. Susie Storm. Tiff Knox.
with you, buddy. We're gonna be buddies. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna wrestle.
Shiraz, you are awesome. Thank you so much. Capri Suns in the chat to all our new members. Awesome, awesome. And all the new members will get, I'm going to post that graphic on Patreon, and I'm going to post it for our Super Bows. This graphic right here that Shannon made a little while ago. So you'll all get this chart. I'm going to post it soon if you're like not familiar with the case. So you'll be able to see that. Thank you so much, Shiraz. That is amazing. I really appreciate that. And make sure that you click on, I'm going to share a link here, allow gifts, so you can receive gifts. You got to just, because if you don't know this, YouTube, for some reason, does not default to letting you receive a gift. If someone is, like Shiraz, who's giving out gifts, if someone does that and you don't click on this little thing, you don't get one because YouTube defaults to not accepting. And that's for every channel. So click on that link. Make sure you have it toggled on, and potentially you could get a membership to the channel. How many dead husbands? She has 2, right? 2 dead husbands. Joe, and Charles.
Or if it's locked, come back.
I'm gonna keep checking, make sure we're not missing anything. Nothing yet, folks. Nothing yet. There's gonna be jury selection, and we're gonna be able to see it, which is interesting. The game was great, P-Lola's mom. They have not booked the tickets for the show yet for Broadway for Babe and Sloan, but the game was awesome and great time. Even though the Mets lost because they suck and they're 0-3 because it's the Mets. LOL Mets.
That would be my suggestion is if you're going to break something, break that door because you can still lock it in the garage.
You want to check your front door, make sure it's not unlocked?
If that gate is locked out of the drum, trust me, I know. It's there. So there's just a big deadbolt here.
All right. Well,
Kick it in.
Swift kick will do it.
I'd do a mule kick. Try that first.
LOL, kick it in. If they told me to kick it in, I'd be like, there's no way I'm going to be able to kick this fucking door in.
You got to get closer to the...
This is not easy to look on TV, is it?
I would probably run into it like a TV show and then fall down and hurt myself.
Oh, at least the deadbolt worked.
Gay, come on over. Draw one up.
Antron, what's up, Antron? Good to see you, Antron.
Anybody in there?
An empty bed.
Yeah. Take the travel and I'll get my stuff out. I'll figure out a way to get in.
You don't have a dog door? You have a dog door?
She's taking my son. If he's not at school tomorrow, I have no choice. He's special needs. I don't know what she's done. Nobody will call me.
You have any tools?
You're welcome to.
Normally we don't if we get hurt, but you want to try it?
How about it?
Look at this fucking guy. Look at him go.
You want us to enter the home, right?
Sir? Yes, please.
Apartment. Here, just hang
I
tight.
don't know why this is all blurred out. All right, I don't think there's much more in here, but now we can watch Lori
Everybody on my phone tonight is phone.
This is. All right, so this is after this all happens. This is when this is when they talk to Lori right here. Just make sure that nothing happened yet. Still waiting. All right, so now they're going to talk to Lori Vallow, those same police, or that police department.
Lori?
And Tylee.
Hello.
This is the same day, folks. Same day. You know, that's a good question, Phil. I don't know why it's blurred.
You got enough chairs for everybody? Yeah, I think so.
No, I won't fit with those handles.
No? I was gonna file a
This thing
report,
makes
but
my hips
friend who
rather
is a
wide.
police officer told me to file a report.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it's like it's just good to have it on record, so.
Yeah, okay, I got a little bit of info from dispatch. Said he stole your phone.
What
and
happened?
Your purse.
Why don't you tell us what happened?
So yesterday, I got in an argument with my husband on the phone, and he was in Texas working, and I found some stuff that he'd been doing, so he was really defensive. And so I took the kids, we spent the night in a hotel because I knew he was coming home.
So remember, now they've gotten Charles's story, you know, and now they're going to get Lori's story.
And so this morning when I took my son to school, which he when I went into the school to take him into school, he was waiting somewhere and like stole my purse out of the car, my whole purse. So my phone, my wallet, my money, my everything was in there. So I had the door locked, but the sunroof was open because we have a service dog and he was in the car and I didn't want to, my son was kind of throwing a fit. I didn't want to get them both out of the car because it was a mess this morning. And we didn't have any of our stuff because we spent the night in a hotel and he was out of his element. So I didn't lock the door for like the first time ever, and he like, whatever, either got it out, I don't remember if the door was locked, he got it out, or he reached through the sunroof and just got it.
Okay.
But then he started texting all my family and all my friends and impersonating me and got my friend lured over to the house to meet him, where he had like kicked in the door to get into the house and stuff, so.
And he did that this morning?
Last night.
Last night, okay.
Which I'm glad we went there. So.
Right, okay.
And so when I got there, I'm like, Lori? Where's Lori?
But he
Oh,
texted
she's
her
not
from
here.
my phone because he was pretending to be me, saying, "Oh, come meet me at the house," and whatever.
Okay.
So,
How did he, what did he say to you then?
He said, can you come to the house now?
And then when you
I
got,
said, sure, yeah, and
okay.
proceeded to act like he was himself.
he has the text messages on the phone?
I have it on my phone, but when I got there, I said, you've been using Lori's phone to connect with me. He goes, sorry, I've deceived you. I said, oh, okay, yeah, you did. And luckily, there were some other people there that were.
So he was changing the locks and probably
the
got the door
locksmiths were
fixed
there.
where he kicked it in, so that
The locksmiths were there, so I'm glad that they were there. But there was a white Suburban, which I don't know. It was up in there. I don't know where he got that car, but anyway, there was a few vehicles, so I didn't know, who. I suspected it would be her. I should have noticed that your car wasn't there, but I didn't notice that. So.
Okay, what kind of car do you drive?
An Infinity QX80 black.
This is the same day, January 31st, right? Yeah.
So you got to the house, and then you got there, he said, yeah, I deceived you, and then
Yeah,
what
so
was
I
he
said,
calling
"Where's
you there for?
Lori?" He wanted me to come over there and get some information about her, pretty much.
Oh, okay, what did he ask you?
He was asking, like, what's got into her, like,
Where is she,
right? Where is she? Of course, I didn't say where she was. I didn't know where she was. She didn't actually.
I didn't tell anybody.
She didn't
I'll
tell me
tell her out
she
because I just thought it was safer for everybody to
Yeah,
know.
he just basically wanted me to take his side, I think, and just say.
Told her how crazy I was and stuff like that. So.
What was your name?
Melanie.
Melanie. Your last name?
Gibb.
Gibb.
Okay, just because for documentation later. What's your date of birth?
So easy.
So okay, so he had you come there. I was asking you questions. So, like, is this something that's happened before, or is this like?
Unfortunately, yeah, we've had
Okay,
to
so
even
then-
go to hotels just so he calms down or something, you know. So we've done that before.
What is it like that motivates him doing this kind of stuff? Is it? Does he say one?
He just goes nuts sometimes. But
Just goes
this
nuts
time
sometimes?
I caught him cheating and I had evidence and I told him about it, and he travels a lot for business, so I told him about it and told him not to come home and that his stuff would be gone and that his car would be gone and all those things. So he's a little mad.
She's just trying to protect herself. Yeah.
But I just left with the kids because I didn't want them in all the drama. So, yeah.
So then you took your phone and purse, and has he tried to make contact with you since?
He's trying to contact me through her. He has
Through
my
her?
phone. I don't have a way to be
Okay.
contacted.
Yeah, and I didn't
I wasn't
know
sure if you
her.
tried to-
I didn't know what her. I couldn't contact her.
Nobody
The
could
way that
contact
she
me.
called
I just went and bought a phone so I could have a phone, a little throwaway phone. So I could,
Have you called him to ask him if he'd bring your stuff back?
well, he talked to her about it. So
And what was?
Yeah, I said, would you be willing to give me the purse for Lori? You know, and he goes, no, unless she does this, and and all these.
Don't speak in generalities. I want
sorry.
specifics.
he
What
wants me
did
to
he
meet him
say?
at therapy today
So
or
he wanted
something.
me
Or something.
to meet him
Okay.
at therapy.
But he wasn't going to give you the purse. He just was saying he'd give it to me if I meet him there.
Okay.
But I don't really want to talk to him today if I don't have to. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we have him bring the purse back, are we all good? Like, I mean,
All right, good morning, everyone.
You're not
We're
willing to
going
Whoa!
go
with him
on the
with
record
a
now.
therapist or
We will
anything?
not start
To
the
try to get-
broadcast here for a moment while I make a few.
Here we go, folks. Why can't I hear him now? Did he just say what? What? Wait. The hell? The hell was that? Son of a bitch. It's so weird. I can't rewind on his channel. Hey, what's up, Society Page? Good to see you. Why can't I rewind on his channel? Well, that was weird. All right, so it seems like we're going to start any second now. Let me just keep this on, too, just in case. That was... Why can't I... What did he say? Well, let's see what he said.
Broadcast here for a moment while I make a few.
Whoops.
Now, we will not start the broadcast here for a moment while I make a few.
We will not start the broadcast while I make a few something. All right, so we should be live any second, folks. Any second.
Get it back?
I don't want to meet with him because I don't know. He's very sneaky. So, like, what he'll do is meet me in the parking lot and mess around with me, whatever. Like, he's not going to just.
What if we
let
called
me
him
walk
and
into
see
therapy,
if he'll
but-
come here and we can facilitate him giving your purse back?
That would be fine. You want to try that? I know he has it because he.
Obviously, he's texting
Yeah,
her.
He's texting
Yeah.
all my and
Yeah.
all my family and the kids too.
Yeah, he definitely has her phone. So we know it was him that took the purse because he.
What's he texting you?
I have the text. He was basically just texting me.
He's acting like that my son was in danger. I was worried about JJ's
Okay.
safety and things, and texting her like he's gonna.
So he at first texted me, "You doing okay today? Hey girl, are you sick? Please your mom. I may not be home for a bit. Love you." Sent me a strange link to a website about our church. That
people.
Yeah. Said this is what's happening, and then he texted me at almost midnight. "I'm so sorry, but I have no choice. I'm just sick. danger, I had no choice. Which he didn't file a police report or anything as far as we know, so I'm just assuming he was trying to get a response, and then I love you. He was...
Police report about what?
Or, I don't know, but he was acting like he did something.
And then those text messages came from, do you have it entered as mom's phone or?
No, that was from him.
That's before
That was from his phone.
he didn't take the purse until 8:30
This was last
when I was
night.
at school. So that was from his
Okay.
mom.
And he was sending word for word the same text to my cousin, like
What's his name?
Charles.
What's his phone number?
He has the same last name as you, I'm assuming?
Yeah,
Okay.
Vallow. Charles Vallow. So my friend told me, my friend that's a police officer, he said, go file a report, file a restraining order, all that stuff. I don't want to do all that stuff, I just wanted to be on record, and if you can get the purse back, that would be lovely, because all my stuff's in there. I'm really mad about my lip gloss.
About credit cards.
Well, he has all the cards and all this
Yeah.
stuff, so he's mad because I took the money out of our account, but it's a joint account, so he wants me to give him money.
Okay, well, that's all a civil issue.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Purse, there's no reason why he's walking around with your purse, your ID, that he doesn't have a right to.
right.
Married or
That's what
not
I'm saying.
married.
All the rest of the stuff is our joint stuff together.
Yeah.
So.
All right. We're gonna leave the room temporarily. We're gonna try to give him a call. See.
It's someone brought this up before. It's just so interesting to see the similarities to like Wendy Adelson. They have these new people that they're talking to, and they're gonna spin their yarn. They're gonna like give too many details. They're gonna say weird things. Lip gloss. You look like, in this instance, they're talking about lip gloss, and Wendy's talking about, oh, don't you look like me, to the victim's advocate. I mean,
If we can't get this rectified.
That'd be great. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. You want? All right, I love these. We'll go back here. Do cell phone. You want to try calling, or you want me to call?
I don't know, this one's a little confusing for me, honestly.
No problem. All right, I love these calls.
Oh yeah, I would actually love to hear how you did it.
what's up, Steve? Guys, if you're coming in late, we are still waiting for the feed from court. Apparently, they will be streaming the jury selection process.
Charles. Hi, this is Officer Edgerton, Gilbert PD. Is this Charles? Hey, Charles. The reason why I'm calling right now is your wife's at the police department claiming you stole her purse and her cell phone. Okay, you realize they don't belong to you, correct? Okay, so that's a civil issue, and she's responsible for every penny when if you guys end up going through divorce proceeding. Okay, and you also texted a friend to meet you at the house last night? Under the guise that you were her? What was that for? So you texted a friend of hers to meet you at the house last night using her cell phone. What was that all about? Oh, this morning? Okay. Yeah, we read the report from earlier today regarding you not being able to get into the house and everything, so. I do not have the order in front of me, so I cannot do that. It's got to be approved, and I know I cannot I cannot get her, well, it's got to go to our sergeant, who's got to call, verify that it's good, and then we get dispatched. So that's just how the process works. And I can't keep somebody against their will without a warrant or the valid. Well, I'm telling you right now, we have a process. You come here, you turn it in, it goes to a sergeant. Sergeant calls the doctor.
I mean, just looking at the timeline here and the chart here that Shannon made, This is January 31st, 2019. Tylee is murdered September 9th, 2019. JJ, September 23rd. And then Chad and Lori are married November 5th, 2019. Oh, I hear
All right,
something.
good morning, everyone. We're on the record on Fremont County case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I'll note that the attorneys are present. The state is here represented by the prosecution, the defense, and the defendant. I'll further introduce them in a moment. Is the state ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we begin with further voir dire examination, let me inquire of the state, is there any objection to the manner in which the jury panel has been recalled and seated today?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then thank you for returning this morning. You've been recalled as prospective jurors in this case now before us. I'll again reintroduce my court staff. My name is Stephen W. Boyce. I'm the district judge of Fremont County, Idaho. I'm in charge of the courtroom in this trial. Court clerk here assisting today is Shannon Holstein. She's taking minutes of the proceedings. We'll be administering oaths to you this morning as well. The marshals here assisting with courtroom order and helping the jury movement are Steve Holmes, Ken Daish, and James Vallow. Court reporter this morning is Mary Fox, who's taking a stenographic record of everything said during the trial proceedings. And my staff attorney is Courtney Stallings, who's seated to the far right over there at a table. She assists me from time to time with legal research and administrative issues. Each of you, 16 jurors here, have been qualified to serve as a juror of this court, and each of you filled out a questionnaire that's been reviewed now by counsel in the court, and it was determined to recall you for further questioning. The thing we're doing in this trial at this stage is to select a total of 18 jurors, comprising 12 jurors and 6 alternates from among you. At this time, the clerk will now read a roll call of the jury, not referring by name, but referring by your red card number. So I'll have the clerk do that. If you would just hold your number up once your number is called, we'll make sure we all know where you're seated and that this is the proper seating for this group.
This is what's up, Sleuthy. This is kind of interesting.
If you can audibly answer that you're present. Juror number 11.
Don't usually see this.
Present. Juror number 27. Present. Juror number 31. Present. Juror number 41. Present. Juror number 48.
Present.
Thanks for being here, everybody.
56. Present. Juror number 67.
Present.
Oh, I can't even pause. I can't even. I might switch to law and crime. I can't even pause on Judge Boyce's Zoom. I didn't even know you could make that a setting that you can't pause or rewind on the judge's channel. Right now we're on the judge's channel, but I might switch to law and crime because you can't pause, you can't rewind.
Juror number 348. Juror 394. Thank you.
All right, to assist you in understanding and participating in the jury selection process, I'll now reintroduce you to the parties and their attorneys and briefly summarize what this case is about. When I introduce an individual, please stand and briefly face the jury panel, then we'll take your seat. This case has been brought by the state of Idaho. I'll sometimes refer to the state as the prosecution. The state's represented in this trial by Lindsay Blake, Fremont County prosecutor. Rob Wood is the Madison County prosecutor, and special assistant prosecutors Ingrid Beatty and Rocky Wixom.
Thanks so much, Debbie.
The defendant in this case is Chad Guy Daybell, who's represented by his attorney, John Pryor. This case is a criminal matter, which means the defendant is charged by the state of Idaho with a violation of the law. I previously read to you a summary of the charges in the amended indictment, and you were here last week to complete your questionnaires. With regard to the defendant, the state of Idaho alleges that Chad Guy Daybell committed the crimes of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. Count 2, first-degree murder. Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. Count 4, first-degree murder. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 6, first-degree murder. Count 7, insurance fraud. Count 9, insurance fraud. Mr. Daybell has pled not guilty to these charges. Please remember, this is simply a description of the charges. It is not evidence. Under our law and system of justice, every defendant is presumed to be innocent. This means two things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from a lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. I'll next discuss your...
I think I'm going to switch to law and crime because I think we can Can we rewind there?
A reasonable reason and common sense.
I can pause and I can rewind. All right, let's watch it.
Consideration of all the evidence or from a lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. I'll next discuss your duty as jurors. Duty of the jury is to determine the facts and then apply the law set forth in the instructions I will later give you to those facts. In this way, you will decide the case. In applying the court's instructions as to the controlling law, you must follow those instructions regardless of your opinion of what the law is or what the law should be, or what any lawyer may state the law to be. During the course of this trial, including the jury selection process, you are instructed that you are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including use of email, text messaging, social media, or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. Do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination.
I mean, they have magic underwear. I have magical basketball shorts. I get it.
This time, I'll instruct the clerk to administer an oath to the jury panel. The clerk will now swear the entire jury panel for this voir dire examination. If each of you would please stand and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will truthfully answer such questions as may be asked of you by court or counsel, touching upon your qualifications to sit as a trial juror in the Cosby Island trial. So help you God.
Thank you. Please be seated. I'll note that each juror took the oath just now. Clerk has impaneled 16 prospective jurors for questioning in small groups today. We've gone through their roll call as well. At this time, I'll ask the state, will the state stipulate that the jurors were properly called and impaneled today?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Will the defense stipulate as well?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Next, I'll inquire of the marshals here. I did require that the jurors complete a jury affirmation that they've not gone back to review or investigate the case since they filled out the questionnaires. Did each juror complete an affirmation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for following the court's admonishment and completing your affirmation today. In this part of the jury selection process, then you'll be asked questions touching on your qualifications to serve as jurors in this particular case. This part of the case is known as voir dire examination. Voir dire is an ancient Anglo-Norman term dating back hundreds of years to the origins of the common law. In Old French, it simply means to speak the truth. Voir dire examination is for the purpose of determining if your decision in this case would in any way be influenced by opinions which you now hold, or by some personal experience or special knowledge which you may have concerning the subject matter of this trial. The object is to obtain 12 trial jurors who will impartially try the issues of this case upon the evidence presented in the courtroom without being influenced by other factors. Please understand this questioning is not for the purpose of prying into your affairs for personal reasons, but only for the purpose of obtaining an impartial jury. Whenever you need to answer a question, please raise your hand. When called upon to speak, please identify yourself by that red card number you have. Because these proceedings are being stenographically recorded by a court reporter, also please speak clearly and give audible answers such as yes or no, rather than, for example, nodding your head. In addition, please wait for the person you are addressing to finish the sentence before speaking so the court reporter doesn't have to deal with two people speaking at the same time. Importantly, if you have any answer to questions and other questions I'll identify that will either be embarrassing for you to answer publicly or you think are best answered in a more private setting, the court will arrange that. Similarly, if you have an answer that you think could prejudice other prospective jurors, for example, of information you may know about this case, please refrain from discussing that in front of the other jurors, and we will talk to you about that individually as well, outside of the presence of the other jurors. As I mentioned then, if you have knowledge of this case from pretrial media or coverage or publicity, please don't discuss any specific facts of that in front of the other jurors. And there is a special instruction that's been given in this case, which I'll now give.
By the way, folks, I know you guys are talking about the magic underwear. Are folks aware of soaking? Are you guys familiar with soaking? If you haven't looked it up, if you thought magic underwear or something, wait till you learn about soaking.
To each of you together, and the special instruction is as follows. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of entering into a conspiracy with Lori Vallow Daybell and or Alex Cox. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by two or more persons to commit a crime. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant in this case and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving the alleged co-conspirators. You must remember that the defendant has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his guilt or innocence based solely on the evidence provided.
All right, I'm going to tell you guys what soaking is from my understanding. I just saw a TikTok about this. So, how do I explain this? Soaking. You're not supposed to have premarital intercourse, right? But they found this weird loophole. I don't know what the scripture is or how they figured out this loophole, but you can you soak by, if you were, say you hypothetically you were planning on having intercourse, if you are the gentleman, you enter, but you cannot do anything. Once you enter, you cannot move. You can enter the space, but you cannot move. You can only soak. But also apparently, because I guess there's something in the scripture about like there can't be like vigorous movements or you can't thrust or whatever. So you enter the space and you soak. But also there are these people that go on the bed and like jump on the bed. So it's like you're not actually doing the act. It's the person jumping on the bed who's making you do the act. And they like charge these people. They pay someone to come jump on the bed so like that the soaking becomes more of an act. I shit you not, folks. I shit you not.
In this case, that concludes the court's special instruction. At this time, I would also instruct the attorneys for both parties to avoid repeating any questions already asked by the court. The attorneys do, however, have the right to direct follow-up questions to a juror regarding a juror's response to the court's previous questions. The jury should be aware that during and following this voir dire examination, one or more of you may be challenged. Each side has challenges, what are called for cause. That means
I'm not making it up.
that a juror be
Jessica
excused for
confirms.
some specific reason. Later, there will also be what are called peremptory challenges, and that means each side can challenge a juror and ask they be excused without giving any reason for the dismissal. If you are excused by either side, please do not feel offended or feel your honesty or integrity has been questioned, because it is not. I'll now begin the court's portion of the voir dire process, after which the attorneys for both parties will be given an opportunity to make their own voir dire inquiries. Those of you who are not called should pay close attention to the questions being asked here, because you may be later called upon to answer those same questions.
Guys, babe, Shannon is outside. Well, she's working on the garden. She's been working on the garden a lot. That's her thing right now. No one tell her that I explained soaking on the stream. No one rat me out. No one tell her that I explained soaking on the stream. Just don't do it. She doesn't need to know this.
First question I'll ask you all as a group. When you completed your questionnaire last week, I'm going back to that. Are the answers given by each of you in the jury information forms true and accurate still? Okay, everyone's answered affirmatively. Let's next talk about the issue of the time commitment that may be required in the trial in this case. If you are required to serve as a juror here, it will be for a period of approximately 8 to 10 weeks.
Snitches get stitches and end up in ditches.
Serious hardship upon
Snitches
you or
get
your family,
stitches and end
or
up
your
in
business
ditches.
or profession or occupation, so as to prevent you from rendering service as a fair and impartial juror in this case. Is there anyone that has a response for that question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please raise your red card. Juror number 249.
For folks coming in late, it's me, Jay. It's Jay. I took off you probably were wondering, it's April Fool's. You're like, who the hell is this streaming this channel? I took off the glasses, guys. It's me. That's how dumb Lois Lane was.
Express your concern, please, regarding the timing of the trial.
My work only allows approximately 80 hours of time. After that, it will be all entirely work, or excuse me, happily paid.
Okay. And are we going to have a roving microphone perhaps for jurors? If not, we can get one set up for the next group.
Get on the microphone. We want to hear the jurors.
249, I was able to hear your concern about limited time frame involving work. Have you had an opportunity to discuss if they've got any other policy, if you are in a longer trial such as this case, that may allow for additional time off if you were required to serve?
I did read the policy, but because I just found out about this late last week, that I was selected. I simply went online to our policy, our team member handbook, and read up on it because I was concerned that this was going to be a long time. So I double checked the policy, and that's what it states. 80 hours.
All right.
Get the mic in there, court officer. Get them a mic. We want to hear them. We want to hear when the attorneys ask them what their thoughts are
Given the concern
on
at this
soaking.
point, let me pass over first to the state and then the defense. If you have any additional voir dire at this time, specifically on the issue of a potential hardship for juror 249.
And Your Honor, the state actually did have a question regarding a potential hardship with regard to juror 249. It's one that hasn't been talked about, but on the questionnaire, there was an indication that there was a May camping trip planned, but we just didn't have a lot of details. So we had actually planned on inquiring further regarding that hardship.
Okay.
If the court wants to get into that. The state does not have an objection given what he's indicating his work policy is either.
Okay, well, I'll allow you to return to that issue then in your individual voir dire. Juror number 249, I'll let the attorneys come back to you in their portion of voir dire to further question the hardship issue you've raised. Is there anyone else that would also express a concern of hardship if they were required to serve for that time frame?
Yes.
Okay, we've got a few more. Juror numbers 67.
Okay. I'm a sole provider in my family. My wife has an autoimmune disorder, and so
Check. It would be difficult for me to do this, and I'd be losing out on a lot of money and my job also.
We got a microphone for the jury, and we are now telling folks jurors are saying why they can't be a juror.
So we'd probably lay them off because I'm an alarm operator and they're already short-staffed. And that's what I was told.
When you say that's what you were told, did you discuss the potential of having to serve in this case since you filled out your questionnaire?
Yes.
And could you be a little more specific about you don't need to name it, but the occupation and what your employer may have related to you?
The occupation is with alarm codes. I was on the central station, so I just answer a lot of alarms for places all over the country. And what I was told is that they're extremely short-staffed. If I was gone for 10 weeks, they would probably have to let me go because they'd have to have somebody else take my place.
All right, with that particular concern raised, I am going to pass over for additional questioning at this time from both the state and then the defense. Does the state have any further questions for this juror number 6-7 in regards to the state of hardship?
We don't have any further questions, Your Honor. We would have no objection to this juror being excused based on the hardship expressed today.
All right, from the defense then, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, there'd be no objection to having this juror excused.
All right, well, juror 6-7, if you are facing loss of employment over this, the court would find that would qualify as an undue hardship that would prevent your service in this case, given the length of the trial. So the court thanks you for your service for coming in this morning. I'll allow you to be excused. Please drop off your copy of your questionnaire with the bailiff on your way. I believe juror 348 raised their card as well. Juror 348, you've heard the questioning about the trial length. What's the issue you would have in relation to that? Let's get that mic to you.
We have two family events that will transpire during this time or directly after, one of which is my daughter's graduation from college. I did note these on the questionnaire in the circumstances with her graduation. That would be at the beginning of May. We were not able to have any kind of graduation celebration for her from high school, as that was 2020. So we were all looking forward to that as something we would all participate in as well. My mother passed away in February, and I am responsible as executor for her estate to prepare documents. I'm working with lawyers on the East Coast, which makes it a challenge as far as the time.
All right. Who is ready to see the video that I just saw like a day ago on Twitter about soaking, which I had heard about soaking and I forgot about it, but this video is like an interview with BYU students. I know this is riveting jury selection, but I'm going to show you this video and it's going to blow your mind. Here we go. No one tell Shannon. No one tell Shannon.
No.
Wait, where's the audio?
I know what that is. You do.
How do I? Where's here we go. Don't worry, guys. It's not explicit, really, but here we go.
Are you guys dating?
Yes.
Yep. Do you guys soak?
No.
No.
You probably don't even know what that means.
I know what
huh?
that is.
You do? How do you know what that means?
I Googled it.
For real?
Yeah, I saw it on TikTok.
So now are you more down to soak with her?
Yeah, now that she knows. At first I thought she didn't know what it means.
Yeah, sure.
We need a shaker though.
I'll shake any day.
You will? For free?
Yeah. Are other people trying to charge?
50 at least, like per shake, like. And you can go up in price like 100 for like a big one, like Tornado almost.
It's pretty lucrative. Are you guys dating?
Yes.
Yes.
By the way, I'm not the only one who saw this. 19.5 million other, 19.5 million views. All right, back to jury selection.
Time difference is concerned, as well as planning for her service, which will take place in June. Again, that is taking place on the East Coast. And I am responsible for planning that event as well. So those are the two circumstances, as I noted on the questionnaire.
And could you specify again, is it the first weekend of May that the graduation would take place? Is that on weekdays, or is that going to be on the weekend?
The graduation takes place on a Friday. That would also involve transportation down on either Wednesday or Thursday, as it's out of state.
All right, Council, I'm going to again inquire of you. I know we're skipping ahead. You'll get your own individual voir dire, but on the narrow issue of a hardship expressed with jury 348, does the state have any additional inquiry?
No, Your Honor, we would have no objection to this juror being excused. I do know on the questionnaire, she had indicated the graduation would be the first weekend of May, including Thursday to Sunday.
All right, any voir dire from the defense on the issue?
No, Judge, I was also aware that she had the obligations that required her to travel out of town and also to excuse me. Thank you.
Okay, well, between the combination of that planned graduation and your services as executor of an estate and that both being expressed in your sworn questionnaire, the court does find there's a rationale here for dismissal based on a hardship given the length of the trial and the timing. So juror 348, you can be excused with thanks of.
Yes, by the way, if you're new to the channel, first of all, welcome and thanks for being here. And second of all, I don't know how many other channels that may go on a little tangent about soaking. I may be one of the few ones where I discuss it, chat discusses it. I mean, don't worry. When the actual trial starts, I'll keep my comments until there's breaks. I mean, this is jury selection, so it's not like it's riveting, but I might be a little different than a normal channel you're used to, or
the court
or court TV or law and crime
service here up to this point, and please drop your questionnaire off on your way out with the bailiff.
Donna, bed jumping is when they're in the.
Were there any other jurors that had an expressed concern over
when they're in the process of soaking? They need someone to jump on the bed to make it so the soaking is a little more fun. You know what I'm saying, Donna?
A hardship at this point. Okay, juror number 321.
I have not looked into the policy as far as like the amount of time, but it would be a financial hardship if that length amount of time without me working.
All right, I'm going to note juror 321 that you've expressed a concern over hardship. I'll pass on that at this time and allow for the attorneys to conduct some individual voir dire further on the topic if they so wish. So we'll come back to that. Anyone else have a concern? Juror number 296.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am currently in school on Mondays and Wednesdays, and CWI would conflict for the next 5 weeks. I put on my questionnaire that it's possible that I could take online courses or switch to an online course, but not entirely sure of that policy.
Okay, I will note your concern as well. I'm going to allow for some additional voir dire from the parties.
Yes, if this is your first day here, welcome.
Before we make a determination on that, anyone else have a stated concern for the hardship? Okay, thank you. Let me next discuss any previous knowledge you may have of this case. As I mentioned before, if you do know something specific that you've heard in the media or otherwise, please refrain from stating specific facts about that, but we do want to go into that issue. So first, let me see, I guess, by raise of your cards, other than what you were told when you came in to fill out that questionnaire and further advice today, do you know anything about this case, either through your own personal knowledge or by discussions with anyone else or from media information you've received? Is there anyone that knows about the case? Okay, if you'll hold those up for a moment, we'll know. So we've got juror 321.
This should be interesting, talking to the jurors if they know about the case. I mean, how could you not? But I guess some people don't. Here we go. Juror 3.
Case other than the question generally is just, do you know something about this case other than what you've learned by coming in for the questionnaire last week or today? All right, so on the back row, 321, 296, 219, 249, 146, 121. On the front row, we've got jurors 56, 48, 41, 31, and 27. So the majority of the group here, which is why I give that instruction. What we don't want to do is start seeing what everyone knows about the case. We'll talk to you individually about that. Let me ask some specific questions for you then without getting into those details, but then is there anyone here that believes they already have a state of mind with regard to the charges or some knowledge you already have about the case that would prevent you from being impartial in this case?
Oh, who's going to say yes?
In other words, has anyone
who's going to say yes?
already drawn some opinion that maybe the defendant is guilty just based on what you know or what the charges are?
No one?
All right, we've got a juror number 121.
Ooh, this should be good.
Brought that concern up. In order to further get into that discussion, we'll talk to you individually so we can delve into that. Anyone else that thinks they've already perhaps made their mind up in some way about guilt or innocence in this case? All right, we've also got juror number 48. We will discuss that with you individually as well. For those of you that do know something about the case, the next question is, do you feel you could eliminate or disregard what you've heard or read pertaining to the case and render an impartial verdict based solely on the evidence you hear in court today? All right, the remaining jurors then indicate they would be able to do that, and I'll allow the attorneys to follow up with voir dire on that subject.
Judge, could we approach for all of those?
Certainly.
Who said only jumps? Only jumps? Only jumps? All right, let me fast forward as they're approaching. Only jumps. Only jumps. Oh. All right, well, we're behind, folks. This is good. We can catch up. But we were talking about soaking. We got behind. Let's catch up to the live feed. Oh. Only jumps.
All right. We're back on the record now, continuing with voir dire with this group. Next
says
issue
voir
the
dire.
court's going to talk about with the prospective jurors is the subject matter of this case. Court has read to you a summary of the charges. Those include charges involving murder, conspiracy, and insurance fraud. Is there anything in particular about those charges for any one of you that would make it impossible or difficult for you to fairly and objectively evaluate the evidence in this case and to render a fair and impartial verdict? So the question is, would that make it impossible or difficult? If that is the way you feel, please raise your red card. Okay.
If there's not already an Uber jumps, who's coming with me? We're starting at Uber jumps. You're at BYU. You're like, oh man, I have a perfect soaking opportunity, but I have no one to jump. Then you pull up Uber jumps, and then on Uber jumps, you get a jumper to right to your door. Uber jumps, trademark.
None of the jurors responded affirmatively to that. I next have some questions that may seem obvious, but they're required by our statutes for me to go through as well. Let's talk about relation or acquaintance to the defendant. Are any of you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, Mr. Daybell? Do you know him or her from any business or social relationship? If you do, please raise your red card.
Does anyone know Chad?
All right, no one answered affirmatively to that.
By the way, I shit you guys not. Chad's middle name is fucking Guy. This guy's name is Chad Guy Daybell. Chad Guy.
Let's talk about the relationships you may have with any alleged victim, defendant, or attorneys here. Does the relationship of guardian and ward, master and servant, employer and employee, creditor and debtor, landlord and tenant, boarder or lodger exist between any of you or any of the attorneys involved in this case? So raise your red card if one of these lawyers is your landlord, for example. All right, no one has responded affirmatively to that. Are any of you involved in any kind of a legal proceeding, including a civil action against the defendant? No affirmative response. Have any of you ever brought any kind of a criminal complaint against the defendant or been accused of a crime by any of these prosecutors now present today? There's no affirmative response to that. Do any of you have any kind of an attorney-client relationship with any of the attorneys here or with Mr. Pryor or his law firm? Okay, no one responded to that. Do any of you have any kind of a relationship by blood or marriage to any of the lawyers in this case, or do you know the lawyers from any other professional, business, or social relationship? All right, no one indicated they know the attorneys or have any kind of relationship that would be prohibited. This next question is a general question, but let me ask, have any of you ever formed or expressed an unqualified opinion that the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offense charged?
Oh my God. This is so brilliant. Uber jumps.
Okay, no one.
Uber jumps. We Uber jumps. We jump so you could say you don't hump. Rachel with the win.
Okay, they've got an opinion. Do any of you have any bias or prejudice either for or against the defendant in this case, Mr. Daybell? No one responded to that. Are there any of you who would be unwilling to follow the court's instructions to you, the jury, as to the law that you must apply in determining this case? No one responded to that. Now, in this case, we will be asking you further questions individually about the section of the questionnaire you filled out relating to the death penalty. So I understand that may come up here. We will talk about that individually, but notwithstanding, I'll ask the group here, do any of you have a religious or moral position that would make it impossible for you to sit in judgment of another or to render a fair and impartial verdict in this case? Okay, no one responded affirmatively to that. Are there any of you that, if selected as a juror in this case, would be unwilling or unable to render a fair and impartial verdict based upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law as instructed by the court? All right, no one indicates they would be unwilling or unable to render a fair and impartial verdict. Kind of a catch-all question here. Do any of you have any other reason why you cannot give this case your full undivided attention and render a fair and impartial verdict? Very well, no one responded to that. That concludes the court section of group voir dire for this group. At this time, then, I'll permit the state to conduct its voir dire of the group. After that, the defense. Will that be you, Ms. White?
Your Honor, Mr. Wood will be starting the voir dire process.
All right, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to
Here we
commence with
go.
the state's board diary, you may do that at this time.
Let's go, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. And is it all right if I do so from the podium?
It is.
Go ahead, Mr. Wood. Here we go. Let's get some real answers from this jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, my name is Rob Wood. I represent the people of Madison County, Idaho. And just as a reminder, if I ask you anything today that makes you uncomfortable and you would rather answer it privately, just let us know. We want you to be comfortable, and we need you to give full answers and fully truthful answers. The defendant is entitled to a fair trial, and we only get there. And the state's entitled to a fair trial. We only get there if you're being morally honest with us. And so I'm going to start by asking juror number 321. What do you think of when I say the phrase brutal honesty?
Brutal honesty.
That just means not mincing your words, just no matter what, just tell them the 100% complete truth, no matter how wrong it's.
All right. Does anyone else have a different definition of brutal honesty? But not mincing your words. Can everybody agree that telling the full truth, not mincing your words, is a good definition? Okay, and we need you today to be brutally honest. There's just a quick analogy I like to use. Who, by raise of hand, who here has flown on an airplane? Everybody's flown on an airplane, right? And you get on the airplane and that pilot, you get strapped in, they give you the safety warning, and the pilot tells you when he's going to land that plane approximately and where he's going to do it. How many of you would feel comfortable if the pilot said, I might be able to land this plane? You're all smiling. Would anybody feel comfortable with that pilot?
I'd give it a whirl.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, today we need you to land the plane.
If you're flying Spirit, that's basically what you're kind of thinking the pilot's thinking anyway.
And what we mean by that is not a specific destination, but that you're completely honest. It's that important. The court asked you about following the law. Does anybody here like and enjoy every rule, law, and regulation you live under?
If anyone says yes,
Nobody
throw them
does,
out.
right? Does anybody, just by a raise of hand, not that you need to tell us what it is, but think of a law or a rule that you think is unfair? Everybody, you can think of a law or rule that's unfair, great. Multiple people feel that way. In this courtroom, the court will give you the law that applies in this case. And you may like that, you may not like that law. But for fairness to this defendant and for fairness to the people of Idaho, we all have to agree, follow that law. So even considering that maybe you won't like the law that you get, maybe it doesn't go with your gut. Can this defendant and can the state all rely on you to follow the law as it's given by this court? If you agree, yes, can you hold up your red card? This is important. 121, I saw a little bit of hesitation. Was that accurate, or was that just me? There is some hesitation. Tell us about your hesitation. And thank you for your honesty.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you were going to get into this later, but my hesitation is with the death penalty issue. That's where I hesitate.
Okay, so, and we will talk about that. But thank you for bringing that up, and thank you for being honest. I'm gonna just shift gears really quickly. Does anybody here believe everything they hear on the internet or see on the internet? I'm the only one. So does anybody here believe everything they hear on the news?
Oh, shit.
Everybody understand that?
Sorry, I was just using AI to create a new emoji. The current prompt I've used is a cartoon character that is a bed, which is soaking and jumping up and down. I'm going to keep working on the prompts to find something. Welcome to the Super Bowls, Needy Hillman. Thank you so much. Welcome.
The news is not always accurate. I'm not saying that to offend any reporters who might be here, but we all understand that facts change sometimes, right? And you might hear a story one day, and some of those facts are different the next day. This case has had a massive amount of media attention. And the judge asked you this, but we just want to check again. Is there anyone here who has any concerns of what they've heard before? And we don't want to go into a lot of detail now, we'll get into it later, but what they've heard before is going to cause them to not be able to give this defendant a fair trial. All right. Some of you talked about hardship, and we're just going to go over that really quick. Juror 249. If I recall, and if I say it incorrectly, just feel free to correct me. You get about 2 weeks of paid juror time. Is that accurate? Okay. Are you, if it's all right, if I ask you the sole provider in your home?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you and your family rely on your income?
Yes.
Okay. And have you, I forgot, did you speak with your employer about this specific issue?
I have. I just let my supervisor know that this could potentially be a long-term commitment. And then when I was thinking about it a little further, I thought I better delve into what our policy says stated. And that's when I found out that they only account for 80 hours for it. So, and after that, you're basically on your own. Either you have to use your vacation, which nobody has 10 weeks of vacation, right? Or unpaid.
Would you see that as an undue hardship for you that would create difficulty for your family?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to excuse juror 249 for hardship.
I'd like to hear a response from the defense, and if you have any additional voir dire, Mr. Pryor, you can do that as well.
Nothing additional, Judge. We'll stipulate.
All right, based on the comments made by juror 249 as it relates to an employment hardship and financial with the length of this trial, the court will agree that the juror will be stricken for cause based on a hardship that includes his service. So thank you for appearing today and for performing your service as a juror. You can be excused, and please drop your questionnaire with the bailiff.
See you later.
Juror 296, you had spoken about potential hardship, and I noted in your questionnaire that you said you had school Mondays and Wednesdays but could do online classes. And you mentioned that, but I guess I'm not quite sure where it stands. Are you able to do online classes to finish that?
I'm not entirely sure, but I know they offer online classes for the classes that I'm currently in. So I'm assuming they could probably move me to the online classes. The only issue that I would have is the testing that I have to take either after hours or via online.
Okay.
The lecture part is in class. Like I can do the lecturing I can do online.
All right. And it's not school 5 days a week, just the 2 days a week?
Just 2.
You mind if I ask how many classes?
2. Biology and math.
All right. And so if with the court's schedule of getting out at 3:30, do you think that would be something you could make work?
Yes.
And so would it be an undue hardship to be on this jury with your school?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, thank you. Juror 321, you had mentioned a hardship. Could you? And I apologize, I kind of can't remember exactly what you said a few minutes ago. Can you tell us what that was?
Yeah, I'm just unsure as far as, because I've not spoken with the employer about the length of this trial may go. I just know that it would be unpaid time off.
Okay. Are you a sole provider in your home?
Yes.
But so you haven't spoken with them yet. So are you sure that it would be unpaid time off, or do they have some type of juror policy where they pay for you while you serve on a jury?
Honestly, I'm not aware. They might possibly have a policy. I just don't know about it.
Do you think that's information you could find out in the next couple of days and notify the court if there was a change?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. I also did note in your, I believe it was in your questionnaire that you wanted to see some college games of one of your children. Is that you? Am I confused? Okay. And where are those games?
They're in Oregon City, Oregon.
Okay. And is baseball?
Yes.
Okay. What year is your son?
He's a sophomore.
Okay. And I'm not trying to be insensitive. Being a juror is hard for everyone and inconvenient, but if you weren't able to see some of those games, would you be able to see them next year?
Yes.
And so would it be an undue hardship to miss some of those games?
No.
Okay. Thank you. The court spoke with you briefly about the nature of this case. This is a case about murder and conspiracy to commit murder and insurance fraud. Two of the victims in this case, two of the alleged victims in this case are underage children, a 7-year-old and a 16-year-old, and the other alleged victim is a mother. There will be some autopsy photographs in this case, and they are hard to look at. There's no way around that. But does anybody here think that seeing those would automatically sway them one way or the other, or that they'd be able to objectively weigh those, still weigh that evidence against all the other evidence? I'm sorry, did you raise your hand? No. Okay. So this is important. If you guys can raise your cards, if your answer is yes, would you be able to still weigh all the evidence properly, even if it's difficult to look at those pictures? So juror 48. Oh, okay. Thinking. Or what are you thinking? Do you think you'll be able to do that?
I just want to make sure I understand the question. If I could see the photos and not be swayed one way or another, continue to weigh the totality of the evidence. That's
yes. Yeah. Yeah. And then I just have a couple more questions, Your Honor. I know Ms. Blake has a couple of questions. Juror 294. In your questionnaire, you said that you marked a box saying that you think a person, excuse me, who doesn't testify is probably guilty.
Yes.
So do you understand that the state has the burden of proof?
I do. I was just being honest.
So do you?
Just from my gut, yes.
Yeah, and we want you to be honest.
Yeah.
And we appreciate that. There's nothing wrong with that. So you will get an instruction, and you'll be told by this court that the defendant doesn't have to say anything. The defendant doesn't have to prove anything. It's 100% on the state. And so is that feeling you have, is that something you could follow the rule and the law the court gives you and set that feeling aside and not hold it against the defendant if he doesn't?
Yes.
I'll just correct the record there for a moment. That's juror 394.
Oh, I said 294. I
Yes,
apologize.
that's
394. Thank you.
Can I take this moment to mention hardship?
Please do.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily hardship. There's a family vacation, family reunion, scheduled for week 10, June 6th through 10th, but travel would be needed on either side to Arkansas.
It's not a hardship, but I thought I'd just mention that. I'm not losing work. I didn't anticipate checking on my jury duty leave for work, so that's an open question in my mind as to if I can take the whole time, that's acceptable, or if it actually is a restricted amount of time like other people in this group I should know by today.
Okay, and if that does create a hardship, will you let the court know?
Yes. I will.
Juror 41. You had marked something similar on your questionnaire that you want the defendant to testify. And I'm just going to ask the same thing. Do you understand that?
Real quick, folks, it is April 1st, so you know what that means other than April Fool's Day and learning about soaking? It means I get memberships to give out to you folks for free. So make sure that you click on the link I'm about to share and allow gifts if you would like a membership to the channel. And about at 12:30, I will give away 5 free memberships to the channel. So
Only the state has the burden of proof in this case. And that it's the state's job to prove something. The defendant doesn't have to prove anything. Okay. And so even though you have that feeling, is that something you can set aside and follow the law and the rules that the court gives you and not hold that against the defendant? Okay. Your Honor, at this time I know Ms. Blake has a few questions, so I turn this time over to her.
Very well.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being back with us today. I know you were all here last week, and this is a bit of a process, so we appreciate you hanging in there with us. And I will try to be fairly brief because I know you've already had a lot of questions today. So the judge has already started to give you some instructions, and as you go through this process, he will give you more instructions. So I like to talk to you a little bit about, I have a son, and usually in the mornings, if I ask him what he wants to eat, he tells me cheesy eggs. And there's a very specific recipe that I have to use. So it's the eggs and the milk, and he likes quite a bit of cheese, and then some salt and pepper. But if I try to modify that recipe, he doesn't always like it.
I like quite a bit of cheese too. Is there a problem with that, madam?
So I don't know, have any of you had that experience where whether you're cooking or doing something else for a kid or a family member, they like things just done a certain way?
Me? Is there a problem with
Would
this?
all of you agree? And
Kick
turning
me
to
off.
juror 27, can you give me an example of something like that?
I can't hear the juror.
Yes, I have 4 kids, and they are very opinionated of how I cook and prepare their toast and their sandwiches and how I cut it. And so, yeah.
You can relate.
Relate, yeah.
And so even if you think there's a better way to do it, do you sometimes just follow what your kids are asking for?
Well, in relation to food, yes. If it's something that's going to injure them, no.
Yes, I'll keep it with the food example. So if it's food, they want the crust cut off, something like that, you'll do it because that's what they're asking you to do.
Yes, I mean, unless there's a nutritional opinion I have, but if it's something simple, sure.
And in the back there,
By the way, this leads to a food rule. Who's ready for one of my? I have a food rule that I thought about. I have one of Jay's food rules. I'm gonna have to make this a segment with the song and everything. But I have a food rule for you guys.
you're 186. I think I also saw you nod. Can you give us an example of something like that?
Same thing as you guys. I have 4 kids as well, and they like their food a certain way, especially when they're little. Anything to get them to eat.
And if you know a better way to do it, or maybe you would add something because it gives it better flavor, do you sometimes follow what your kids want?
I try to give them, sneak something in there that maybe I think will taste better. Try to change their mind. Food. They're little.
And so with this court, because unlike a kid, we're going to get instructions from the judge. And if the judge gives you...
All right, it's 12:30. Who's ready to get some memberships? Squaducial. Wait, how do I do this again? Oh, here we go. 5 people about to get memberships. Here we go. Squaducial. Boom. Who's getting them? Sherry Marshall. Sleuthy Goosey. Awesome. Love to see it. Sherry Marshall, Sleuthy Gooski, Whisker, Sam I Am, Tosh, awesome. Awesome, Sam. Welcome all the new members. Thanks for being here. And here's my food rule before I continue. Here's my food rule. It's going to be a new segment, Jay's Food Rules. Here's one of my food rules. If you're new to the channel, I eat like a toddler. I don't like steak. I'm a weirdo. But here's the food rule that I have for everyone. You ready? I feel like my mic is too loud, and I'm sorry. Here's my food rule. When one is having a sandwich, it is imperative that they have potato chips. You cannot, in my opinion, if you're having a sandwich, you must eat potato chips. If you're having a sandwich without a potato chip, why even have a sandwich? When you're having a sandwich, you must have potato chips. However, they need to be regular potato chips. Preferably, my go-to is Utz Ripples, which are better than Ruffles, but I'll take Ruffles. I'll take a Kettle Cooked chip. I'll take a Lay's. Lay's is like my last. But when you have a sandwich with chips, it can't be a flavored chip. It can't be a cheddar and sour cream chip. It can't be a Dorito. It can't be, Cool Ranch. While you may like those chips individually, which I do, I like Doritos, I like cheddar sour cream, whatever, barbecue. You have those separately. When you're having a sandy, you have it with Ruffles, regular plain chips. Sandwich, regular plain chips, Ruffles, whatever. No flavor on them. No flavor on them. All right, I'll continue. That was Jay's Food Rule, my new segment.
Instructions, they may say these are the specific elements of a crime. And sometimes it's easy to look at that and say, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Or if you added this, it would make it a little bit better. Would everyone here agree that regardless of what you may think with the rule and instruction given by the judge, that you could absolutely follow what he outlines? Would everyone agree that you would hold the state to the burden of the specific elements outlined by the judge?
No pickles. Get pickles out of my face. No pickles.
Make it a little more nutritional this time, or hey, I might sneak a new flavor in. Everyone could refrain from doing that if it was an instruction from the court. Does anyone have concerns with doing that? Thank you.
People are commenting, can you put the chips on the sandwich? If it's a plain chip, you could put it on the sandwich. I prefer it separately. I prefer to take a bite of the sandy and then have some chips. But if you want to have it together, you can do that. I'll allow it. If it's a plain chip and not a flavored chip.
And as I talk about, the judge is going to give you instructions, and some of those instructions are going to be regarding the burden of proof being on the state, and then they will also be the elements. With regard to charges of conspiracy and first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, one of the elements is not going to be that the state has to prove the cause of death, meaning the state is not going to be required to prove exactly what caused the death of a person. Our element would be to prove that it was a homicide. Does anyone have concerns if you were to be presented evidence that someone was killed, but the state did not provide the specific cause? No concerns. So if the state put on evidence that it was a homicide, but not the exact cause of that homicide, that wouldn't cause anyone concern. Because again, you'll have instructions from the judge. 394, I see your mark. If you're given an instruction though, that says that that's not a requirement, would you be able to follow that instruction, or would it be difficult for you?
I think it would be difficult, just based on my question.
Got some conferring here. Gonna fast forward.
And some of the witnesses may have different religions. We're going to hear from quite a few witnesses. And some of the witnesses may have different religious views than you have. Does anyone have concerns that it would be difficult for you to listen to or give proper weight to someone's testimony based on them holding different religious views? Would anyone have problems if someone held different views in general, again, just with being able to weigh their testimony? And you're also going to be given some instructions, actually back that up. So if you were sitting in here today and the window wasn't there, or they put the blinds down and you couldn't see outside, but when you came inside, everything was dry, everything was clear. And then as you enter the building, you see the sky starting to get a little bit dark. It's starting to turn gray. You come in here, they close the blinds, you can't see outside, and you go outside and there's water on your car and there's water on the pavement.
Oh, here we go.
Water on the grass, everything's
The raining outside analogy. Here we go. Wouldn't be a case if we didn't hear that.
wet. What would you be able to determine what had happened?
Yes. Someone came with a fire hose.
I see some nods.
Came with the fire hose.
296, what would you determine had happened? And would you determine that even if it had quit raining by the time you got outside? So there would be enough there without you actually personally, physically observing the rain. And 321, I saw you nodding as well. Similar? And so would everyone agree, you may hear the term circumstantial evidence. Even if you don't see something happen, there could still be other evidence to support that. And would everyone be willing to weigh that evidence?
Guys, I got a new analogy that they can use instead of the rain analogy, folks. We have one. It's staring us right in the face. A new rain analogy that I am going to start using when I'm an attorney, but that's never going to happen. Maybe I can get Ali Mata to do this, or some of our... Here's the new analogy. Here's the new analogy, and it's hitting us right in the face today. If you hypothetically, juror number 65, if you hypothetically were a jumper, for Uber jumps, or if you were just a person that happened to see two people on a bed and they were together and it appeared they were lying together and their genitals were together, would you assume immediately that they were having sex? And then, of course, they say yes. But then you would say, no, turns out they're not having sex. They're soaking. You're off the jury. You thought about that too quick. You just accepted they were having sex, but they're not, in fact, having sex. They were soaking. You're off the jury. You didn't review all the evidence. New question. Oh my God, Babe is here.
Because again, as jurors, part of your job is going to be to weigh all the evidence and give it the weight you feel that it's due as you're listening to all the testimony of the evidence come in. Anyone have concerns about their ability to do that? I can have just a moment.
Uh-oh. Mods, block Shannon. Mods, block Shannon. Block Shannon, quick. Oh, wait, they're conferring about the rain.
Questions, Jordan? The state has no additional questions, Jordan.
All right, that will conclude the state's portion of voir dire of the group. Mr. Pryor, you may do so on behalf of your client now.
Guys, it's like when the substitute goes out of the classroom, or your regular teacher goes out of the class, everyone's chucking shit at each other, spitballs, and then they come back in the class and everyone behaves. Here we go. Here's the defense. Voir dire.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Pryor, and I'm representing Mr. Daybell. My point is a question for folks. Before we start, I really want to talk to you about the fact that there's no wrong answer. What's more important.
Talking to the mic, jabroni. We could hear the other people. Come on.
And anything else is that tell the truth.
Mr. Pryor, apologies, could you into the microphone a little more, barely getting your signal?
Thank you,
And I'll turn
Judge.
it on. Does that help too? That helped a lot.
Thanks, Judge.
At my age, Judge, technology is challenging.
Oh, there we go. Another theme in all of our trials. An attorney who's like, I'm old and I can't use technology. Meh.
Job. And
Wake up. It's 2024.
I apologize. Can all of you folks hear me now?
Yes,
So
we can
I'll
hear you, dope.
reiterate, the fact is that as jurors, your job is to judge the evidence. Your job is to make a determination and apply the facts to what the judge gives you as the law. But before we get there, what we have to do is go through this painstaking process of talking to you folks about some personal things and some private things, some of your thoughts and processes. And part of that is to, before we get there, is we really want to talk about just being honest and truthful about your position. There is no wrong position. If there are some people here who say Mr. Daybell is absolutely innocent, that's your position. If people feel that Mr. Daybell is absolutely guilty, that's your position. If you really haven't made up your mind, that's your position. But it's your position and it's your own individual position. And what's important is that you apply the facts not as you see the group and go along with the group, but that you basically tell the truth and you speak your mind. This is your opportunity to say how you feel and to be honest about how you feel. Is there anybody who really doesn't understand that? Perfect. I must have been pretty clear and you can hear me now. That's wonderful. Before we get started, this is an unusual question I ask. And I ask this because I've had the opportunity to sit in that box a handful of times and over the number of years that I've been an adult. And this happened to me many, many years ago. I was 21 years old and in college, and the lawyer was involved in a criminal case. And he asked an unusual question. As soon as he got up there, he asked an unusual question. He said, is there anybody who just doesn't want to be here today? And a number of us were hedging and moving and everything else. And I thought, yeah, I don't want to be here. I don't really want to. Well, why don't you want to be here? Because I just don't want to be here. I just have so many other things in my life and I have so many other distractions and I have so many other processes. And I was a college student, naive and wide-eyed, and I said, I understand the obligation to be a juror. I understand that it's something that we have to do as our civic duty, but I just don't feel like I can give the attention to this thing that I really think it deserves. And surprisingly enough, the lawyer said, well, thank you for being so brutally honest, and the judge let me go on my way. Now, I don't want to give all of you an opportunity to raise your hand when I ask this question, and please don't, if you really think you can give the attention. But is there any of you folks who quite honestly, you just don't want to be here today? And please be truthful with that question. You're all.
Wait a sec. I come back here, and Shannon's talking about edging, and my mom is here. You guys are out of control. I'm really quite embarrassed by all your behavior today. Please, what's the matter with you guys? Let's all calm down. And babe, I'm disappointed in you. How dare you?
Very excited to be here. And you're all very anxious to get involved in this. Okay, number 394. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I definitely want to do my civic duty. I feel like that's the proper thing to do, and I'm thankful for everything that you guys do. I'm a year and a half into a new job, building a team. We have one person, I'm a team lead, I've got one person under me, we're trying to hire another person, so.
I'm really sorry, folks, that Shannon would do this to everyone. I'm sorry.
I question whether my success in my job will be as good as it could be if I was there versus being out for potentially 10 months. And of course, I don't want to think deeply about a murder case, just the content. But again, I want to do my civic duty, so that's kind of where I'm at.
And I appreciate that. Your job's important. You're a data engineer, if I remember right. I'm going off of memory.
Yes.
My memory serves me that that's what you do as a data engineer. Is that right?
I am a data engineer.
I said data, it's data.
Yeah.
Either back and forth.
Yeah, and my wife's a part-time biller, about 10 hours a week. So I'm the primary.
Do you have children?
Yes, we have 3.
I remember that as well. I just wanted you to tell me that.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you really think this could potentially affect your occupation?
I don't know. I need to talk to my manager today and see realistically how this would impact either my future growth or the paid time off policy for jury duty.
Well, the one thing that caught my attention was that as a data engineer and having been married, and she's going to kill me for announcing this to the world, I guess. My ex-wife was an engineer, and it was everybody's smiling about that. I understand that when you're working on projects, that a lot of time those projects are particular to the individual engineer. Is that your position as well?
Yeah, we basically serve all areas of the business, whether it's product or finance or customer success. So they're long, they can be very short requests, but usually they run multiple weeks.
Okay, okay. Is there anybody else who would like to, provide me information about whether they just don't want to be here? And frankly, folks, there is no wrong answer. I can assure you that the story I told you about speaking up and saying I didn't want to be there, absolutely true. And then it was just one of these situations where I just felt like I couldn't provide the necessary attention. And that was going to be a 2 or 3 day trial. What we're dealing with in this case, folks, is a 10-week trial. And it's going to take a lot of time and it's going to take a lot of effort. And I want to make sure that all of you are going to be able to do that. That's a significant request from all of you and all of us, the 4 prosecuting attorneys.
Oh, shizzle, Joanne, the amazing Joanne, gifting a membership to Tayo Toys. Phil, thank you so much, Joanne. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Joanne, always giver.
The judge and myself, Mr. Daybell, we're asking you to put that kind of a commitment into this. And it's 10 weeks. It's 2.5 months of your life that we're going to be asking you to put forth. Juror number 27, you're shaking your head. You have any concerns or questions about that? Or thoughts, please?
No. I'm shaking my head in agreement that it is a big commitment, but feel if this is what you feel I should do, then that's just my duty to it.
And I guess I'd be clear on that. I welcome everybody's thoughts on that. And I don't want anyone to think that, well, you're doing this because it's what you feel I want you to do. In your own mind, and I can't evaluate.
Yeah, babe. You're not going to believe this. Someone was talking about Uber Jumps in here. They were going to create a whole new app called Uber Jumps. Can you believe it, babe? Unbelievable. Outrageous. Oh, shizzle. Lisa, Miss Shorty, gifting out 5 memberships. So awesome. Appreciate it so much, Lisa. Kim B getting one and getting one. Michelle B getting one. Who did I miss? Funkarella, some rando. Thank you so much, Lisa. You are awesome. Thank you, thank you.
What each of your life situations are. I'm given a very small description of facts in the questionnaire that was filled out and the difficult situations that I have to determine. And sort of the 4 prosecuting attorneys who are working on this case, we have to determine with that small window of information what kind of impact this is going to have on you. That's very important. And I do spend time on this. I spend a lot of time on this. And I do that because the consequences are significant here. You've all read or heard the allegations against Mr. Daybell. And I just want to make sure that all of you are going to be able to put that time commitment in and spend the time to work on this significant project. And much like our friend 394, it's a significant project. So again, is there anybody who's having any hesitation? Please speak up. Please speak up now, because the time to change your mind later will become difficult. So I ask again, is there anyone who's having any concerns or hesitation? 121, please tell me what your thoughts are.
I mean, I feel kind of similar to what he said, where like I do recognize that it's, my duty, and But I just think like, I've just been thinking a lot about just how a lot of the troubling aspects of it. And that's a reason why, honestly, I didn't want to be here today. Would be the troubling aspects.
And is it your position you would just rather not be part of this? And please be honest about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that your views and your thoughts on that would create some sort of concern in how you look at the evidence?
Yeah.
Would you be more inclined to rush through this because you want to get this done?
Yeah.
Would you be able to take the time to look at the facts and look at them, you know, in an impartial manner?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I appreciate your honesty. I really do. Please. And I'm going to forget juror number 121, I think. No, 146. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say,
Would you, officer, would you please give it a mic? I have a loud voice, but not everybody's gifted with such a projected voice as I am.
I hate my voice on the microphone. I think every one of us probably would be lying if we said we were like so excited to be here and wanted to. But I feel like it's just jumping out of my chest. Like if any of us are supposed to be here, we will be here.
Okay.
I'm not particularly excited to be here. I have 5 little kids, but it is what it is. And if we're supposed to be here, we'll get picked and chosen. And
well,
I don't know why I'm saying that, but that's just how I feel about it.
And that's one of the things that I looked at when I saw your profile. You had 5 children.
Yeah, 5 kids and I run a daycare.
Run a daycare center. And then I'm going to use my cheat sheet a little bit, but in addition to that, I guess I didn't have to, just popped in my head for some reason, but your husband is involved in landscaping.
Yep, we have a landscaping business too.
So do you help in that landscaping business?
No.
No.
I mean, like, you know, invoices and things like that I do, but not.
So you do paperwork in your free time.
I'm the free
when
secretary.
When you raise the hand, I'll get to you in a minute. I just saw the reaction. That was wonderful. Juror number 186. I just saw the reaction. I'll get to you. In your free time, when you're not dealing with your 5 kids and gathering them up and taking those family responsibilities, you're then taking on the obligation of running a daycare. How many kids do you have in that daycare?
3 to 4.
Okay. And then, like you said, in your free time, when you're done taking care of the kids and taking care of the daycare, you then do the paperwork.
Yeah, when it's needed. Yeah.
It almost sounds like this would be a vacation.
If I'm being totally honest, when the judge said at the beginning you could be sequestered, I was like, oh, it's going to be a spa for me. I think it would be.
Well, I think it was your question.
I like this lady. She's like, I got 5 kids. Sequester me. I need the time. I like this lady. Keep her.
You made some comment in the questionnaire saying, you know, LOL or something like that. That was yours.
Probably being a smart ass, but a sequestered would not be like the worst thing in the for me.
Okay. And thank you for your honesty. And then juror number 186, you smiled and you had some thoughts. Please talk to me about it.
Oh, I was just smiling at her comment of being the free secretary.
Okay, and tell me about that, how that applies to you.
I just thought it was funny the way she worded it.
Oh,
Had nothing to do with me.
Okay, is there anybody else, and I know I've spent a lot of time on this, and it is important, and the idea is to get you folks to be, I understand at least the camera's on me right now, from what I understand, and it's not on you, so you have this wonderful opportunity to speak your mind and tell me what your thoughts are on this, whether or not any of you, for the last time, do you really have any reservations or anything you would like to comment about participating in this process? Anyone? No one? Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to a little bit of a different subject. And one of the things I need to talk to you folks about is that Mr. Daybell's here today because he's pled not guilty to the charges. And I'm going to ask you questions that may concern whether he's guilty or not. And I don't want you to read from my questions that I believe Mr. Daybell's guilty or anybody else believes Mr. Daybell's guilty. The fact is, we still have to delve into these questions and talk about these things because it's important that we try to get, in this very little time that we're going to spend together, get an idea of what your thoughts are, what you folks are thinking. How do you feel about a variety of things? So please don't read into my questions or assume I'm asking you something because I believe one way or the other. Once again, all I'm trying to do is to just get an idea of the person you are. Right now, I'm speaking and it's being broadcast everywhere, and people are getting an impression. I don't know if I want to read some of the impressions they're going to talk about me or say about me, but they're getting an impression. And by the same token, I'm going to ask you questions to also get an impression, get an idea what you think about. And that's what's important. It's important that I do that because it's the way we are able to determine whether we think you're a good fit, whether the prosecutor thinks you're a good fit. And that's part of the overall process of doing this jury voir dire. Juror number 56, you were nodding your head. Is there something you would like to offer in regards to that?
No, just agreeing
You're
with the
agreeing.
process.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to go into a couple of different areas, and please don't, again, don't read into this one way or the other. Just, again, I think what we're trying to do is be able to build a relationship between myself and all of you folks so that we can be open and honest and free about what our thoughts are without worrying about what people might think. Because quite frankly, I don't care what any of these people think. I could care less, and that may hurt some of their feelings. But I do want to know what you folks think. It's important, and the state wants to know what you folks think, and it's important because all of us agree that in the end, the state's entitled to a fair and unbiased jury. Would everybody agree with that? You could raise your things, not your hands, just your numbers. I'm sorry, folks. I just want to thank you. Thank you. And would all of you agree that Mr. Daybell is entitled to a fair, unbiased jury? Okay, thank you. And on that note, I'd like to start out by asking you folks, is there anybody right now who thinks that Mr. Daybell is guilty or is probably guilty?
Me.
Okay.
He's fucking guilty. Of course he is.
And that's juror number 48, was it not?
Let's hear it, juror 48. I want to ask him about it. Let's talk to juror 48.
Now, juror number 48, is that going to impact your ability to make a determination as to, in the end, whether or not Mr. Daybell is guilty, going into this process with the idea that you believe or possibly believe that Mr. Daybell is guilty? No. Okay. You're going to be able to be unbiased?
Yes.
Okay. And let's talk about that because that leads into the next area that I'd like to talk to you folks a little bit about bias. Is there anybody who doesn't understand what the word bias means? No hands. Okay. What about the words impartial? Does everybody know what the words impartial means? Yes? No?
Kinda.
Okay. Okay. Juror number 41. When you say kind of, what is your 30? Okay.
Sorry, guys. I got to fast forward that because I worry that that's going to be a problem.
Is that concept something that, just the fact that I bring it up, is that somehow offending you or causing you concern that I would bring a statement up like that?
No, I absolutely believe there are good cops and bad cops.
Okay. And in that instance, when we're talking about officers, that police officers are no different than every ordinary citizens, right?
Correct.
And they're susceptible to the same influences and the same manipulations that other people are susceptible to, right?
Yes, correct.
And when you're talking about a criminal case, and you're talking about a law enforcement officer, what do you see as the role in that case?
The same as all of us, seeking the truth and believing the truth without a bias.
Okay. What if they have an agenda in advance of the investigation of cases? Would that cause you concern?
If the police officer has an agenda, yes, that would have a bias then.
Okay. And as far as a role in a case, would you agree with me that a police officer's role in a case is to investigate the facts and report the facts?
Absolutely.
Is there anybody who disagrees with that? Nobody disagrees with that? What about a police officer or an agency that decides to aid in supporting one side or the other and pushing their own agenda? Is that problematic for anybody? Raise your hand if you think that's problematic. Or raise your cards. I'm sorry, Judge, I just brought cards. So nobody disagrees with that. So when you hear evidence of that, is there anybody who causes pause for concern as to how they evaluate the bias of that particular police officer? In other words, if you hear that a police officer has an agenda, that he's pursuing a situation where they're trying to develop the fact that someone is guilty rather than investigating the case. In other words, they found their target. Okay? And I don't want to get into.
May we approach?
Yes.
We got an approachal. We can fast forward because we're behind. Also, next time they go to audio only with that shit on there, I'll put up Shannon's infographic so I don't have to fast forward it. Try to not avoid future.
So I've been talking to you folks a little bit about bias.
Mr. Pryor, I apologize for the interruption. We did have a note here. We're having a request. These jurors have actually been here for quite some time. Request for a restroom break. We're going to permit that at this time. So we'll take about a 20-minute recess in time for the jurors to use restrooms if they need. We'll come back on the record once that mid-morning break is concluded. Please rise for the jurors.
All right, wait.
I wish they would say what time.
Back closer.
You can leave them there on the chairs, yeah.
All right, so they're on a break. All right, they're on a break, folks. They're on a break. Let me put up the graphic. And actually, I could post this graphic so all the Super Bowls and Patreons will get this graphic. I will post it. Let me try to do that right now. What a chat today, folks. Thanks, everyone, so much for being here. If you're new, welcome. This is kind of what we do, folks. We watch trials together. We try to make the best out of them because there are some horrific details, and we, of course, always think about the victims, and we don't take that lightly. But at the same time, you know, we try to have a balance between taking care of our mental health, watching the channel, watching the trial, and talking to each other, etc. So it was 20 minutes, but it was like I was behind, so I'm not sure how far behind. But let me post this graphic so people can have it. Create, post, image. Where is it? Select from your computer. There it is. Chad Day. I will post this on Patreon. Thanks everyone for being here. There we go. All right. If you are a Super Bowl, you just got the graphic if you want to take a look at it. And I will post it on Patreon too. Thanks for being here. Again, folks, I did not plan on doing this. I was going to show some body cam footage, which I did show. However, they're showing the process of voir dire or voir dire, whatever you want to call it. And it's kind of interesting so far. So we are watching it. It should be about, I mean, they say a week to 2 weeks. So based on John Pryor, it might be fucking 3 weeks. I guess we'll see. This is the first round of jurors that are in there. All right, now it's on Patreon too. Patreon Super Bowls all have access to this graphic. Thank you, Whisker. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Hi, Linda Lou. It really is wild, Missy. Lori Vallow, they just released the audio in the evening. And not this case. This case is going to be fully streamed, including the jury selection, which is pretty interesting. Jen says, so glad my Mormon underwear comment carried this morning. Yeah, we got into it, folks. We got into it. Talked about some magic underwear, talked about some soaking, some new business opportunities. I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about? We got a little. By the way, again, they are on Mountain Daylight Time, whatever you want to call it. So I personally am on Eastern Standard Time, so that's 2 hours behind me. Is anyone actually from Idaho in the chat? Anyone from Idaho or nearby? I feel like we have someone who is very close to it. Linda Lou, what did you miss, man? Linda, you missed you missed quite a lot, but not in reference to the case so much. Yes. Pryor is not dialing it in. If you missed Lori's trial, her what's his name? What the hell is his name? What am I blank? I always blank on his name. Lori Vallow's attorney was like sleepwalking. But Pryor is gonna, and Lori Hellis, when she came on, discussed it. He's gonna put on a vigorous defense. Archibald, right? Is it Archibald? Archibald? Or do I have that wrong? We're just waiting here for them to come back to break for the jurors as they continue. Jury selection. Yay! Vicky Corner says, "Hey Jay, took the day off today, so I get to listen to you live. Love your channel. That's amazing, Vicky. Thank you so much for being here." Guys, soak break. The jury just needed a little bit of break, and they're going to continue the jury selection. The state has asked some questions of the jurors, and now the defense is asking questions. Any more fan mail? Well, I did play the fan that I turned to Now We're Friends, but I forget. Do I have another fan mail? Let me see. Let me check my fan mail folder. Did I get? I assume I did. People were angry at me. Let's see. Fan. But I feel like I may have shared all my fan mail. But let's see. I shared the Pasty Bitch one. If you guys didn't see it, this was a good one. Pasty Bitch. Because I called Charlie Adelson a pasty bitch, and someone said, "You're a pasty bitch as well." Weird insult for you to use. Oh, I have actually. I do have a fan mail. I have a person who announced their departure. Oh, I got a couple fan mail. All right, I could do fan mail. Let me add these to the channel. Let me add these. Let's go to show you guys. There's a lengthy message I got from someone who decided to announce their departure, so I can share that one. Hold on. Let's go to my desktop. Fan mail. This was Whoa. This is, well, I made a mistake. Hold on. This is how long this message is. Hold on. All right. You ready for this, guys? This is regarding Tato. This is a person who decided to announce their departure. Oh, but I didn't play my fan mail song, so I got to play the fan mail song while we wait for the jury selection to continue. Here's my song. Oh, no, I don't have the sound effect on.
We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. Wonder who it's from.
All right, here we go. I enjoy your videos. You guys are going to like this. I enjoy your videos. Your coverage of the Dan Markel murder trials have been very good. I was catching up on your previous videos and came across your coverage of Luis Rivera's testimony. This is a man who can't read or write, a man who chose to lose his birthright as a Latin King gang leader by choosing to tell the truth in several murder trials, a man who, as a result, has a price on his head orchestrated by the very gang. This is someone typed this whole thing out that he once led. A man who is the, and by the way, this is a short message. I get longer than this. A man who was the only person involved in this murder for hire who got dragged into the situation and repeatedly offered alternatives to murdering Dan Markel. Let's rob the lady who was going to pay for the hit rather than murder her ex-husband, but to no avail. This is a man who has testified in 3 murder trials so far and repeatedly has been verbally attacked by defense attorneys who clearly were trying to stop him from telling the truth in the most brutal ways. All right, here we go. And here's where it gets good. Yet the horrific way he was treated by the defense attorneys was outdone by the way you laughed at Luis Rivera because of his drawing of a bridge. Not only did you laugh at him, but you encourage your viewers to laugh at him. I am disappointed in your character. A whole year of uploading videos, all of the research you have done, all undone by your treatment of the man described above. Back in the day, he would have ordered a hit on you for the way you ridiculed him, but he gave all that up. As a result, arrogant defense attorneys and people like you can verbally attack him and make fun of him without consequences. Accept the consequence of losing subs and viewers who would not treat another person the way you treated Mr. Rivera. Apparently, you are very proud of yourself. At least one sub lost today. Bye, Ocean Girl 505. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. What was Dizzy's thing? Don't. Oh, I forget what was Dizzy had a good one.
Bye. Well. Bye.
By the way, folks, if you're new to my channel, I have nothing wrong with Tato. I mean, Tato obviously is not a, Tato helped, and I've said it all along that Tato was credible, and they should have listened to him, although he was involved, I'm sure, But if you did not laugh at that fucking picture that he drew of a bridge, then I don't know what to tell you. Then I don't know what you're doing with your life. That was hilarious, and I feel I have no bad feelings about laughing at that picture because it was fucking hilarious. Now I gotta find it because it's so hilarious. This fucking map that Tato drew for the feds to try to find the gun. I hope I can find it for folks. That it was hilarious and it needed to be laughed at. I'm sorry. Not sorry for laughing at that. So that was my fan mail. By the way, we're still waiting for jury selection here. Can I find this clip? Please, Jay, find the clip so the people can see this fucking map that Tato drew. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It took me forever to find that fucking map, and I could never find it. I can't find it. Dang. I'll try to find it. If anyone can find it, let me know, but I can't freaking find it. It's the most hilarious drawing ever made. Where? I even wrote it down once. It's so far back. The only place I can think of is in my TikToks. I remember I made a TikTok of it. I'm trying to find it. No, I can't find it. All right. Anyway, here's a second fan mail I got. Here's a second one I got, and that was this one. Oh no, I already played this one. That's not the one I want. Hold on. My other fan mail is this one. Here it is. Good video. Just don't put the immature inserted dialogue in from movies. Far too childish. Good video. Just don't put the immature inserted dialogue from movies, etc. Far too childish. To which I respond, pass. So that was my other fan mail. I want to find this freaking. I feel like I wrote the timestamp down. No, I can't find it. Shocking, I can't find it in these notes that are so... Oh, we're back. Waiting to start. I found it. I found it. I found it. All right, you guys ready? Here's the...
All right, great.
Hold on. Hold on, Judge. We have to show everyone the map that Tato drew, that this lady was so mad that I drew a picture of. Who's ready to see it? Who's ready to see? Who's ready to see the fucking map that Tato drew?
Find the murder weapon in this case.
Hold on.
Yes, you drew this.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Here it is. Here it is, folks.
Now, let's talk about the amount of time.
This is the map he drew. It's of a bridge. He drew this for the feds to find a gun. They were like, draw us a map for where you could try it to find a gun. And I think he was trolling them.
2016.
Even if he wasn't, it's hilarious.
In fact, you only went out a couple of times, a couple of days, a couple of hours to look for this gun, right?
I don't remember a couple of times, but I don't remember.
Was it less than that?
If you're looking for someone to not make fun of this fucking map, you are on the wrong channel. Oh, I lost a sub for making fun of this map. It was a sad day for me. I mean, I couldn't draw better, to be honest with you. But anyway, all right. Sorry. Let's continue.
Now go back, Your Honor. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record. Mr. Pryor, you can continue with your voir dire examination. You may.
Before I get into a different topic, do any of you folks know each other? Nobody knows each other? Yeah. And again, remind me, in terms of media viewing, how many of you have seen anything on whether it's the internet, TV, anything like that? Just raise your cards if you've seen anything. Okay, thank you. One of the instructions that the court is going to give you is that it talks about what a conspiracy is. And the state talked a little bit about that. The prosecuting attorney, I think, but please forgive me, I believe it was Ms. Blake, talked to you folks a little bit about that. And one of the things in order to have a conspiracy per the court's instructions, and this is what the judge is going to give you as rules, okay, is that there needs to be an agreement. There needs to be an agreement. Is there anybody who doesn't understand what an agreement is? Okay. Juror number 219. Sorry.
how do you define what an agreement is?
Hard to define without using the word agreement. Basically, you're understanding the same thing. An individual that you are working with on.
Juror number 11, we haven't picked on you, and I apologize if we picked on you. Okay, that's okay. But what do you think an agreement is? How would you define an agreement?
I would define an agreement as two or more parties formally agreeing to something or seeing like one another and formally, planning something together.
Is there anybody who disagrees with that? How about hands of showing me anybody who agrees? Hands or cards, whatever you feel. So if I understand it, 394, did you put your card up or hand up? I'm sorry. Okay, so you think that there needs to be a formal arrangement. How is that arrangement set out? Is it in words to each other saying, we agree that this is what we're going to do? Is that how that you reach a formal agreement?
I think it varies based on the situation. I think it can be formal, it can be verbal, non-verbal, just depends on the situation.
Okay, but there has to be some, I don't want to use fancy words, and I tend to speak very simply. It has to be some kind of a statement or something that says, yeah, we're all in on this, right? Juror number 27, what are your thoughts on that? I'm the one who struggles with technology.
Yes.
I'm telling you right now, if I was on the potential jury, and I was sitting there, I would have that like pit in my stomach, like I used to have in school, like that someone was going to pick on me, that my teacher was going to pick on me, and now I got to talk in front of the class. I got to talk in front of all these people and fucking define agreement without using the word agree. I don't know if I could do it. And now
I would agree with that. I think based on what you're coming to agreement of, there might be different protocol.
Okay.
But I believe your word is your word, regardless of what that protocol is. Okay. So if you're coming to an agreement, then you are to agreement. That's your word. That's your contract, essentially.
Okay. And we're going to work our way down to juror number 31, and she's smiling. She looks like she's ready to let me know her opinion, so I'll give you this chance.
No. It's a nervous smile.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you're too nervous, we can pass the mic on. In fact, folks, if it gets to the point where you're too nervous and you just don't want to say anything, this is like a game. Just pass it on to the next person.
No, I'm okay. It's this game that I don't.
I'd pass that thing like a hot fucking potato.
Agreement. I think too as verbal, but sometimes it's a written agreement.
Okay.
Not necessarily. I agree to that or agree because even though you say it, doesn't mean it's for sure.
Right.
Or if it's written down, a signature or something that I feel like you can't get out of that agreement now.
So if people are just talking about topics, that doesn't necessarily mean it's an agreement, does it?
No.
There has to be some, and I'm going to use a fancy word because I'm surprised to you, I went to law school. And the one thing they do to us is they try to put fancy words in our mouth. So I'm going to use this fancy word, then I'm going to ask you to maybe explain it in what I think are simpler words. But they say you have to manifest a desire to agree. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Pass it on to our friend number 41. What do you think? An agreement. What constitutes an agreement? Would you turn that on? I'm sorry. Aside from that being technologically advanced, I can't hear very well either.
So, okay. But everything they've all said that you agree with is between people and.
Okay. So you generally agree that there has to at least be some sort of arrangement or understanding between all of the parties that this is what you're doing. Does it have to be really clear? Or can it be, well, I'm not sure. There was...
We approach.
Well, in the interest of time, Ms. Blake, is there objection the state has?
Your Honor, the state's position would be he's misstating the law and what the, at least the IPG would be. In this case, of course, we don't have the specific instruction from this court, but I think he's confusing the elements of this particular crime.
At this point, Mr. Pryor, I am concerned that we're delving into court instruction here and outside the scope of what Rule 24B permits on juror qualification. And so I would ask that we move on from definitions of what an agreement may be in the case. The jury will be instructed on that issue.
And Judge, can I respond to that objection just so we have a clear record?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, the state took some time to talk to the jurors about, speaking honestly and straightforward and all of that. And I think, quite frankly, I'm allowed to go into at least what their understanding is. These folks are going to be providing jury instructions. And those jury instructions, at least from my perspective, I can ask them how they would understand and interpret that. So I'm, all due respect to the court, I disagree with that.
All right. Well, I stand by the ruling. The instructions will clearly.
With all due respect to the court, shut your face and ask an actual jury question, you dope.
Delineate the elements of any crimes charged in the case the evidence may show. And I think this is going beyond the scope of proper voir dire. So if you move on to another topic, Mr. Pryor.
Is there anyone here who can promise me that they will review the entire evidence before they make a decision? Please raise your cards up. Is there anybody here who thinks that they just need to look at the prosecutor's evidence, and if they've already figured out what they feel on that, that they don't, it's really not necessary to listen to my evidence? Anybody agree with that? Okay. All right. Judge, I think that's all I might have at this point. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Honor. Folks, thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. We'll move on at this point. We are going to have some individual questioning of jurors. I did want to return back around with a question or two of my own, going back to juror 296. We talked a little bit about hardship. You've raised a couple of different things. I'm sorry, juror 394. Apologies. There's you've got an important trip planned the very first week of June. Is that correct? All right. You've also made some concerns about your work situation on the June trip. I guess on each of those points, number one, I don't know that we'll have an opportunity to go back and, for example, check with employers, find out what that answer is. We'll kind of need to know today whether you're in or out potentially as a juror. So we really need to go on the information we've got now. The second point I guess I'd make is if this case is going longer than anticipated and we're getting up to June, do you believe that would become a severe distraction for you if you started thinking you were not going to be able to attend this vacation, or do you think you could possibly set that aside?
Yeah, I wouldn't consider the vacation a hardship. I would really focus on the case. So.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. So I appreciate your response on that. With that in mind, then, at this point, we are going to conduct some individual voir dire. And
so that kind of just maybe put things a little into perspective here. If you kind of take a step back and think about it, if this case potentially goes to the end of May/June, you know what that means, right? July, August, September, Donna Adelson's trial. We are not that far away, folks. September. We are not that far away.
We've got a process. You're the first group we're doing this with, so we've thought it through, but the process will be to have jurors remain one at a time. And so you'll cycle in and out of the room while we have one juror remain for this individual section of our questioning. At this point, then, we'll go ahead and start with probably the lowest numbers starting first. So juror 27 will remain for some more individual voir dire. The additional remaining jury in the panel will be excused for a moment while I talk to them, and we'll go in that order.
All right, please. All right, referee, please come over here.
This is 11. I saw the empty seat there and thought one had been excused.
Oh, wow. Now's the part where they're by themselves. Individual questioning. Also intimidating.
Knowledge. And we do have.
And we're back, almost back to live.
All right, juror number 11. We do have, I believe, a response in here. You've got some knowledge of this case previously. I don't know that you raised any concern as it relates to a possible hardship. So at this time, I just asked for counsel, beginning with the state and then the defense, to make any inquiries you think are necessary in order to go into the issue of potential bias from pretrial exposure. Who's going to be doing that for the state?
I will be on this particular juror with juror number 11.
Just imagine they ask a juror if they've had previous knowledge of the case, and they say, "Well, I was watching The Shaming of Jay."
Okay.
That'll never
Thank
happen.
you.
But
so, Ms.
imagine.
Blake, if you'd like to confine the response or your voir dire to that topic of potential bias, and then I'll allow the defense, and then we'll move on to questions on death penalty responses after that, and I'll have my own question.
And Your Honor, with
I was watching The Shaming of Jay. I learned about soaking.
in regards to juror number 11, the state's only real questions are going to be regarding hardship. We just wanted to clarify a few things. And I will indicate there was no hardship listed, just with some of the responses. We just wanted to verify a few things.
Okay, you can go ahead and inquire on whatever topics then, Ms. Blake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror number 11, it's my understanding you have a brand new baby, 3 months old.
Yes, I do.
And then you also work. And I know that you indicated no hardship. I just wanted to clarify with you, do you work nights?
Work early mornings.
Okay, so coming here by 8 to get started at 8:30, or maybe even sometimes a little before 8, would that create any kind of a hardship for you?
Not immediately, though.
And when you say not immediately, just so I'm clear with you, and I apologize to put you on the spot here, in not immediately, would you be good for a full 10 weeks or for the expected duration of the trial?
Yes, I can mix it.
And do you think your employer will work with you on that?
I have talked with my employer about it, and the transition will be a little difficult, but we could work out a compromise.
And it sounds like they're willing to work with you then from your conversations?
Correct.
And then with that 3-month-old at home, do you have any concerns if you were to be sequestered for a period of time?
It would be difficult being away from family, especially with a young child at home like that, but if it is required, as it is my civic duty, I would be able to make it work.
I just wanted to verify that with you, because I know sometimes people don't mark a hardship down because they try to compare themselves to other people's situations. So I just wanted to make sure that that was going to work for you. And then just to clarify with you, my notes from the questionnaire that you filled out was that you really didn't have any prior knowledge of this case. Is that correct?
Correct. I just heard about it in rumor.
That's all the questions that the state has. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Pryor, you can inquire on voir dire. No, there was a bit of a mention of some pre-case knowledge, as well as those hardship issues. If you'd like to inquire on those two topics, then we'll move on to questions as it relates to the death penalty.
My notes say that you saw media. Did you hear about this by way of media or not?
I came across it just looking through the news, but I never delved any deeper than glancing at it.
Okay, and please forgive me, I don't mean to delve into your personal affairs. Would it be a financial hardship for you to support your family being off for 10 weeks?
It would be difficult. I'm still communicating with my employer about their policies with jury pay, but if it was unpaid, yes, it would be a financial hardship.
And that's really what I want to get into, is that, we all have an obligation to members of the jury and serve.
Mr. Ryan, the microphone.
And I'm sorry. Is that better? No. We all have an obligation to serve, but if it gets to the point where you feel like this is going to be a terrible financial hardship and you're going to have to struggle financially, at that point, this is not supposed to be something that imposes a significant burden on you. And what I'm understanding is that if your employer, I know your employer, I know where you work, we don't need to get into that, but if that employer doesn't pay you for more than a week, this is going to be a significant financial burden on you, isn't it?
Yes, it would.
And it's going to be difficult for you to make your expenses and your needs to provide for your family.
Correct.
Okay. So we're sort of banking on the fact that if your employer doesn't give us the right answer, you're going to be in a different situation. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree. It does bank on what my employer does say.
Okay, and at this point, I don't need you to be noble. None of us should be noble. I feel like if someone had asked me to take 10 weeks away, yeah, I think I could do it. But if it's going to be a situation where you're going to have to, after 10 weeks, you're going to have to play catch up and you're going to have collectors and things like that, that's not being noble. I mean, I think at this point, if you really feel that this is going to be a financial hardship, if your employer doesn't give you the correct answer, I consider that a hardship. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
Judge, I'm going to vote for cause. I think this young man is being honorable, but the reality is that he doesn't know what his employer is going to say. And quite frankly, it's going to be a financial hardship. And now's the time to resolve this rather than waiting until we get into the next round.
Response from the state on the challenge for cause?
Your Honor, with that additional explanation and information, the state has no objection.
All right, well, juror number 11, the court will agree with counsel agreeing as well. Your attitude is very much appreciated by the court and your willingness to serve. Congratulations on your new family. I hope things continue to go well for you at work. And at this point, just given the length of this trial and your situation, it is a concern that you may face an undue financial hardship. So you will be excused and the court will support the strike for cause on a hardship basis for juror number 11. So that will conclude your jury service today. Thank you for coming in.
Good try, buddy, but you still got to change diapers and not get a good night's sleep for the next 18 years.
If you bring in juror number 27 next. Juror 27, we're going to conduct an additional individual voir dire with you concerning issues of either bias or hardship, both of which were mentioned in the questionnaire. Although the hardship was checked as a no, and you potentially have a vacation starting June 15th, it looks like. The question of prior case knowledge is something I think we need to explore a little more outside the presence of other jurors. So I'll begin again with the state. If you'd like to conduct any additional voir dire as it relates to pretrial publicity or bias, you can do that, and then I'll allow the defense.
And just to start, juror 27, have you ever lived in Florida? Okay.
No.
And so this may seem like a strange question, but just to double check, have you ever been charged with a crime in Florida?
No, I have not.
Okay. All right. In your questionnaire, you mentioned that you've seen some headlines.
Correct.
But you didn't really read, if I read this accurately? You just looked at the headlines and didn't really research the case.
No, I never clicked on the headlines to read any details. Just
Okay.
saw headlines.
So you knew that something was going on, but you didn't know the details.
Correct.
Sometimes headlines can be, for lack of a better word, loaded with a lot of information, maybe designed to make you want to read it. Was there anything in those headlines that may have biased you towards this defendant?
No, sir. Don't think I could make a judgment based on a media headline.
Okay. And so, whatever you did see in those headlines, you can commit to this court and to this defendant and to the people of Vallow that you can set aside whatever you saw in those headlines and give this defendant a blank slate for this trial.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions on media exposure. If the court wants us to go into that penalty section at all right now, or later?
I'll do an inquiry on that starting and then allow you questions as well. I guess the only question I had while we've got you here is the vacation starting June 15th. We're scheduled to be done at that time, but if this were running long, would that start causing you some great concern if you were potentially going to miss that?
No, there is a vacation on the 24th that would cause me concern, but the one on the 15th is flexible. It could be moved.
Okay, that's the only question I had on that. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to inquire as it relates to bias, you can do that, and then we'll move on to questions regarding the death penalty.
And ma'am, the concern that it's much like a number of the other folks, there are 4 kids at home. And forgive me, I can't remember the ages of those kids. Younger kids?
My children, my oldest is 12, and then I have 10, and then I have twins who are 8.
Oh, my Atlanta.
Are you the one primarily responsible for taking care of those kids?
You could say that my husband works from home, so he is around always.
So there is some flexibility.
If you hear that the tires screeching, that's the husband driving to the fucking courtroom being like, do not let her on this fucking jury.
There is some flexibility, yes. I homeschool my kids part-time and they go to a program part-time, but my husband's always home and he's very involved in the homeschool process.
They're homeschooled too? Oh.
So he could take over at least for 10 weeks the homeschool. I saw that in the file. I couldn't remember exactly what the age of the children were. But I saw that there was a homeschool issue. I don't recall seeing that you were going to take that over. That's something you folks can work through.
Yeah, I mean, it would take some logistics and compromise, but it's definitely doable.
Okay. All right, now, Judge, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That's the husband knocking on the door, the courtroom door.
So juror number 27, the next topic we're going to discuss as it relates to capital punishment, which is a factor in this case. The first question I guess I'll begin with is,
And here's what it would sound like if it was me and Shannon potentially had to go. This is what it would sound like outside the courtroom if Shannon had to potentially go on jury duty for 10 weeks. That would be me.
do you recall answering, and you do have a copy of the questionnaire there, but these questions on part 5 of our questionnaire called attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you remember answering those questions?
Yes, I do.
And to your best recollection, are all of your answers in the questionnaire still true and accurate about how you feel about that today?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, juror number 27, it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. In this case, looking through your questionnaire, you indicated that you are in support of the death penalty. Is that still accurate?
Sure.
I'm going to read another statement to you now. Remember, any penalty you consider should be done as if it is absolute and will be carried out in this case. Your conscientious, religious, or other objections to the death penalty are not grounds for you to be excused as a juror. Do you understand that?
I understand.
Okay. And based on your responses, would you be in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder has been committed, or would you follow any instructions given by the court as to whether or not it should be applied?
Follow the directions of the court.
Okay, so you're not saying you believe it should be imposed or you would vote for it in any case?
Do not believe that is the result of any case, correct?
All right, having considered then the responses in the questionnaire here, the court is going to pass over voir dire for any additional questioning from the state at this time, and then I'll allow the defense to voir dire on that issue.
Your Honor, the state doesn't have any further questions.
All right, Mr. Pryor, any questions?
Judge, would the court prefer that I be up at the podium, or are we okay for me to sit here?
You're fine to remain seated as long as you talk into the mic.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, there's no wrong answer when it comes to people's feelings about the death. Everybody has an opinion, and everybody's entitled to their opinion. You can agree with that. Do you not?
I agree.
Okay. One of the areas that caused me to look at your particular profile, and nothing more, but in your case, you have 4 relatively young children. If you were to hear testimony that related to the death of young children, would that cause you to react in a way that would say, there are children involved here? It has to be the death.
No, honestly, age doesn't. The death of anybody is sad. I don't believe that I would be affected just because of age.
Okay, and on the same token, if someone's immediately convicted of a charge such like this, is that an automatic for you for the death penalty?
No, not me personally, no.
Do you start at the death penalty and say, well, I'll look at other things, but it's been a murder, so we're starting at the death penalty and then we're going to work backwards?
No.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I just have a final question then for juror 27. So as we get into that section of the case, are you committed that you would hold the government to its proof in this case if that was the instruction you were provided?
Lily.
All right, thank you. Juror number 27, you can go ahead and return to the jury room there with the bailiff, and we will next have juror number 31, Rod.
And we're back live, folks. We're back live. If you missed it, we are watching the actual jury selection for Chad Daybell. I did not know this was going to be streaming, and we are watching it. This is the first group that they have called in, and we've released some jurors. They've released some jurors.
All right, juror number 31 is now seated. The court's going to take just a moment to briefly review again the questionnaire.
Yeah, that's fair. We talked about a lot of things, a lot of things today. And they're going to be going to.
All right, the court has determined an individual voir dire to be appropriate for this juror number 31. This particular juror has some knowledge of the case, which we'll discuss with you here individually. I'll allow questioning on that. There's also a potential personal knowledge of one of the participants in the trial being my staff attorney. And then in terms of hardship, there was nothing there. So I guess let's start with questioning in terms of any potential bias. And after that, we'll move on to questions as it relates to the death penalty and her responses in the questionnaire. So just as an outset, you do have a copy of your questionnaire there with you. Are all of the questions that you answered and your responses, including on the section of your attitudes regarding the death penalty, are those answers still true and accurate to the best of your knowledge here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, with that in mind, I'll allow the state to inquire first as it relates to any possible bias, then the defense, then we can move on to questions relating to the death penalty. Ms. Blake or Mr. Wood?
It's me, Your Honor. Ms. Beatty.
Ms. Beatty, sorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning. I want to talk to you briefly about some of the media exposure in this case. You mentioned in your questionnaire that you had seen this case on the news.
Yes.
Yes. And you also mentioned at one point there was a question on page 19. Has any of your possible exposure to news reporting caused you to form an opinion about the defendant's guilt or innocence? And you had written that you weren't sure. I believe you wrote, "I don't know." Can you kind of talk to me a little bit about that?
Because what I have seen and when this all started, I saw, I was there. But until I actually see the evidence and hear more of the background of why I didn't, that's when I feel like I will know more than just what I've seen on TV.
Okay. Well, that kind of leads into my next question, because you had also mentioned that you were hoping that you got to hear the correct story from them both. And so during this trial, you're going to be instructed by the judge that the state, the prosecution, has the burden of proof, and the defendant does not actually have to testify at all. That's the state's burden of proof.
Right.
And so is that something that would trouble you?
No.
Okay. And would you be able to set aside what you've heard in this case on the media and just let the defendant start with this clean slate presumption of innocence and wait until you've heard the evidence to make a decision?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then just briefly, in the hardship portion, there was a question about being sequestered, and you mentioned that you have concerns. Is that something you'd be comfortable talking a little bit about or elaborating on?
What one was that?
I believe it was on page 21, and it was a question about being sequestered.
Wait, are they talking about sequestering the jury the entire time?
And you had written, the question was, would any potential sequestration pose an unmanageable hardship for you? And your answer had been, maybe away from home overnight, I do have concerns.
Okay. So yeah, I didn't know. A long time away from home is just a long time from home.
Sure.
My husband's on disability, but we're just so used to doing everything together 24/7, where I just thought, gosh, weeks after weeks after weeks not seeing him, that'd be hard. But I mean, I would do it. That was just kind of my.
And does your husband have a disability that requires you to care physically?
No.
Okay.
No.
I don't believe I have any other questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor?
It's difficult for me to think of a person who would not have an issue with being sequestered for 10 fucking weeks. I mean, I hate going out anywhere and just stay home, but like, that's a long time.
Yeah, I only have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
I only have a couple of questions. I wouldn't be able to do without. I saw on your questionnaire, and I'm talking page 7, the bottom of page 7. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Under part 4, number 1, question A. Oh my gosh, that's a mouthful. It says, do you feel that a defendant should be required to testify? You yes. Could you elaborate on that a little bit just for me, just so I understand?
Answering this in last week, and then listening to the different things that they really don't need to testify, that I feel like if I heard him testify, I don't know if it'd make change my mind whether he's guilty or not guilty. I'm aware that he probably won't say anything that I learned today. So it probably would not matter at this point.
But when you marked it,
Yeah, I marked it yes.
it should be required. What I'm concerned about is not what you're hearing today. It's just that when the case is submitted to you and it's all over with, are you going to be able to look beyond that opinion of yours and say, well, I originally said, I think he ought to testify because I really want to hear what he has to say. But I guess that you can understand that can be a concern.
Right.
Right. And that's a legitimate concern. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess I'm just sort of wondering if you'd be able to look beyond that and say, okay, I don't need him to testify. I can evaluate the evidence as it's presented to me without hearing from him. Would that be fair to say?
That's fair.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then lastly, under B, right underneath that one, you said, question was, do you feel that a defendant who does not testify is probably guilty or has something to hide? And you marked yes. So I understand you said you could look beyond that. I guess my concern is that do you still believe that if he doesn't testify, or that if any defendant doesn't testify, maybe they're hiding something or they must be guilty?
I should have put no, because reading that now, no.
Okay, and I understand the stress of being in these situations. You know, you're trying to get this done and you've got a million things on your mind, and maybe are you suggesting you just overlooked it? Or
Yeah, I probably didn't read it correctly.
Okay.
So.
Okay. So, and then finally, again, and I don't want to get on too much into your husband's disability. Would it be fair to say that he's you're his emotional support in terms of being home with him, and that there would be some sort of loss of emotional support for you not to be with him for what could amount 10 weeks, almost every day of the week, exception of Saturday and Sunday? Is that going to be a hardship? I guess I really want you to be focused on this case. I really want you to take the time to read everything and be clear about what you're reviewing. Mm-hmm. And what I'm really concerned about when I hear about family members who have to struggle with disabilities. It's a terrible thing to have to deal with. I just want to make sure that you're going to be able to focus and you're not going to be overly concerned about your husband and because this is going to be a 10-week job for you.
Right.
And it's a significant job.
Right.
We're
I
here
understand that.
We're here on a very serious situation. I guess I want to make sure that you're going to be okay, because ultimately it really needs to be whether or not you're okay. It doesn't need to be whether I'm okay or these 4 prosecutors over here are okay. It really comes down to whether you're going to be okay. I just want to make sure that you're okay.
I'm okay. Yeah.
Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. At this point then, Juror 31, I'd like to just turn to the topic raised in part 5 of this questionnaire, and it's titled Attitudes Regarding the Death Penalty. I'll walk through a couple of your answers with you here. You did say that you support or oppose the death penalty. You said oppose. And then, do you feel your views on the death penalty would prevent or substantially impair your ability to view the facts impartially? You said no. And the next question, would your views on the death penalty prevent or substantially impair your ability to return a guilty verdict of first-degree murder, even if the state had proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt? You also said no. So in this case, it may well be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. So looking at your responses there, I'll first let you know that any penalty you consider should be done as if it is absolute and will be carried out in this case. Your conscientious, religious, or other objections to the death penalty are not grounds for you to be excused as a juror. Do you understand that statement?
Right, yes, I do.
Okay. So going back to your answer then, having thought about it, although you may be opposed to the death penalty, you've also indicated it would not prevent you from either rendering a verdict if the state proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you still feel that way?
Yes,
All right. And you've also said it would not substantially impair your ability to view the facts impartially. Do you still stand by that answer?
yes,
Okay, so even if you have a personal view opposed to the death penalty, do you believe you would be able to set aside your own view here and follow the law and instructions given to you by the court in this case if you were instructed that you had to consider that penalty?
yes, sir.
Okay, that will conclude the court's line of questioning as it relates to her responses on the death penalty topic. The state may inquire on that issue at this time.
Yeah.
All right, does the defense have any questions for the juror on that?
No, Your Honor, I appreciate your inquiry.
Okay, that will conclude then the individual voir dire of juror number 3-1. You can return to the jury room there, and we'll have the bailiff next bring in juror number 41.
Bob's here. Bob, they're actually showing voir dire, Bob. We are back to live, folks. We are back to live.
All right, juror number 41 has returned for individual voir dire with the court and counsel. There's a couple of topics I'd like to begin with. Topic of hardship, which the juror mentioned of potential vacation plans May 30th, and also then some information about the case, so potentially bias based on pretrial publicity. If the state would like to inquire on those topics at this time, we'll move forward there and then see if we need to get into additional topics after that.
Before I hear okay?
Yes.
Bring that. I just want to call your attention. Do you have your question with you? So I might just direct you to your question.
If you didn't know, folks, when Bob did voir dire, he would ask all the jurors if they were subscribed to Defense Diaries, and if they were not, he would immediately eject them. They were not allowed to participate.
I'm sorry. I've lost my voice. I'll try to stay closer. So, ma'am, I'm just going to direct you to your question and kind of help us in this process. I might invite you to turn to page 20 of your questionnaire. Question you had.
Yes.
We noticed a potential hardship in the planned vacation that starts on May 30th. Could you just explain a little bit about that?
Yeah. Yes, on June 1st, I can do that.
Okay, I'm sorry. We can't. Do you have the microphone?
Give that lady a microphone.
Apologies. We've got to pick it up on the record so we can go back later and read what you said. Thank you. Yes, if you'd explain again about your trip, please.
Oh, yes, we checked on June 1st, actually.
I still can't fucking hear her. I still can't hear her.
Yeah, that's a week-long trip.
We come back, we check it on first.
So with respect to that trip that you noted as a potential hardship, if you were selected to be a juror on this case, do you feel like the potential to miss that trip after your jury service goes into that planned time, is that going to be a problem for you, or is this a trip that you could rearrange or reschedule?
Yeah, it's very happy people. It's your own family has taken the time off vacation wise from work, so I guess it's
Okay. And you've actually paid out expenses for this trip already? Yes. Related to personal, a large sum of money that you have to pay for. Excuse me. I next want to call your attention to the section of your questionnaire. I think you'll find on page 7 that deals with your knowledge of the law. Whenever you're there.
Yes.
So I would just like to ask you some questions about your answers that you had given on page 7. I'm actually going to go down to the bottom of the page under part 4, question E. And in that section, you were asked a question: do you believe that a person on trial who does not take the witness stand and deny the crime is probably guilty? And I believe you answered yes. Is that right?
some question.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Yes, some question. Sorry.
Could you explain a little bit more about what you meant by your answer?
I can't hear this lady. What do we?
I can just ask it.
She's a low talker, folks. We got a low talker.
Why do you think someone is necessarily guilty just because they don't want to take the stand?
I really don't know. We talked about that earlier.
Sorry, I can't hear.
I changed.
I'm unable.
Okay. If you could just talk, I'm sorry, and I know it's difficult. And if you need a water.
No, it's one.
Okay, just speak right into the mic, right? On your response, let me just briefly, counsel, let me switch over and let Mr. Pryor maybe ask a couple of follow-up questions on these responses on the general attitudes and knowledge of the law and her belief that maybe somebody ought to be testifying in order to explain their innocence. So, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to question her on that topic, I think we can maybe cut to the chase here on this.
Do I understand Mr. Wixon's not judge?
Yeah, so she's indicated she feels a defendant should be required to testify, is probably guilty if they don't testify. And
yeah, she's going to stay on the jury. See you later, madam.
And if they don't take the witness stand, is probably guilty also. And just to confirm, and again, it's fine. These are, everybody absolutely has the right to their opinions. And that is the way you feel as you sit here today. Is that correct?
Well, you talked to us about that earlier when we were speaking. Jay, what you said about that, and I was thinking of
well, and I guess the question is, do you still hold that belief that really you think someone should be required to testify in order for you to consider their innocence?
Oh, okay. No.
All right, well, I kind of broke things up here. Mr. Wixon, did you have anything further? And then I'll allow Mr. Pryor some additional water. I just want to vet out that particular issue.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, while we're in this topic area, there were just a couple more questions that I'd like to ask in this section. Please bear with me. It's really maybe different questions getting at the same thing, but if you were instructed by the judge that a defendant does not, under our Constitution, have to take the stand, testify, and he can invoke his right to remain silent, are you committed today that if the defendant chose to do that, that you wouldn't hold that against him?
Yes.
I'd like to go ahead and draw your attention down to page 8, please. And I'm going to call your attention to question number 2, and I believe it would be C. On that question, you want to ask, do you feel that the burden of proof should be greater than proof beyond a reasonable doubt, such as proof beyond any possible doubt or proof to an absolute certainty? And frankly, I think you've got both boxes checked. Which box did you intend to check?
Right.
Fair enough. You can be. You can take a moment, certainly.
Yes, it should be proved. But yeah, I mean, it just as easy with the warrant.
Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And in your mind, would that be something different than proof to an absolute certainty? So if the judge gives you an instruction, understanding it can be a difficult concept. If the judge gives you instruction as to what reasonable doubt is, and inherent in that instruction, there may be some room to not absolutely know someone's guilty, but beyond any doubt that you reasonably believe is true. If he gives you that kind of an instruction, is that something that you do to follow?
Yes.
So just one last follow up on that. So you don't require absolute unequivocal proof before you can consider whether or not someone is guilty of a crime. That's fair. And you understand that question?
Yes, yes.
Do you have any other questions about? Ma'am, I know that there were some health related matters in your questionnaire. Can you just tell the court now, are there any health conditions that you have that you think will impact your ability to survive?
Is this lady in her own personal encased fish tank? Why is she underwater?
Jury.
Not really, no. I have bronchiectasis, but it's not. I'm sorry, couldn't hear that. I'm sorry, bronchiectasis, but it's just coughing, clearing the throat. It's fine. You can go for that. No, breathing, it's just fun, but no, other than that, it's nothing. It's nothing that would stop me from being here.
That wouldn't interfere with your day-to-day service on the jury?
No.
Is that something that's fairly treatable? Do you take treatment for it?
It's chronic, so it's just one of those things.
Okay.
I get to live it.
Sorry to hear that.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, folks, this is directly from, well, this isn't, but the judge is doing this, is streaming from his feed. This is long crime because on the judge's feed, you can't even rewind.
This time, we would just
or pause.
Ask that the court consider striking the jury for cause based upon her hardship with her trip. She's indicated she already has this trip on the 9th or 10th week of the trial that she's paid, which there was a fair chunk of money towards the trip. And so we wouldn't want her to miss her trip, lose her money, or be stuck sitting on the jury resenting the fact that she lost her trip. And so we're asking the court to consider striking the cause based on that.
All right, Mr. Pryor, before you get into voir dire, then response to the state's motion to strike for cause based on expressed hardship.
Judge, do I have permission not to stand up?
Yeah, you can remain seated to talk into the mic there.
Oh my god, dude. We already fucking said you could sit down. Why you just fucking talk?
Judge, I agree with this.
I agree with the state judge. I think at this point, I don't want her to miss a family vacation, and I think she ought to be afforded that opportunity.
All right, well, the state has made its motion strike based on cause. So juror number 4-1, court's considered your responses. I will permit you to be excused based on a hardship, given that you've already paid for this planned trip, which is very likely to overlap with our trial schedule. So we very much appreciate you coming in for your service today. Please drop your questionnaire off with the bailiff, and we will move on to our next juror. Thank you.
See you later, Aqua Woman. See you later, Flipper. Back to the ocean.
I believe juror 4-8 will come in next. All right, juror number 48, welcome back to the courtroom. We're going to conduct some additional individual voir dire with you at this time. I'm going to have some questions related to your questionnaire responses, and I'll start there, noting that we are in the process of obtaining jurors who are impartial without any knowledge of the case, which would impact your ability to be fair and fully consider only the evidence here presented at trial. So in response to your questionnaire on page 15, the question was, well, you indicated you followed the cases in the media. There's a question, has that caused you to already form an opinion regarding the guilt or innocence of Chad Guy Daybell in this case? Your answer was yes. If he didn't participate, then he did nothing to prevent what happened. And so I guess beginning there, I'd just like to inquire, do you believe you've already formed some type of opinion potentially regarding the guilt of the defendant here?
Yes.
And would your opinion be different than presumed innocent at this point?
Presumed is the word where I get hung up.
And I guess what I'm wondering is, would you think that you're going to require some evidence to maybe overcome the opinion you've already made?
Yes.
And is the opinion you've made one that you believe the defendant may be or is guilty?
You're asking if that's my opinion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's my opinion.
All right. Briefly then, I think there's a bias here very concerning, that if the state would like to ask any follow-up questions, I'll begin there and then see if the defense wishes to as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have a few follow-up questions.
Okay.
Juror 48, you filled out this questionnaire last week, is that right?
Yes.
And I know there's a lot of questions on it. It's a lengthy questionnaire. And some of the questions you may have noticed kind of restate or ask for some of the same information. I noticed when you filled this out, you indicated that you have served on a jury before.
Yes.
And do you recall that experience?
Yes.
And it was a little bit different because it was a civil case.
Correct.
Do you feel that you were able to carry out your duties on that
Yes.
jury? And on this questionnaire, I also noticed there's a section, and you might recall it, and I think they gave you your questionnaire, and I believe it's page 11. It had a 1 to 5 rating system. And 1 was strongly agree, 2 was agree. And there's quite a few of them, but I noticed on there that when it said I would review all the evidence before I make a decision in this case, you'd indicated a 2 for agree. And I would listen to all the evidence before I make a decision. You also had done a 2 for agree. Would that still be accurate today, that you feel you would listen and review all the evidence before making a final decision?
Yes. I should state, I'm naturally very curious and analytical. to a fault. So,
No, that is fair, and I appreciate that information. And then we've gotten down to the section that the judge was going over with you on the media. And you did indicate that you have seen some media on this, and you've talked to some people from out of state. But I also noted when the question came up of, do you have any knowledge of Chad Daybell that would keep you from acting impartially? You'd indicated no. On knowledge of, do you have any knowledge of Chad Daybell that would cause you to give either greater or lesser weight to any statement? You'd also indicated no.
Yay, welcome. Is it Michelina or Michelina Kimmel? Thank you so much.
I'm gonna bunk with you, buddy. We're gonna be buddies. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna wrestle around.
Capri Sun's in the chat. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much.
Would those still be accurate today?
Still accurate.
And then I think where the judge had talked about was there was a question if you'd formed an opinion of guilt or innocence, and your response was yes, if he didn't participate, then he did nothing to prevent what happened. But then it went on to ask you, would you be able to put out of your mind what you have read or heard and act impartial? And you indicated that you could put it out of your mind. And I know the judge just asked you today if you've got this presumption of guilt, but we also had talked about earlier in voir dire the recipe and being given instructions. If you were given an instruction to put out of your mind anything you'd heard before and only weigh the evidence and information presented in this trial, in this case, do you feel that you would be able to do that?
Yes, I could.
Your Honor, given that, the state would ask to have him remain on.
Yeah, no shit.
Let me ask the defense at this point, voir dire, Mr. Pryor, on the issue of bias.
And so again, I think when I spoke to all of you, I told you there's no right or wrong. We're all absolutely entitled. You would agree, right?
Agreed.
And as an analytical person, based on the information you have at the present time, you're going into this situation with some concerns about this case, correct?
I wouldn't use the word concern. Sorry.
No, that's okay. What word would you use?
Could you turn on your microphone, Mr. Pryor?
Good judge. You know, again, technologically adapt.
Yeah, no, as I stated, I read every day. I do have an opinion. I did try to be as honest and to the point as I can be. So I'm not concerned. Just neutral is the best word, other than I do have an opinion.
Okay. And as part of that opinion, the questionnaire, and I'm looking at page 19, and it's about the middle of the questionnaire. And it says under item D, has any of you possible exposure to news reporting, dramatized depictions, or other publicity around the case form an opinion about Chad Daybell's guilt or innocence? And you said yes. And then you responded, I believe that Chad Daybell is a weak character.
Yes.
So when the judge inquired of you that whether or not you formed an opinion, and the prosecutor touched on this a little bit, you answered the judge's questions, and I have absolute belief you're being completely honest. That at this point, Judge, I have the belief that not only is he a weak character, but I tend to believe that he may be guilty. But I'll go and I'll review all the evidence before I make that final determination. Is that fair?
Fair.
And is it fair to say that before you make that final determination, right now, you're saying, listen, I'm leaning towards the fact that I probably believe that he's guilty. But before, again, I make that final determination, I'm going to give both sides a chance. But at this point, he's a weak character, and I think he's probably guilty. Would that be a fair statement?
Almost.
Okay, please clarify that for me then.
Well, I would have to hear the instructions from the court.
Okay.
To find guilt and the charges.
Okay, but at this point, your position is the weak character and guilty, but I'm going to listen to the instructions and I'm going to look at all the evidence. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. I have nothing else. I'm going to move from pause, Judge.
All right, consider the strike for cause request made by the defense as to juror number 48, juror number 48. This is precisely the reason we have this individual section of questioning, so we can discuss this frankly with you without the other jurors' presence there. The court, having considered the responses here and concerned there's been a improper shifting of the burden that's afforded to the defendant on a presumption of innocence based on pretrial publicity in this case, with this particular juror, for that reason, I am going to grant the motion to strike. So juror number 4-8, that will conclude your jury service, and we appreciate you coming in today and taking your time as well as last week. You can be excused with the thanks of the court. Please leave your questionnaire with the bailiff, and we'll have our next juror brought in for questioning. All right, I believe next up will be juror 56.
Juror 56, come on down. Lawrence Taylor. Lawrence Taylor, juror number 56, LT. Come on down. Quite possibly the greatest linebacker, defensive player of all time, Lawrence Taylor.
All right, thank you for returning. This was juror number 5-6. At this time, we're going to conduct individual voir dire, beginning with the issue of potential bias. There wasn't really expressed anything in here relating to hardship, so let's start there. Let me just ask.
Oh, yeah, I didn't play the music.
Juror number 56, you've been provided a copy of the questionnaire you completed last week. To your best of your recollection, are all of your responses in there still accurate and true today?
Yes.
Okay. I'll let the state inquire first as it relates to any potential bias here, then we'll move on to the defense. Just going for the state this time.
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, juror 56. Thank you for being here. I noticed on page 7 of your questionnaire, you have a bachelor's degree in religion.
Yes.
A bachelor's degree in religion. Interesting.
So this case does have some religious elements involved in it. Are you, if the defendant has religious beliefs different than you, is that going to sway your opinion in any way?
No.
Okay. You can commit to that you're not going to judge him based on religious beliefs.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I can commit to that.
It looked like in your questionnaire, you have some news from, I think you say Idaho News Apps and CNN. How much news have you seen in regards to this case?
That's hard to quantify. I have seen like articles here and there from the case. I don't watch the news, and I don't get on news apps regularly. So I recall seeing something about it pretty early on. I recall seeing something about the arrest in Hawaii. I recall seeing something about the search for the children's bodies. But I make it a point to avoid the news, and so it's not something that I do on a regular basis. And I certainly I don't follow any cases intentionally.
And so it's fair to say in this case, you have not actively followed the news in the case.
Correct.
I did want to speak with you about one of your responses on page 19. It's in response to question 10F. And the question is, if you form any personal opinions whatsoever based on information from any source of Chad Daybell's guilt or innocence, of anything. And you said, I do recall a sense of, quote, he probably did it, unquote. Tell us about that. How deep of a conviction is that?
It's certainly not a deep conviction. That was my brutal honesty. I do recall that. I don't recall what it was that brought that sense. I think that was just probably happened and then moved on. That's certainly something that I can actively set aside, practicing neutrality.
So, yeah, I did notice in 10E, when it asks if you're able to put put what you do know about the case out of your mind and render an impartial verdict based solely upon the evidence in the courtroom, you said yes, and you say, I believe so. So we talked earlier about landing that point. Right. Like, can you commit completely that you will set aside anything you've known about this case and render that impartial verdict?
Yes, I believe I can. I believe it would be a daily practice of, bringing yourself to kind of recommitting that every day to keeping your focus on the evidence before you. And I think that bias is something that is easy to say you don't have, but it's like rarely the case that somebody doesn't have some sort of bias. And so I see it professionally as well as something that I intentionally practice on a daily basis is maintaining neutrality.
And you do understand that this defendant doesn't have to prove anything to you, correct? Correct. And that it's completely the burden of the state to prove his guilt. Correct. Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, on that topic then, Mr. Pryor.
Yes. And ma'am, you mentioned your occupation, and going off memory a little bit, but it's forensic interviewer, if I remember right.
That's correct.
Is that what it is? And you work with a program of young children who've had troubling issues, and you interview them to make assessments.
That's correct.
Well,
can I clarify that?
Oh, absolutely.
Partially. It's correct that I interview young children. However, it's not my job to form an assessment of any sort. I simply report what was disclosed to me
in more of a law enforcement capacity. It's not necessarily law enforcement, but in terms of what law enforcement should be doing, rather than taking a position, you're just reporting facts. Would that be fair?
Right, and for medical purposes.
Okay. And obviously, one of the concerns that came up to me, flagged this a little bit. And again, I think I spoke to you folks before and said there's no wrong answer, there's no right answer. There isn't. We're just all trying to, and it's a horrible thing to have to go through this. But one of the concerns I have is that two of the victims are children. And when I read your profile, I assumed that you would suggest you seem very analytical. And when I realized you're a forensic interviewer, I realized, oh, that's why it's very analytical. One of the concerns I have is that I'm not always able to discipline myself to stay focused on the task at hand. And when you say it's going to be a struggle, or it's going to have to be something I'm going to have to work on every day to not allow that bias to creep in, what that's kind of telling me, and then if I'm being honest with myself, I agree with you, it's a struggle. And when you have bias or you feel like you've already made a decision, it can be difficult when you're going into a matter saying, listen, yes, I believe this is what happened here. I believe this is what's going on. And that's really what you said, if we're being fair, correct?
Sorry.
That's okay.
What part were you saying that
Well,
I
about
said?
forming an opinion, he probably did it. You formed the opinion, and you said, yes, I have formed an opinion. That's fair, correct?
I wouldn't call that forming an opinion. It was a kind of a fleeting thought at the time that I recall having when I first saw the news. But it's not something that I've formulated. It's not something I've pondered or thought about or followed.
And that's why we're talking about this, because I want to make sure that at the present time, you haven't formed an opinion about whether there's guilt or innocence here, correct?
No, I certainly have not. It's extremely important to me personally and in my profession to remain neutral until you do have evidence before you. So when I say that it's a daily practice, it's not because it's a struggle, it's because it's a proactive practice of neutrality. So it's because neutrality is so important that I come to it every day and, before every interview and consider, the potentials on both sides.
And I really appreciate you taking the time to explain that, because it sort of explains your answers and gives me the opportunity to hear it from you when you're saying, listen, this is really what I mean by this, because you can imagine you get a piece of paper with blanks that you're crossing off. And I imagine you've been through the same thing and say, wait a minute, this doesn't really explain how I feel about it. But here today, I think I have a better understanding. I want to thank you and appreciate you taking the time to educate me. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next issue I'll get into with Journal 56 here then is going to be on the section of your questionnaire you filled out on page 12 called the attitudes regarding the death penalty. Juror 56, do you recall filling out those responses in the questionnaire?
I do.
Okay, and are those still true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
All right, I did want to just take a look at a couple of responses again. We're just trying to ascertain for sure your opinions here. On a question, do you support or oppose the death penalty? You check the box support. I notice on the general attitudes part, which gave you some multiple choice, pick the one you like best. You said you were generally opposed to the death penalty. So in answering that question, would you say you support or oppose, or is it a more complicated answer than that for you?
I do think it's more complicated. I kind of noticed that this on number 6, that the answers were sort of organized in a spectrum. And I just felt that the one above, I generally favor the death penalty, was not accurate. That gave me the sense of, in a lot of cases, I would favor the death penalty, and that's certainly not the case. And that's why I chose D over C.
All right, well, I am going to advise you that it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty in this case. So with that in mind, if you are generally opposed to it, going back to your response part D, and again, this is somebody else's statement, not yours, but you agreed with this, as you mentioned on the spectrum answer. I am generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case. So do you still think that best represents your position on the death penalty?
I think it does. I guess the way I'm reading it, I should just clarify, when I was thinking I generally favor the death penalty, I was thinking about that broadly in a lot of different cases. If I were to think about it more narrowly, just because I'm not well versed in the law around the death penalty, I don't know when it's even a possibility in a case. I assume that it's only on the table in more extreme cases. So I think that's why I wasn't sure how to answer. If
if the death penalty were on the table in a great variety of cases, then I would continue to be opposed to it in general. But if it's used sparingly and for more extreme crimes, then I would be in support.
Okay. The question I will have then is this: if I were to instruct you in this case that you are to consider the death penalty, will you be able to follow my instructions and consider the penalty of death?
Certainly.
I like this lady.
All right, so are you representing here that you would be able to set aside your own views and follow that law and instruction if it were provided to you in this case?
Yes.
Okay, that will conclude the court's voir dire portion of that for this juror. I'll allow the state any follow-up questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state doesn't have any follow-up questions.
All right, from the defense.
And ma'am, you mentioned use sparingly. Could you clarify that a little bit? What do you mean by use sparingly?
I think I wrote in my in the previous questions that I don't know data on it, but I'm aware that Idaho hasn't executed in a very long time. So I would consider that pretty sparingly used.
Okay, and when you made the comment that extreme cases, does that mean that in a situation where, nothing I say isn't to imply that Mr. Daybell's guilty, right? We're talking about this because we have to. But if the death penalty is one of the options in a murder case like this, does that mean if you find Mr. Daybell guilty, does that immediately mean you go to the death penalty and that will be your vote? Does that mean how you support it, or is it different?
No, I just meant that I certainly, those are two very separate decisions. I just meant in extreme cases such as in regard to the crime itself. Obviously, I wouldn't support the death penalty for a burglary case.
Right. But does it mean that your vote would automatically be the death penalty if someone was convicted of murder?
No, those are very different decisions to me.
Right. And when you say extreme cases, you've heard the name Jeffrey Dahmer.
I have.
Serial killer. That's an extreme case, right?
I would, when I say extreme, I'm referring to murder.
Okay, so murder in general is an extreme case.
Yes.
And again, in that, does your vote on
No, let me clarify. Murder happens in so many different ways and so many different, circumstances that I'm not saying that in all murder cases, I think the death penalty would be appropriate.
Okay.
But I am saying that I would support it being considered.
That's where I was trying to get you at, is I was trying to clarify your position a little bit. And again, I want to repeat, there's no right or wrong answer. I'm just trying to understand. And again, in this context, you've clarified a number of your positions. You said, well, this is why I clarified that. And that's why we do this. The court is kind enough to allow us to go through this because we're trying to clarify it. If I understand your position, and please correct me, is that just because there's a murder doesn't automatically mean it's going to be the death penalty. If there's a murder, I'm going to look at the facts. I'm going to look at whatever evidence and make a determination based on what the court tells me are my options in that case. Would that be fair?
Yes.
So, and please forgive me, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. That sounds like a very neutral position. Would it be fair that you're very neutral on the death penalty?
I think so. I think that's why I struggled in picking between C and D on number 6.
Okay, and that's what I was trying to clarify. I was just trying to understand it, and I appreciate that you're going through this. I really do, and thank you for all of your answers. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Juror 5-6 then, that concludes the voir dire portion individually. We'll go ahead and I'll have the bailiff escort you back to the jury room, and we will follow up our next juror for individual questioning, juror number 121.
So Lawrence Taylor could potentially still get picked. Interesting.
individual. We'll talk about scheduling, but I do want to get through this group of individual for Dyer with the next, and then we'll discuss where we stand, because we've got another group who have to come in here in 15 minutes, and I presume everybody probably needs some lunch.
So what do you guys think? If they break for lunch and I end the stream, do we want to watch the afternoon sesh? He said per Nate Eaton this morning, they'll go to 5 till
all right, thank you for returning during number 121.
I believe 3:30 their time, which is 5:30 my time.
This is time we're going to conduct some individual voir dire examination, beginning with the issue of bias. We've also got a request you had on here regarding a potential hardship, but let's start with the questions of bias. I'll have a few questions, and then I'll allow the state and the defense. In particular, it appears you've been exposed to some pretrial publicity on this case. You may have some opinion at this point regarding the guilt or innocence of the defendant, in this case, Mr. Daybell. So just to begin, are the responses you put in your questionnaire still true and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. I'd note you answered one question about whether you formed an opinion, and you said, quote, it seemed like he was guilty from that info. And then on another page, you also said, I did think that he was guilty. I'd like to just go into those topics with you if I could. Is that still the way you feel today?
Yes.
Okay, as you sit here today, we instruct every juror in every case that a defendant is presumed innocent and only to be tried on the facts of the case. Am I correct in understanding that you, based on information you already know, maybe do not believe the defendant is innocent as he sits here today?
Well, I don't know. I feel like more what I was saying on the questionnaire was that obviously I never thought that I would be on this jury, so I was more, reading an article and then just being like, oh dang. But I feel like through our conversation today, I do understand that you have to be impartial. I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay. I'll allow the state to conduct some more dire on that issue of bias then, and then we'll allow the defense as well. So who will be doing this one for the state?
That would be me, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Beatty, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi. So you had mentioned in your questionnaire that you had read articles that detailed the alleged crimes in this case, and you were aware of when the bodies of the two children were found, and that at some time you learned about Tamara Daybell as well. Yes. And as the judge mentioned, you concluded from reading those articles that he seemed guilty at the time. And I think you also indicated on your questionnaire that you think that you could set that aside.
I think so, yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes, I think that I understand the responsibility.
Okay. Do you think that you would be able to, because our system requires that all of our jurors go into this trial believing that the defendant, as he sits here today, is innocent until we, the prosecutors, meet our burden of proof. Can you commit to setting that aside, or are you kind of on the fence like, oh, I'll try, or I'll do my best? Are you able to get some certainty that you can set that aside?
I feel like it's hard because I think I could if it was given the situation where I had to do this. I do think that I could be fair.
Okay. I also just want to ask you briefly about one other thing that you referenced on your questionnaire, which was a golf tournament that you're helping plan for work.
Yeah.
And that was on May 3rd.
Yes.
Is that something that somebody else at your work could take over those responsibilities for you, or that you would be able to do after court on that schedule outlined in the questionnaire, where we recess at 3:30 every day?
Yeah, I'm like the fundraising person for my job. So it's not like I have a department. So like I would be the one planning this. I think I could do the planning, but it would be very difficult the day of to not have me there. That being said, I think that I could probably rearrange to find someone.
And when you say the day of, is that on a weekend or is that on a weekday? It's on a Friday.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions at this time. Thank you.
All right. On the topics then of bias or hardship, Mr. Pryor, you can inquire.
Or it's afternoon now, isn't it? You're the marketing director, is that right? Significant job. What caused me some hesitation, and that, again, there's no wrong answer. I think I spoke to you folks about that earlier. There's no wrong answer. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? I'm sorry. There's no wrong answer. I'm a little concerned about you.
All right, I gotta do this again. It's my fault because I brought it up. For folks, what we talked about soaking before. Let me describe this the best way I can. For people at BYU, Brigham Young University, or I guess other adults who possibly follow the Mormon religion and where they frown upon having premarital sex. So what soaking is, the man and the woman, there's genital contact. He enters the vagine, and then they soak. They don't move. If they don't move, they it's like a loophole that they're not being wrong. They're not. Maroney is okay with it. Jabroni, whatever his name is, they're okay with it. It's soaking. They don't move. However, they can pay someone, or someone for free will jump on the bed and make it move. Even though, so like they're not actually doing the act. This is a loophole. They're not doing the act. Someone's jumping on the bed while they're soaking, and that's still okay in the eyes of the Lord. So that's what soaking is. And per the thing I watched today, apparently these people in college will pay jumpers. They'll pay them to jump on the bed as they soak. So I already patented the idea while we've been watching this for Uber jumps. You just hop on your phone. It's going to be an app, and you can have a jumper by your door in 10 minutes, maybe less, depending if they live close to you. Uber jumps.
Being distracted. When a week before May 3rd, a week after May 3rd, on May 3rd, which is a Friday, and that your focus is going to be other things, and you could understand the magnitude. You put that on your questionnaire because it's a significant event. And would you agree with me that this would be a hardship for you to have to be here and go through this process, and you may not be able to.
Oh, my Lanta. Scout was here. I am so sorry. I didn't know.
Push that out of your head. It might be problematic. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
So in your mind, it's going to be a hardship for you to serve, knowing these activities that you're primarily responsible for.
Yes.
And this isn't I'm very familiar with your organization. I won't get into that, but it's not like heavily staffed.
No, I'm the only person that does my job. So I would have to be like looking after stuff.
Right, and that's going to be a distraction in itself. Is that fair?
Sure, yeah.
And then again, there is no wrong answer. Everybody has a right to the opinion. I have an opinion. These 4 prosecutors apparently have an opinion. And you have an opinion. And when you said, I did think he was guilty, it's going to be a task for you to say, listen, you know where I'm going. It's going to be a task for you to say, I've got to look beyond that. And I've got to remind myself regularly that he's not guilty, and try to make a concerted effort in your own mind to look at the evidence impartially and without bias. It's not going to be just, you're not starting the slate with a.
All right, I got to dust off this soundbite. Here we go.
Fraternity. I don't know why you gotta do it in front of the kid with the effing. All you gotta do is say earmuffs to him. Earmuffs. They can say fuck, shit, bitch, whatever you want.
Cock, balls.
Okay, I'm just.
That you're starting to sleep with a mindset that, listen, I unfortunately, I think he's guilty, and then I have to talk about this. We have to talk about this because it's part of the process. I don't think Mr. Daybell's guilty, and Mr.
Scout, if you're still watching, we have to get that pizza. Scout, we gotta try pineapple pizza together.
Daybell's here saying he's not. But in your mind, you're going to have to make an effort to look beyond your personal feelings and focus on trying to be unbiased, try to be impartial. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Judge, I'm going to move for cause. And again, this is nothing personal or anything else. I just think that she has a hardship that she's going to need to focus on, and that her opinion, although it's important, it just doesn't fit in this particular situation.
Response from the state on the request to strike.
Your Honor, we have no objection to excusing this juror.
All right, juror number 121, mainly on an issue of, I think, some preconceived bias here. And again, nothing personal. We all are entitled to follow the news and think what we think about it. But in this particular case, it would be best to have jurors without that exposure if possible, which is why we brought so many people through here as well. I am going to grant the motion for striking juror 121 for cause. That concludes your service. Thank you for coming in, and please leave your questionnaire with the bailiff.
Oh man, it's Deanna's first day here. I hope you don't leave us, Deanna. I hope you stay. But if you don't, I understand.
We'll next talk to juror 146.
Yeah, there's definitely, if you guys want to watch, I think that's what the vote is at. There's more body cam footage of Lori police interview. There's police interview of Melanie Gibb. I definitely have more in the playlist if after lunch we want to watch that instead. And by the way, Shelly, where's Shelly's comment? I was just explaining what I learned soaking to be. I mean, for folks who don't know my background, my mom.
All right, you're juror 146.
Real
correct?
quick, before this goes forward. My mom, Roman Catholic. My dad, Jewish. There was some contention between the families from them getting together, but they didn't care. They still did it. I was raised basically like we kind of did like Christmas and Hanukkah, but I didn't go to church. I didn't go to temple. I know it was a big deal for like my grandpa on my mom's dad. It was a big deal. I wasn't baptized, but like there was a lot. So I'm an atheist, so, and I don't really know. I learned a lot of stuff I've learned from Shannon, because she grew up, her family was religious, and I learned stuff from her. But I mean, in the end, the way I look at it is, it's all to me, it's all foreign, but no one knows the truth. No one knows the truth. And anyone who tells you that they know for sure what's going on, you got to kind of think about it for a second. Anyone who tells you they know for absolute sure they know what the truth is, i.e. Chad Daybell or Lori Vallow, no one fucking knows. I don't know. And I believe anyone can believe whatever the fuck they want to, as long as it doesn't infringe on my rights. Let them do whatever the fuck they want. I don't care. As long as it doesn't infringe on what I could do, I don't care. Believe whatever the fuck you want. Believe in the spaghetti monster. Believe in whatever the fuck you want. That's your right, but just don't bring it to me. Don't bring it to me and tell me I can't do shit. Oh shit. Rachel gifting a membership to Wildside. Awesome.
Cause I'm gonna funk with you, buddy. We're gonna be buddies. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna wrestle around.
Thank you so much, Rachel K, gifting a membership to Wildside. So anyway, while I was describing that, like, that's foreign to me. All this shit is foreign to me. I don't know. I don't get it. You know, people like say like, well, how can you believe in, you know, Mormonism, and how can you believe in, you know, magical underpants, and how can you believe in Joseph Smith, whatever the deal is? And to me, I say, to other people, how could you believe in fucking some guy who just drowned the entire earth because God was mad at people, so they just drowned the entire earth and threw some fucking people on a boat, two of each like thing. That's fine. If people want to believe that, that's fine. I don't believe it. Doesn't make sense to me. The same way magic underpants don't make sense to me. Just believe what you want to believe, and that's fine. Just don't fucking put your shit on other people. Anyway, that's my thoughts. When are we doing the you tell me, when do we want to do the pizza thing? I'm ready whenever. Yes, it's everyone's right to believe in what they want. Scout, when do you want to do it? You tell me. If you guys don't know, me and Scout have the same palate. Me, a 42-year-old man, her, a 12-year-old girl. We have the similar palate, and we're going to try pineapple pizza for the first time together.
Thank you. Questionnaire, there was some indication of case knowledge there, so I think you need to explore whether there's any preconceived bias in the case by this juror. I don't see any listing of a hardship, so if the state would like to inquire on bias, we can start there.
I do believe in magical basketball shorts, though. I do believe in magical basketball shorts.
You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, Babe wants to come in. Babe wants to come in from the other room and tell people that I believe in sports superstitions, that I believe in jinxes, because she purposely tried to jinx my bracket, because I am crushing it this year in the bracket. She purposely tried to jinx it when NC State was winning. She's like, they're going to win. They're definitely going to win. And she almost jinxed it. Luckily, the wind. She doesn't believe. Their sports jinxes are real. And I'll tell you something. When you like say, it's like the butterfly effect. When Babe said, "Oh, they're just going to win this game," that her words that she sent out like changed the air, and that air reached where NC State was playing and could have jinxed the game. Luckily, it didn't. But of course, you got to do shit. If you don't, like, I mute. I learned this from my dad. We would mute for the Mets. We'd mute the game if we wanted to rally, and it would work. 95% of the time, 50% of the time, it would work. It's like the butterfly effect. It fucking works. You like the butterfly wings changes the entire universe. You know what I'm talking about?
Ma'am, I just have a few questions for you today, so I know my voice. I understood what the court just said, that the use of the state of the hardships. I did have one quick question, because you did note that no, it wouldn't be a hardship to be on the jury, but then you put in a sentence, I do have 5 kids. What did you mean by that?
I mean, I have 5 kids. I think I was more referring to the sequestering card if that ever had happened, that I would just like to be able to check on my kids. You know, at the end of the day, that's something that happens.
Okay, so your kids are of sufficient age that you could potentially serve for 10 weeks. It wouldn't be a burden.
Excuse me. Try not to talk at the same time as each other so we get a clear record.
Thank you, ma'am. And then I noticed, I believe in your questionnaire, wanted to ask if you had information about the case. I think you noticed maybe some information from Facebook. Am I recalling that correctly?
Yeah, just seeing things on Facebook over the last couple of years.
Without getting into all the details of what you've learned about the case, how much information would you say gauge that you have? A little bit of information? Do you feel like you know a bit? How much information do you feel like you've collected about it?
I don't know very much. Just in passing. It's not like I've researched or anything.
So there would be no reason to think that whatever you've learned would impact your ability to be impartial, to listen to the evidence in the case.
Absolutely.
And then one last question on this topic. If I recall correctly from your questionnaire, you work as a daycare worker. Do you own the daycare? And you don't feel like there's anything about your day-to-day work with the children, understanding that there are allegations of children that were killed here, that's not going to do anything to cause you to be impartial?
No.
I'm sorry, less partial?
No.
You know, on these kinds of questions, I don't have any other questions. Maybe later though.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. Mr. Pryor.
And Mr. Wixom brought that up. It still always amazes me that someone can have 5 children and maintain even any kind of sane household. And then we know that in your situation, you have an entire scale of children. My recollection is it's a 4-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 13-year-old, a 16-year-old, and the last one's a 17-year-old. 2 kids in high school, 1 in middle school, 1 in grade school, and 1 getting ready to start school. And then you are you're working at daycare as well, and your husband's a landscaper. Please forgive me. I don't even know how you can stay awake, let alone anything else. That seems like an awful lot to me.
It is a lot, but it's what I do.
And what the concern is that I'm worried that you may not be able to focus, you may not be able to spend the time, and that you're going to be worried about your children, and I'd be worried about my children too if I was in that situation.
If I was worried about my children, I wouldn't be here right now, and I would have said in the beginning, it's not something I'm comfortable doing.
Okay, and that's why we're talking about this. I don't want to, there's no wrong answer. I just want to make sure how, because when I saw what you go through.
Dizzy says defense a little too hostile in my opinion, and someone else also said this, and I totally agree. I don't know if hostile is a word, but dickish. Like, and he keeps saying, and I feel like he's being condescending when he's like, there's no wrong answer. There's no wrong answer. No shit, dude. We know there's no wrong answer, but like he's being a dick about the way he asks the questions, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm curious. I wonder what Bob thinks. Bob is, I'm curious what he thinks.
Frankly, I'm amazed that you're able to do all of that. One of the concerns, and Mr. Wixom brought this up, is that you said that every night sequestered, you would need to be able to get on your phone and talk to your children to make sure that they're okay every night.
Not necessarily talk to them, just, hey, everyone's home, everyone's good, hey, love you, bye.
So it would be a situation where you just need to have some confirmation. And let's say you were sequestered for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Is that going to cause a hardship?
No.
Okay, so you would be able to focus on this.
Yeah.
Okay, and ma'am, I thank you. I appreciate the answers. And please understand I have to ask this because I want to make sure that you're going to be able to focus on this. And this, I think, was a legitimate question. I feel it was.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay, and thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your answers.
All right, the next topic the court is going to address then here, Juror 146. There was a section in your questionnaire, I'm sure you recall it, called attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you remember working through that portion of the questionnaire and answering? A woman having 5 kids, that's like doing life on hard mode.
Like, that's a tough gig.
Yes.
Are the
Good
answers
for her for not taking his shit.
that you provided in that questionnaire still true and accurate today?
Yes.
All right, one thing, I noted, well, I'll pass on that. It looks like you vacillated a little bit on, do you support or oppose the death penalty? You said support, and then you also kind of checked opposed and said depends on the crime. So there was another response you had, and it was one that was on a list of choices, but it said, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would face a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still the way you feel today?
It is.
Okay, the court does need to advise you that it may be necessary for you to make a determination in this case in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. So with that,
Thank you for clarifying that, Bob, because I was curious of that. Bob says he is trying to preserve his preemptory challenges and getting jurors he doesn't think are a good fit removed for cause. So if they're removed for cause, then it's not that's not one of their challenges. So then later they can kick someone out just because they don't like them, as opposed to now removed for cause, i.e. the judge says, yeah, this person is no good for either party, get them out of here, as opposed to later where it's more subjective. I think I explained that right, but probably not. Who knows? I don't know how many challenges they have, by the way.
comment you just made, and you've indicated you would in fact follow the instructions provided by this court if that were required in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you feel like you would always be in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder was committed?
No.
All right, so regardless of your current personal beliefs on the topic, is it correct for me to say that with your views on the death penalty, you would be willing to follow the court's instructions in this case, even if it involved an instruction that you consider that as a possible penalty here?
Yes.
All right, that concludes the court's line of questioning on that section. Was the state going to inquire?
No, I do just have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Yeah, do you have your question now with you?
I do, yeah.
It might be helpful. I might invite you to page 12, the questionnaire. I just to call your attention to the answer that you wrote down for paragraph 1, question A, how do you feel about the death penalty? You made a couple of comments explaining it, and I understood what you just explained to the judge. In the comments, you said that you feel like it's fair when it's appropriate, but there could be other ways to punish the offender. Could you just explain a little bit more about what you were trying to convey there?
I was trying to convey that maybe if whoever was being accused of the crime had a mental instability or a mental problem, that they would benefit from being in a psychiatric hospital instead of being put to death or just living beyond the rest of their lives.
Okay. So, is it still fair to say that you'd be willing to listen to whatever instructions the court gave you, consider whatever facts were put in front of you, and simply apply the law to the facts if those kinds of issues were to ever come up in the case? And that if under the facts, given law, if some other alternative like that was an option, you follow what the judge tells you would be the options for deciding what to do with the death penalty.
I would follow the law.
You know, I don't think I have more questions.
Judge, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for coming in and answering additional questions in this section. I'll have you return to the jury room with the bailiff, please, and then we will next call it Juror 186.
Juror 186, come on down.
individual voir dire. All right, juror number 186, thank you for returning for additional individual voir dire. In reviewing the questionnaire, I don't really believe we had issues of bias further discussed in this. Did the state have any voir dire related to bias on this juror or hardship?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
From the defense?
No, Judge.
Okay. So, juror number 186, there is one additional topic then the court will cover with you, and that's regarding responses you had on section 5 of this questionnaire, which is entitled Attitudes Regarding the Death Penalty. And that's on page 12.
Penny, Prudence, who wants a treat?
Do you recall thinking about those questions and answering those last week?
Yes.
And is that still the way you feel about that topic?
Yes.
Sit down.
All right, I am going to advise you that it may be necessary for you to make a determination in this case in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. So you've indicated in here that generally you would support the death penalty. Is that still the way you feel today?
Did I support the death penalty?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, on page 13 of a list of choices, you circled C, which reads, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. You still feel that way about this topic?
Yes.
Okay. Finally, then, the question I would have is, do you believe that
That's it, Tubbs.
you would be in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder has been committed?
If they're guilty, yes.
Okay, if you were not instructed and it was a case that didn't include that, would you follow the law?
Yes.
All right, so going back to that part C, if that were something you had to consider in this case, would you commit to following any instructions the court gave you on that topic?
Absolutely.
And if that included a potential that the death penalty was not to be imposed, would you consider that as well?
Absolutely.
All right, that will conclude the court's line of questioning on that topic. Anything from the state?
No questions from the state, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Pryor, any questions for juror 186?
Just briefly, Judge. And again, sir, I think I heard earlier saying there's no wrong answer. Everybody has a right to opinion. I guess I got the impression that I don't know why I got that from your questionnaire, that if there was a murder and someone was convicted, you would automatically go to death.
No, I was not that they're being tried for murder and it's a death penalty. Yes, I support it.
Okay.
Yes, is what I mean by that.
Okay. So if this is in no way to imply that Mr. Daybell's guilty of anything.
Correct.
We have to ask these questions.
Correct.
I can appreciate that, right?
Yep.
If in fact there was a guilty verdict, are you predisposed based on your position to say, listen, I am predisposed, or I believe that if there is a murder, that it needs to be the death penalty, but I would be open to considering other options. But my initial instinct is if there is a murder here, it has to be the death penalty unless you convince me otherwise, or that I see something that gives me pause not to impose the death penalty. Would that be fair, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So in other words, at this point, your position is, and again, I want to reiterate, nobody's answer is wrong.
Correct.
I mean, we run the gamut on this jury pool. I'm just trying to clarify, and you can appreciate that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So your position is simply that if a person has been, so I sit on the jury, if a person is found guilty of murder, my default position right off the bat is that I'm going to impose the death penalty. Unless somebody gives me a reason not to impose the death penalty.
I guess If they're being charged for murder and death penalty is, if the state's seeking death penalty, then that's what we're going for, right?
Right. And that's what you're gonna do.
So I'm going to take all the facts of the case into consideration before I decide anything.
Okay. But before you decide anything, you're initially gonna say, listen, I'm in favor of the death penalty. I'm gonna vote for the death penalty, but you've got to show me something. Either the prosecuting attorney or the defense attorney has got to show me something to not change my mind about imposition of the death penalty. Is that correct?
Yes.
Judge, in all respect to you, sir, I'm going to move for cause of this.
Response from the state?
Your Honor, may I ask some questions in the evaluation?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror 186, I think on your questionnaire you marked C, that you would potentially impose death, but you would consider other punishments.
Correct.
Is that still correct today?
Yes.
And we talked before about the recipe and following the court's instructions. Are you committed to following instructions given by the court?
Absolutely.
And would you weigh all evidence before making any decision as to guilt or any penalty?
Yes.
So your default really wouldn't be always to go to death. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Your default would be to follow the court's instruction and weigh the evidence.
Yes.
You'd be willing to impose death, but not default to that.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would object to the motion to strike for cause.
All right, the court's considered the responses here and the motion to strike. The issue the court's looking at is whether or not there's been presented an opinion that, in this case, this juror's views on the death penalty would prevent or substantially impair his ability as a juror to perform his duty in accordance with the court's instructions and the oath. I do find that he's answered that he would follow the court's instructions such that the motion to strike is overruled. And so juror number 186, that will include this section of the individual voir dire, and I'll have you return to the jury room and we'll call up our next juror.
Thank you.
This will be juror number 219. Juror number 2. All right, welcome back. Juror number 219. This is the individual voir dire of this juror. The court's reviewed the questionnaire. There is some indication potentially of some pretrial publicity, knowledge, or information of the case. And there is not any indication of a hardship concern. So if the state would like to inquire on bias, we can begin there and then I'll hear from the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror 219, in your questionnaire, it did say on page 18, you've seen.
Guys, fingers crossed, one of these jurors says that they got their pretrial information from The Shaming of Jay or Defense Diaries. Come on. One of them, guys. One of them.
Brief television coverage.
That's correct.
Is this coverage that you sought out or that you just happened to see while you were watching TV?
The latter.
And have you intentionally followed this case in any way?
No, I have not.
And I noticed you didn't say you read about it online. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Based on the amount of coverage you did see, you claim that you have not formed any opinion about the defendant's guilt or innocence, correct?
That's correct.
And that's still true today?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions about bias.
All right, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I don't think I can.
All right, thank you. The topic then the court will discuss next, juror number 219. In your questionnaire, there was a section in there, part 5, it was on page 12 where we started, that it was regarding your attitudes about the death penalty. Do you remember reading through those questions and answering those questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and the responses you made to those questions, are those still true and accurate today?
Yes, they are.
All right, well, the court will advise you here that it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty in this case. So with that in mind, you answered that when asked if you support or oppose the death penalty, you indicated you support it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the next question I would look at was when you were given a range of choices to select from that best describe your feelings about it. You answered one that was 6C, which says, quote, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would face a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still the way you feel today?
That's correct.
Okay, and then finally, let me just inquire then, would you be in favor of the imposition of the death penalty as a punishment in every case where a murder has been committed?
I believe that I think the cases are individual and the decision to impose the death penalty would depend on the individual case.
Okay, so if in this particular case, certain instructions were given, either that you had to consider it or were not to consider it, would you follow those instructions regardless?
Yes, sir. Okay,
So despite any personal view you may have, you would commit to following the court's instructions as they would relate to that portion of this case if that were to occur?
Yes.
All right, that will conclude the court's voir dire on that topic with juror 219, the voir dire from the state.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
From the defense.
Yes, juror number 219.
Microphone, please, Mr. Pryor. Thank you.
Juror number 219. When I had all of you folks there, I talked about there's no right or wrong answer. I'm repeating that to almost every other juror that comes in. And there is no right or wrong answer. It's everybody's individual personal.
By the way, as I'm thinking about this, I should have added this to my religion spiel. But, like, if you think about it, like, if kids are just brought up that way, and some of these kids are homeschooled, and then they go to a college like BYU where that's the belief. I mean, of course they're going to believe this stuff. Like, I wasn't brought up that way. So, like, I know people give people, some folks give a hard time, and they think, well, how could they believe this? But if they're brought up that way, and they don't have any other experiences, why would they think differently? But then they, that's why I know some folks like I just think about, like, they're not, like, I kind of didn't have it. I kind of was like, thought I believed in it. But then as I grew up, like, I watched George Carlin and I had like all these different influences, Ricky Gervais, like, Christopher Hitchens. That's his name, right? Just all these different, but some of these folks don't have any other influences. So of course they're going to believe some of these things. I don't know.
Believes, right?
Yes.
And when the judge asked you, in every murder case, would you impose the death penalty? Your answer was no, every case is individual and different.
That's correct.
Is there a line on the types of cases where you say, there is no situation? I mean, for example, if we were in a war and there was a mass genocide and the soldiers decided to wipe a number of Americans out, that's obviously a very extreme case. Would you agree?
I would agree that that's an extreme case. I believe what you're trying to get at is, There's black and white and there's a whole lot of gray.
Okay, that's really what I'm trying to get at. And there, when you're talking about the death penalty, whether to or not to impose it, it's that gray area there, correct?
Yes.
And when you look at your questionnaire, you mark number C. Did you contemplate possibly marking number D when you were going to mark that?
I'm sorry, could you read that for me?
Well, under number C on page 13, do you have your questionnaire with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you circled number C. Do you remember that?
I'm getting there.
That's okay. We're fine.
By the way, not only George Carlin, like the Beatles, like I had so many influences when I was growing up
And
that
your
just
question is whether I considered.
John
Did you
Lennon.
consider C or D, or were you a pretty strong B?
I would say pretty strong C.
Okay. And again, is there a line that's drawn in terms of what is an automatic that prompts you to say, you know what, there's no discussion here, it's going to be the death penalty? Before you make a decision, is there a line in the sand that says these are the cases that I absolutely have to impose the death penalty?
I don't have that line in mind.
Okay. Are there cases that involve children that potentially cause you to want to impose the death penalty?
As I said before, there's a whole lot of gray.
Okay. And I appreciate it. Again, there's no right or wrong answer. Based on your questionnaire, I was just trying to clarify where your position was. Okay.
Yes.
And thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Juror 219, that'll conclude the individual voir dire. You'll return to the jury room, please, with the bailiff, and we will next bring in juror 321. Judge, I have 296. I'm sorry. All right. Thank you. I was out of order there. It is 296.
Guys, just think about it. This is the first group of jurors, and it's taking this long for the first group of jurors.
Back for individual voir dire. All right, welcome back for individual voir dire, juror number 296. I'll just allow the state to proceed, and then the defense. There was some knowledge this juror had of this case potentially from media coverage, and she did address some concerns about school classes, but I think those have been talked through. However, if you wish to inquire again, you may. So with the state, who's going to conduct this voir dire?
That would be me, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi. So I want to just briefly follow back up on your class schedule. You had indicated on your questionnaire that you have a Monday, Wednesday class and that you would be able to take those classes online. So you're sure that you'd be able to do that? Or
I am not sure, but I believe I could because they are classes that are off, so.
They're hybrid?
Yeah.
Okay. What would happen if you were to learn that you weren't able to take those classes online? Would there be other accommodations that you could make for your schooling, or?
I believe I could withdraw from it.
Okay. And would that cause you a hardship to have to withdraw from that course?
No.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to talk briefly about media exposure in this case. So on your questionnaire, you had mentioned that you had seen the news, you'd seen some stuff on social media, Instagram, as well as some podcasts. Which podcast did you listen to?
Ooh.
I don't think it was a podcast. I think it was YouTube. But
YouTube.
I've watched a couple different, like Annie Elise. That's the only one that comes to mind that I watched. But I haven't watched
What was
or
it?
seen any of that probably in like
What'd
a
she
year
say?
or so. Maybe even longer.
I gotta rewind that. What did she say?
Annie Elise.
What?
A couple different, like Annie Elise. That's the only one that comes to mind that I watched. But I haven't watched or seen any of that probably in like a year.
Okay.
Is that a person,
Maybe
Annie
even
Elise?
longer. I actually kind of forgot what's going on.
Okay. You had indicated that you have not formed an opinion on Mr. Daybell's guilt, is that correct? Okay. You did mention one thing, which is that you realize something to the effect that you understand that there could be more to this than what's in the media.
Yes.
And you had indicated that you were unaware of Chad and his representatives or representations and views.
Correct.
So one thing that you're going to be instructed during this trial is that the state has the entire burden of proof, and Mr. Daybell doesn't have to testify at all. Is that something that would bother you?
No.
Okay. Are you comfortable with the fact that Mr. Daybell is entitled to a presumption of innocence until the state meets its burden of proof?
Yes.
Okay. And would you be able to set aside what you have heard and read about in the media and start this case with a clean slate and listen to the evidence as it's presented and follow the court's instructions?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Beatty, Mr. Pryor.
I noticed when you marked on the questionnaire.
Microphone, Mr. Pryor, thank you.
It's a hard lesson, I think. And I want to return you to page 12 of your questionnaire, if you would.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yes.
And in the middle of the page, it has a comment that says, how do you feel about the death penalty? Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then would you mind reading your response?
I'm either for or against the death penalty.
Okay, is that what your position is?
Yes.
Okay, so when you marked on your questionnaire that you favor the death penalty, with an explanation, you're, and I don't want to put words in it. Again, there's no right or wrong answer. We know that, right?
Yes,
There's no right or wrong.
Yes.
we get it, dude. We get it.
Are you neutral on the death penalty, or are you really in favor of the death penalty? Could you clarify for me?
I would say I'm neutral. I think it's a circumstantial situation, and
Okay.
I can't say that I fully believe in the death penalty, but I also don't not believe in the death penalty.
Okay, so.
And Mr. Pryor, on this point, the court's going to go through a litany on the death penalty part of the questionnaire in a moment. If we could set that aside, and I don't know if you have any questions about bias or hardship before we move on to that topic.
Okay, and I apologize, Judge, I'm jumping the gun. I don't have anything in terms of the bias, Judge.
Okay, thank you. So back to the topic then that Mr. Pryor was just addressing with you. You did complete and fill out a section of your questionnaire called Attitudes Regarding the Death Penalty. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And are the answers you listed in there still true and accurate today?
Yes.
All right, I am going to advise you that it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty in this case. And that's why we are delving into these questions at this time. You did make that explanation just now on the record. So you are what you call neutral on that. This part C, you answered again on page 13. You had a list of choices about it and what you thought best represented how you feel. You said, I generally favor the death penalty, but would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still what you think is your view of the death penalty today?
For these statements, yes.
Okay. If you were required to consider that, do you believe that the death penalty should be, would you be in favor of it in every case where a murder has been committed? Okay, so would you be willing to follow any instructions the court gave you in this case, including if that were an instruction that involved considering the death penalty as a punishment or another punishment?
Yes.
Okay, so would you be able to set aside any views you have on the issue and follow the court's instructions, whether it was to consider that or not, the death penalty?
Yes.
All right, that concludes the court's voir dire questioning of this juror on that topic. Does the state have any questions on that?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and Ms. Pryor, you can return to your questioning on that as well.
And Judge, I think she answered my questions. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, that'll conclude your individual voir dire. You can be excused back to the jury room and should be getting you more information shortly. And then we will have our next juror return here for individual 321.
Yeah, guys, I remember it was actually post Elon. It was last year. It was when Hugh Grant was being a real dick on the red carpet to what's her name? I forget her name. Ashley Graham. He was a dick to her, and I posted on it, and I had a tweet that went semi-viral, and then people were like arguing with me, and I'm like, I will die on the hill that Hugh Grant was a dick to Ashley Graham, and boom, I'm timed out on Twitter for a day.
21.
Yes.
That's such a personal nature. Or want to give you more privacy.
Why don't you
open to ask these questions?
Why don't you?
You're getting too quiet.
Sorry.
All right, welcome back, juror number 321. This is the time for some individual voir dire questioning of this juror. Juror number 321, I'll note we are, these proceedings, you're not being shown that you would have your responses heard on a broadcast of this. There are some personal topics brought up in the questionnaire, and the prosecutor was questioning whether or not he would prefer to discuss those not in public, and I can stop the broadcast and excuse the public for that section. Generally, do you have a copy of your questionnaire there?
Yes, I do.
I need you to discuss on pages 7, 8, and 9. I think particularly on page 9. Is that something you're comfortable discussing here in an open forum, or would you prefer to talk about that more in a private setting?
Is it page 9, Your Honor?
Yes.
You got prefer to do it privately.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do that then. I'm considering we have 2 left here, maybe going on to 394. If we don't think that'll come up, and then having 321 brought back in to conclude, we could excuse the public and stop the broadcast to conclude this group. Any objection to changing the order like that?
No objection.
No objection. Okay, juror 321, you wouldn't have got to leave any sooner anyway. We're going to swap you with juror 394 quickly, and then we'll have you right back in here, hopefully in 5 minutes or so. Thank you.
I miss.
That's correct. We had a few topics come up during the group voir dire, including possibly some bias or hardship issues. And I'll just let the state inquire on either of those topics, and then we'll move on to the next topic if we're still going. So who's going to be conducting that for the state?
I will be, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Blake.
I'm looking at your questionnaire. I think they gave you a copy of it. It's just for your benefit as well. I am on page 14, and it is question 2. It asks, what have you heard or what do you know about the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell? And your response was you overheard some people in the jury summons room mention the case, but no details were given. And before today, you hadn't heard about the defendant. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Really no information is given. It's just we're wondering what the deal was.
And that's the first time you'd heard of it? Actually,
yes. Yeah.
And then you did indicate that you possibly know a witness, but you're not even sure if it's, you're just the name sounds familiar.
The name sounds familiar, but there's really nothing there.
So nothing about possibly knowing him that would cause you any concern?
No.
And then I know we've already gone over this with you, so I just want to double check. In the questionnaire on page 20 on the trial length, you had indicated that you have a vacation scheduled from Saturday, June 1st through Sunday, June 16th. and that you believed that would be week number 10. I think we talked a little bit today, and you indicated it's because it would include travel to and from. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's actually June 6th through 10th, but we need a couple days before and after to get out to Arkansas.
To get to and from?
Yeah.
And you were also asked before, so I just want to verify that this is accurate and that I heard you correctly, that if you were selected to sit on the jury, you would be able to do that and make the arrangements, and you felt you could do that and not be distracted by this, by the trip if you were late getting there or if you missed part of it.
Yeah, I mean, if we had to miss it, we would just cancel if we got into it, so that'd be fun.
Do you feel that if you were to run into that, because we're not sure how long the trial will go, but with that being a possibility, if you were to run into that, do you think you would be distracted or potentially hold it against the state or the defendant as you were trying to finish out the trial?
No, I feel like this is important, so. Okay, that's right.
Thank you for your answers. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor.
I don't need to get into significant detail, but as far as this vacation in Arkansas, again, how long of a vacation is it?
I have 2 weeks off of work, but the actual time we have to be in Arkansas is about 6 days.
And when you say you have to be in Arkansas, is that something that's a family gathering or a personal gathering?
It's a family reunion.
Okay.
Yeah.
A significant event.
Yeah, it's significant, but I've never done anything like this and felt like that's important as well.
Okay. Is it going to cause a distraction to you to miss this significant family event?
No.
Would you rather not go to it and to do this instead?
No.
You'd rather go to it?
I was going to go to it, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
But I also know that I know we didn't sit as well,
right.
So.
For the most part, you're being noble and you're saying, listen, I have to put aside my personal hardship to attend it or to participate in this process, right?
Correct.
But your preference would be to go to Arkansas.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no shit, dude.
And has that trip been paid for? Has there been money expended?
Yes, there's a down payment on an Airbnb, but that can be canceled.
And you can be refunded that money?
Yeah, by a certain date.
Okay, is that date passed or is it still?
It's still out there.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else.
All right, thank you, counsel. The next topic we'll address here with Juror 394 relates to questions you answered as to your attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall that section of the questionnaire?
I do.
And to the best of your recollection, are those true and accurate answers in your questionnaire?
Yes.
All right, so the court will advise you that it may be necessary for you to make a determination in this case in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. So with that in mind, you indicated first that you do support the death penalty. Is that still the way you feel today?
Yes.
And when you were given a choice of selections to describe how you felt about it, you circled on page 13, part C, which I understand are not necessarily your words, but what you said most accurately represents your feelings. You said, quote, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still an accurate representation of how you feel about that topic?
Yes.
Okay, one more question then. Would you always be in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder has been committed?
No.
Okay, so you would agree.
Well, let me
go ahead.
Try that. I mean, I would be in favor if it was the defendant was guilty of the crime. I was thinking in some case where there's some kind of defense needed.
Okay, so if you were given instructions as to when and if you would consider it, you would follow those instructions regardless of your views. Okay, and again, to be clear then, you're not saying you would think it's appropriate in every case regardless of instructions, only in cases where you were instructed to consider it?
Can you rephrase that?
So you wouldn't presume that it should always be the penalty in any murder case. You would follow directions or instructions as to this particular case?
Yes.
All right, well, that will conclude the court section of voir dire on that topic. Does the state have any questions about that?
No questions on that topic, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Pryor, any questions for this juror?
Sir, and again, everybody's answer is correct. Everybody's entitled to their view. We can appreciate that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when initially I heard you say that if there was a murder involved and there isn't a self-defense issue, or there isn't an insanity or something like that, you would be inclined to vote for the death penalty. Would that be fair?
Yes.
So aside from any kind of a defense, a legal defense, if it was a murder and a murder was convicted, and you were given two choices, murder has been proven, and this is not to imply Mr. Daybell's guilt or innocence today. I have to ask these questions. You can appreciate that, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, thank you. What I'm trying to suggest is that if there was a murder and there had been a conviction, and the jury had decided that there was a murder and there was a conviction and there was no defense issue of any kind, and the court gave you an instruction of life or the death penalty, you would be inclined to say, I'm going to vote for the death penalty. That be fair?
Yes.
So before you go into the jury box and decide what the fate would it be fair that your initial position and your start position is, listen, putting everything aside with a murder conviction, and I'm required to go back in a separate hearing and consider this, my starting spot is the death penalty unless you tell me otherwise. Provide me some other reason why I should not impose the death penalty. Would that be fair, sir?
My opinion is that it's a just penalty for murder.
Okay.
So based on that, that would be my starting position.
Okay, so you would start with the position that I'm going to impose the death penalty, and that's it. And I saw that in your questionnaire. And again, everybody has the right to a position. There's no wrong answers here. But your starting position is the death penalty is a just penalty. The court's going to give me the option of life in prison or the death penalty. But because I personally believe that the death penalty is a just punishment for someone who commits murder, my starting position is the death penalty, and then I will then consider whether or not I'm going to impose life in prison. That what I said fair?
After rethinking it as you're giving your explanation there, I guess I'm not set on death penalty. If the court is suggesting either,
right?
I'm not going to necessarily push for death penalty. I'm very open to it. But if there's compelling reasons not, then life in prison is an option as well.
Okay, but I guess I got the impression, and I don't want to drag this issue on. I got the impression that initially you said, listen, my starting position is going to be the death penalty. But if there are other explanations or there's other evidence that I hear, I would consider changing my position on the death penalty if I were to hear evidence to give me a reason to do that. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
And sir, thank you very much. And please forgive me. I'm trying to just clarify everybody's position. You can appreciate this complicated issue. Yes. And Judge, I'm going to move pause on this issue.
All right, response from the state.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask some questions to rehabilitate.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. You recall when we were in the group setting and we talked about a recipe and following the court instructions that will be given to the jury. Do you feel that once you're given court instructions that you would be able to follow those and that you would in fact follow them?
Yes.
And so recognizing right now you haven't been given all the court instructions regarding imposition of your finding of guilt and or the imposition of the death penalty. Once you were given those instructions, would you follow them?
Yes.
And so when we talk about your willingness to impose the death penalty if you felt that was appropriate.
Yes.
Would you base that on all of the evidence that's presented in the trial in this matter in both a penalty, or excuse me, in both the guilt and penalty phase? And do you feel that you would keep an open mind and accurately follow the court's instructions in making that decision in determining any penalty if it came to that point? Your Honor, with that information, I'm going to object to the motion to strike.
Very well. The court's considered that. Let me just inquire one last time then of this potential juror. Would you be willing to follow the court's instructions on this issue, regardless of any personal view you have, or do you believe your personal view would somehow prevent you from or impair your ability to follow those instructions?
I'd be able to follow those instructions.
All right, the court has considered the responses given by this juror. The court's going to overrule the motion to strike based on responses to that topic. And juror number 394, you'll return to the jury room here briefly and further instructions.
One other comment.
Yes.
I did check with my employer and there's no hardship by being at that long. So there's a question before.
Okay, well, thank you for checking into that, volunteering that additional information. We'll note that for the note of counsel. And then we'll return with juror number 321.
What's kind of interesting about this, if anyone is like for people that follow this entire process, like you can have a list of, you know, each juror, like, and their questions. And then when like it's time for jury selection, you could be like, oh, I wonder what you remember what juror 37 thought about this? I wonder if they're like, it's kind of interesting that we can get a look into who these people are. We never get, I mean, we get the questionnaires. We usually get the results from the questionnaires, but we never know really what they say during this process. It's pretty interesting.
All right, counsel, with this juror, if there's any other topics we could hit first before we close the broadcast and excuse the public, take those up.
Judge, I want to delve a little bit more into the hardship.
Okay. Does the state have any questions on hardship or bias?
Just a couple of questions, but yes, we do.
Okay, juror 321, thank you for returning again. We'll have counsel go into questions relating to potential hardship or bias. After that, we'll talk about the other matters off the record here, the privacy of this juror. Mr. Wixom.
Your Honor. Sir, as I recall, during the group selection process, it came out that you would experience some unpaid time if you're selected to be on the jury. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you at that point, or at least as of this morning, have not been able to determine how much unpaid time. Is that right?
That's correct. I've since messaged my HR.
And I think you said that you were the sole provider for your family.
Yes. Like my wife and I are currently separated, so she's working, but I haven't had my own household, but still contribute with everything that's going on there.
So two households, two incomes, is that how that works?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So then as you sit there today, just on that factor alone, do you feel like with the information that you have as you sit there, that serving on this jury for 10 weeks would in fact be a hardship for you?
It would definitely be somewhat of a hardship. I can let my wife figure out more information from HR to determine how much of a hardship that could be.
So are you leaving it open that if perhaps HR will confirm how much they may pay, and if it was enough that you could still potentially serve without it being a hardship? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's true.
And I guess to clarify, as I've mentioned to other jurors, juror 321, we need to make a decision essentially now on this issue. We don't necessarily have the luxury of finding out, and I understand it would be a difficult task, but if the answer comes back that it's more of a financial hardship than less based on your HR policy, if that were to occur, how would that impact your ability to pay attention and be engaged in this trial and not be concerned about that the whole time?
If I'm a part of this trial, it's not going to affect it at all. 100%.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that response. Apologies for the interruptions, Mr. Woodson. If you have further questions, go on.
Also, thank you, Your Honor. And then I did just one more thing that had been with you this morning. In your questionnaire, the one thing you did note about hardship was you have several midweek trips planned to go to Oregon to watch your son play ball, right? Do you feel like with the question that occurred in the explanation, are you satisfied now that that won't be a hardship, or are you still concerned that potentially missing his games or some of them will be a hardship?
Like I was explaining before, there's always going to be other times to do it. So I wouldn't consider it hard. I guess it's kind of relevant to like my situation. You know, it'd be a hardship because I'd love to see my son play, but in terms of being a real hardship on like my life, no, I can't call it a hardship.
Okay. Thank you for that. No, I don't have any more questions on these topics right now.
All right, Mr. Pryor. And sir, I'm going to start with the baseball. How many children do you have?
I have 3.
How long have you been watching your son play baseball?
Since I coached him when he was 6 or 7.
And at this point, I'm somewhat familiar with college sports. And it's a unique opportunity for a young man to play baseball at the college level, isn't it?
It is.
It's not that every member of a high school baseball team gets to play at a college level. It's a unique opportunity.
Yes.
We don't know whether your son's going to play next year for sure. We think he is, right?
Yes.
And this is an opportunity. And when I talk about hardship with you,
by the way, Oregon, big college baseball state for folks who are not familiar.
I don't want to talk about just that your life's going to end, or it's going to be it's going to be a terrible struggle, and that you're not going to be able to overcome this. That's not necessarily the entire definition of hardship in my mind. It's also emotional. It's also understanding that you've raised a child from a very young age and you are his coach. And that this is a very unique opportunity. And some of these folks are talking about family reunions and their mother's birthdays and events where people have to spend time and important events in people's lives. And I can see obviously this is having an impact on you because you truly want to watch your son play baseball. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And you want to be there, and in terms of, it may not be the end of your life. It may not cause you financial ruin, but you raised this child.
Oh my God.
And you coached this child. And you probably taught this child how to hit a baseball.
Oh, this guy.
Yes.
I don't know what position he plays. I don't know all the facts. But this is an important event. Do you agree with me? To watch your son go out there and watch him play?
Yes, it's important.
And it's something that you really want to do.
As much as I can. Obviously, I'd have to travel there too.
But you've already committed that you're going to. This isn't just a necessary, well, if I can, I'll get over there. This is a situation where when you came in to sign up for jury duty, you said, and you're nodding your head, I have committed myself. I really want to see my son play baseball. And this is going to be an emotional hardship on me if I'm not permitted to watch my son play baseball. It may not ruin me financially. It may not cause me, to lose my life or some other tremendous situation. But if this is a significant event in my life, my son's life, would you agree with that?
Yes.
No, in the interest of time, I would just object that this topic has been covered quite extensively at this point. We've got consistent answers from the chair already.
Well, Judge, I have a right to revisit
You could tell the prosecution hates this dude too.
this. Talk about there's hardship here on this gentleman, I think I should be allowed to elaborate. And this is a hardship.
Well, I understand that, and I know the juror understands the situation and has thought about it. So, Mr. Pryor, let's just get to the point of whether or not this is going to rise to the level of a hardship where you would be unable to serve.
And the point is you would be able to serve, but in your mind, this is going to be an emotional hardship to have to serve, right?
Can you break down that question for me, please?
This is going to be an emotional hardship for you to serve.
I'm not sure how to answer that because I deal with stuff all the time and I get through it. So to me, hardship sounds, I understand what you're saying. I'm allowed to answer like this. I don't understand. I know what a hardship is. Yes, it's going to affect me emotionally. It's going to be there, but it's not like a hardship.
Okay. Thank you for your honesty, sir.
All right. At this point, then, there are some additional topics the court's going to address. The jurors requested privacy, which the court will grant. So we're going to stop the live stream of the proceedings, and I'm going to have the public excused from the courtroom. Further inquiry on voir dire with this particular juror. So if everybody would allow for that for a moment, we'll go ahead and take just a quick break to clear the courtroom and stop the proceeding, and then we'll continue right on with this juror.
What's interesting is this Pryor guy is fighting so hard, at least so far, like to get off these people, to have these people off the jury. But like, who is the person that he is going to think is really on his side? Like who? Like this, I figured this guy might be a guy he would think is okay, but I guess with the death penalty part, maybe not so much. I don't know. All right, here's what I'm thinking. It's already 4:07 my time. I think we'll watch a little more of the police interview we were watching. Then I'll call it a day, and then we'll be back tomorrow.
She took your truck.
No, we already watched this one.
You parked it at Sky Harbor on Tuesday morning. I would contact Phoenix.
Okay, well, I don't have that, and for all we know, it's not valid anymore.
All right, for folks who were not here before, the police interview we are watching. Initially, we watched Charles Vallow, and it's when he got back from his flight, and Lori had stolen his car and locked him out of his own house. So he called the police, and it was like, listen, they locked me out of my house. They stole my car. I'm trying to make sure my son is okay. He has special needs. So we saw that body cam. And now we're watching the police interview and body cam of the police who are now talking to Lori Vallow to get her side of the story. And they're kind of trying to get this resolved. It's on the same day, January 31st, 2019. January 31st happens to be my brother's birthday.
I do not know. What I'm concerned about.
No, Kim, there is no Chad interrogation. There's no Chad police interview that I'm aware of. There's no Chad body cam that I'm aware of. Unless there is that someone knows about and I don't.
Well, that's not what I'm discussing a whole separate issue right now, and that's her getting her belongings back. Okay, you're saying it's at the house, which you changed the locks on, correct? So she doesn't have access to. Yes. So unless you want to be charged with theft, we need to get that purse back to her. If you want to come here with the purse and that order, we can get this all try to figure it out. And the purse and her cell phone. Okay. So how soon can you be here? We're at the police department, 75 East Civic Center Drive, Gilbert and Warner. Thank you. All right, how long? All right, but he says he's coming with the order.
So, as you can see, they just called Charles Vallow and said, come down here. You have Lori's pocketbook and her belongings.
This is good, yeah.
Her phone, too, and I believe. Now we see up this guy's nose. If you wanted a good view up that man's nose hole, nostril, and this is Tylee and Lori. They have it blurred because of a minor. Not sure. We don't have audio.
He was all upset, wondering what are we going to do about that. I have no, until it is verified by my sergeant that it's still active, they still want you. I can't hold you against your will. But if it's verified by my sergeant, which she says could take a little while, then if it is verified, then I have to take you to Community Bridges. It's a mental health behavior place to get looked at. But while it's being verified, I have no right to keep you and hold you, just so you're aware. So he's supposedly en route with your purse and your phone, and then and the order also, which needs to be verified by my sergeant. So we will facilitate the transfer of the purse and the phone, and while we go give the mental health petition to my sergeant, and she's verifying it, you do whatever you feel you need to do.
Okay.
How we're going to get that to go away, I do not know. You may need to you can probably contact Community Bridges, that's CBI, Community Bridges. We have one, I don't know if you even want to just go up there, at Mesa Drive and Baseline. It's off Javelina, which is the street before you get to the freeway if you're going north towards the freeway. Find out what you need to do to prove yourself, because what it is committal paperwork.
Right.
They can hold you for 24, 48, however long they deem it necessary to get you evaluated.
Right.
Based off just what your husband said.
Says.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, doctors play it safe.
I just think it's funny because he's trying to tell everyone.
Right. So,
That's very smart. Because I'm really the one that did something wrong.
but no, here's the thing is I don't know, and I'm not going to take sides.
Right, no,
but just talking to you, I mean, I don't see you being a danger to yourself or anybody else. You got your kids to school.
Right.
I don't know, but I'm not going to play side. I'm just going to let you know that we are required, if you're here, that we will, even with force if we have to,
Right.
if you're still here when it's approved, we'll have to take you to CBI.
Okay. And what is it called? I was just going to write it down.
Community Bridges.
Okay.
That's where we take you. Now, I don't know who he went through to get the order taken care of.
It's kind of wild because, I mean, this guy is just all but telling her, leave. He's all but saying, get out of here. I'm giving you the heads up. While there is a mental health, they are saying you need a mental health eval. I'm basically telling you to get out of here. Like, it's wild.
That's what I'm saying. How do you even get that? He got that in the middle of the night? How do you get something in the middle of the night?
It's family members can do it for other ones who have like drug dependency or not getting help, mental health
Yeah, but how would
issues.
he had to come here? Isn't stuff closed?
It's not here. There are places you can go. So
How would you think of something?
I don't know. I don't know.
Sorry.
So
it's called Community Bridges. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna write it down.
So I'm going
But they'll
to.
be looking for me. That's the whole thing. Like, that's what.
We don't bust down doors to get you, but we will knock. So if you see police officers knocking, talk to them through the door if you really don't want to go.
Okay.
If you want a free medical evaluation,
I was
psychological
gonna say I haven't
evaluation,
gotten any sleep in about 3 days. They have good facilities.
they do actually, from what I understand.
And a gym where I could work out.
Yeah.
They're just having a good old time.
So,
Kind of happy.
like I said,
You'll be okay without your mama.
You are going to get a padded room.
So officers don't kick down doors to serve these. They're civil orders.
Right.
They're for your safety. It's not illegal. If it was because you're a danger to yourself, it's not illegal to kill yourself. So we don't go busting down doors.
Right.
But if we make contact with you, there's nothing separating us. At that point,
You can
we
just
know
say
it's
anything
you.
you want about someone and get a mental health order against them.
Not so if it's a family member, and depending on what he told the doctors, they'll do it just to be safe. Otherwise,
So
say
you can
something
say they're
happens to
suicidal
you,
or something and
right?
get it.
So something happens, you do something to yourself, he's going to go after those doctors. I told you, you didn't sign the order. She should have gotten help.
Right.
That sort of thing. So
Do
there
you
becomes
know?
some liability.
Do you know what he said?
No.
No?
One Frank 17. 1050. Edger 296. Yeah, I was talking to someone, that's why I didn't answer. Wait for a second.
Yeah.
I will come with you.
10-4. He dances really nice.
Okay.
Got any knock jokes?
He dances really nice.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Get like a little performance.
Here we go.
Show us
Okay.
your equipment. How
She's gonna apply to the academy. She's now a high school graduate, right? At 16.
Yeah, are you?
Yeah, well, she got her GED, so she's moving on with life.
You really want to be a police officer?
Maybe. You never know.
We'll look forward to this stuff, man.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty new myself, so I just got on. It's like my first month on training after out of the academy, so that's why he's doing a lot of the talking.
Yeah.
That's the best way to learn.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, so it's because, like, honestly, this is kind of a more unique call than what I've seen. This is a little bit different. I mean, like, well, and what's unique about it is either the theft or the petition was usually a separate deal. I mean, the fact that all of a sudden he stole your phone and then all of a sudden there's a petition out there too, it's like, well, so I've seen one or the other. I haven't seen both in one.
Well, that's what he was saying then when he texted you that. I'm so sorry I had to do it. I was worried about you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably what I
Like,
meant.
he literally hadn't
Probably
seen
good
JJ
thing
for like 6
you
hours
Yeah.
and he'd been at school, so it's not like he was in any kind of.
Well, he was out of town too.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's a good thing you did come in because it will be a very one-sided story. So it's always good to kind of see what's going on.
Yeah, it was very smart. Yeah, and Jason's sweet.
What was
You
really
have
cool
to tell
was
him I love him.
So I was sitting there in the, coming out of her neighborhood after he conned me to go to the house, and I pulled over, by the pool, and then I see this guy that I know, just like
Our good friend.
just
who's a
just
police
like
officer.
right in front of me on the side of the road, and I'm
Oh, wow.
like, that looks like Jason. I'm like, hold on, that's Jason. He's a police guy. I'm gonna go. So I'm like, Jason, what are you doing over here? He goes, I was just going visiting Gabe.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, hey, I just want to tell you what's going on. He goes, yeah.
And just a reminder, guys, on how fast this went. So this is Lori Vallow, who's in this police interview with Tylee. That's Lori and Tylee at this police interview. This interview takes place January 31st, 2019. And both Tylee and JJ were dead by September. Not 8 months later from this interview. I mean, it's just something else how fast this all went. And then as you can see, Tammy in October, Alex in Charles in July, Alex in December.
Yeah, go down to the police office now. I'm like, okay.
I mean, I was going to do it after he took it, and I realized it was gone when I got back to the car. I was like, he's lurking around here. Like, that's creepy by itself.
Yeah.
But two, like, it's everything I have. Like, I don't have anything. I don't have money. I don't have ID. I don't have anything. And
Your
so,
car keys are normally attached to your purse.
yeah, but I carried him in my hand. I just had him in my hand. I was dealing with JJ. He was like, he didn't want to go to school. He was like throwing a fit on the ground. And
Yeah.
so it was a rough morning as it was.
Yeah, I can imagine. So do you guys have separate cars?
We do.
What car does he drive?
So he has a Ford F-150 truck.
Oh, okay. So then the white Suburban, you had no idea what that was?
That was his buddy's car, he said.
He
His
said it was
buddy's
his
car?
buddy's car.
That's
He
what
doesn't have
said.
any
He doesn't
buddies.
have any buddies, so it was a white Suburban. I didn't know because it was two
I
other
would think it
guys
would
in
be
the
a rental
driveway, but then
car.
when I came back, he was gone, and I know it was his car because the other, the guys fixing
Right.
the locks.
We're
Their
still
cars
there.
were still there, so I know it was that one because he
Oh.
left.
That's really strange. So what kind of questions?
Changed the locks on me. I'm on the lease as well, the house.
Yeah, I don't think so. Honestly, I have to obviously confirm with him, but to be honest with you, you should be able to have access to it as well if it's your house.
So he's
in
changed
my
them all.
name,
They're all
too.
changed probably by now.
Yeah, he's trying to lock me out
Yeah.
just because whatever.
Yeah, I assume it would just be because how we were saying you need to be able to, or he needs to be able to get in the house. It should be the same.
Right.
So
I'm.
Yeah, and Michaelina said, I'm really glad I took the day off work today. It's really been fun. This case is so sad and heavy. It's going to get bad. This was a good way to ease in. First of all, thank you so much for being here, Michaelina, and thank you for signing up. on YouTube and Patreon. I really appreciate that. And then Charlotte said, I think this is the first one we've done with kids involved. I'm going to see what I can take and take breaks if I can't. Yeah, folks, I typically have not covered trials with kids. I never said never. I was against it, but, we're going to follow this case. It's tough. It's tough for all of us. And I think with Dr. Johnson, Joni Johnson, when we asked her you have to know yourself. You have to know what triggers you and what you can take and what you can't take. And the one thing we always, since I've started this channel, my wife is a mental health expert. We always recommend you take care of your mental health. If you have to go outside, if you have to watch something out, if you can't even watch this trial at all or this stuff, totally understand. We want you to take care of yourself. That's what's most important.
Yeah. I don't know. I think so.
It gets fixed.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in there if he's in there. That's the whole point. That's why I left.
No,
Yeah.
it was creepy. I was like, oh my
It's kind of.
gosh, where's Lori? Is she? I thought you were there. It was so freaky. So glad those two other guys were there.
Yeah, I know that you weren't just there by yourself with him. That'd be even worse.
I should have, in retrospect, I probably should have walked away quickly, but I wasn't prepared for that.
Yeah, I mean, who really
You
is?
were just being a good friend to me, so I appreciate it. I'm sorry that you're caught up in it. And he's catching up everybody in it. He calls everybody on my phone. So now he has phone access to all my friends, and he's calling them all to tell them how crazy I am and whatever, because he got snagged,
And this is just a recent thing? Has he done this before, or
This is in 24 hours. He's done.
Has he done this before? Yeah.
But this whole situation
not this extreme,
happened.
No.
but he's been ballistic where we had to leave because he was being awful, and I don't want him to hurt one of the kids or something.
Probably 3 or 4 times that I can remember.
Yeah, 13 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
So really just a stand-up guy overall.
Hey, I'm not making any judgments.
I know you guys even shrunk it. I know, it's super awkward.
Okay, so they got him in there and they got you. Perfect. I'll just I already got your information, so we're good there.
So basically,
how did he even know to get a mental health thing? I don't even know how he would know how to do that.
Is that your daughter's phone, I'm assuming?
No, it's my mom's old broken phone.
Oh,
I
you
put
were
a
using
SIM
her
card
phone?
in. I went and bought a SIM card today and put it in so I would have something.
And to go back to this, folks, as you can see here, Charles and Lori were married in 2006. 2006. And this is, 2019. And Lori met Chad in 2018. So basically from 2006 to 2018, I don't know the full details of their marriage, but, Charles even says it here. He loves her. It just all unraveled so quickly. They were married from 2006 and 2018 is when Chad and Lori meet, and that's when it really the wheels fall off. It's just
you can't
sad.
go on the phone now.
You just can't.
Yeah, is there any phone numbers you need that are my phone? You want to put
Probably.
Since you don't have access
Yeah,
to
I probably
phone
would need.
numbers?
I don't have phone numbers. I have my mom's old phone numbers. So I have family members, but not any of my friends.
You don't have that information.
Yeah, we're gonna have to put Jason and Thor and all our people.
Yeah, my friends.
So were you there with them when this was going on? Were you were there in the car or no?
No, she was at the hotel.
Yeah.
Oh, let me get your info. What's your first and last name?
He's my stepdad.
Okay. It's a different last name?
Yeah, so he's my stepdad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right
So
on.
she was 3.
Okay. And then do you live at the house full time
Mhm.
with them? Okay.
And if you don't know, again, going back to this graphic, Tylee's dad, Joe Ryan, and we talked about this with Lori Hellis on the stream, also died of questionable circumstances. Tylee's dad, so now, her stepdad is Charles. Her dad, Joe, died questionably. I mean, it was ruled natural causes, but after we talked to Lori Hellis about it, there's definitely some questions there.
Yeah.
Cool. What's your date of birth? Cool. Yeah, because just when we entered it, I'll need that info. So no big deal there. But yeah, so I guess we'll see what they say. But as long as you,
Did the person go?
Well, yeah, it takes us a while to verify the order, so that's kind of like, yeah, so as long as the order's not verified, we can't serve it, so.
And is he'll be here too, or is there a way we can go out without him seeing us?
Yeah, I think we'll probably facilitate it, so, I mean, either way, yeah. I'm not sure exactly.
I'm sure he'll have taken everything and pouring out of there.
And in the scenario
Just
that
give me
she,
the purse with nothing in it, sorry.
in the scenario that she has to go with like my little brother, would he be like ordered to pick him up from school and take him? Like, there's no court order, but like, I know, yeah.
Are you saying, is Charles supposed to pick him up? Or are you saying, can you guys pick him up?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying.
Like, who's gonna pick him up?
Could I pick him up and take him back to like the hotel?
Oh, yeah, I don't think that even matters. Yeah, I don't think. Whatever you guys gotta work out, I think. I don't know what you're planning on doing cause you're kind of saying you only want like a report, but is this gonna be like an ongoing thing? Like, is this like, are you concerned about getting back in the house? Like, what's the game plan?
Well, now we are.
Yeah.
Now we are that we know he changed all the locks.
Yeah.
So we don't know what to do, really.
Yeah.
Well, 2 days ago he was like, if you want me to leave, I'll leave. All real super nice, and then when I actually had evidence, and he got really mad.
So this all stems from him cheating and you finding out about it? Yeah, I think everyone's kind of learning a little bit on this one, so I can't even tell you what I think is going to happen. We'll see.
It's just a sad scenario, as usual.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. What school do you go to?
She graduated.
You just graduated. You got your GED.
Yeah.
Also, what are you going to do now? Because you got a few years before you be a police officer.
Yeah, I might start community college classes and then eventually transfer over to a university. But
she's working right
yeah,
now.
and I'm working.
Oh, okay.
But
Where at? Oh, nice.
Yep.
Good. As long as you're good at talking to people, that's pretty much a lot of the job. Seems like.
Yes, it's actually a good experience to be in here so you can learn what they do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not chasing people down and beating them up.
There's a little bit of that. Not as much in Gilbert, I don't think. I mean, I haven't done too much of that
Not
lately.
as much as like in Phoenix.
Right.
Yeah, our friend was downtown Phoenix police officer, and he talks a lot of those stories.
So your buddy Jason, you're saying,
Jason
is he's
now.
Phoenix? That's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah,
He had an incredible case where when he was taking the bad guy down, his hamstrings pulled off his legs or hip, and he was completely taken.
His hamstrings or the guy he was taking down?
No, his own.
Oh.
And so he can no longer perform as a police officer because of that.
Wow.
It took his life. It took his ability to work.
Wow. How long was he on?
He was on his bed for 3 years.
It took him 3 years to.
His story is really incredible.
It is an incredible story. It took him 3 years to walk again. But the police department said it was a pre-existing addition and went for it.
Pre-existing.
Yeah, sorry. So
Yeah.
But now he's walking to a fight. You're sitting there in your police car, and as he pulls off on a hot summer day to go chase this bad guy, and then you don't go to work with these not attached.
He couldn't even walk like for 3 years.
So he's actually been supporting police officers and helping them because they haven't been getting their rights.
Nice.
He's for the police guys now. He has a whole organization, and they're amazing.
Yeah, he does.
Wow.
Really good.
Yeah,
I'm
that's.
trying to remember
But
what
he's
the
now retired
acronym-
from.
Hello, this is Gabe.
Hey Gabe, this is Scott Gallus with the Gilbert Police Department. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
Hey, the reason for my call, I'll just get right to the point. You're listed as a witness on a petition for an involuntary committal of a Lori Vallow.
Yes.
What can you tell me about, I'm just kind of doing a little bit of follow-up on this paperwork, and I was hoping you could just kind of enlighten me, because these things are handwritten, so sometimes they don't necessarily encapsulate everything that you could tell me.
Yeah, you know, it's a tough situation. I'll bring up to speed as best I know here, but his wife, she had been getting into some religious things that troubled him. The relationship was a bit odd in the last few months, and it kind of all came to a head when he went out of town. He had me listen to a conversation that he had with her where she was making some strange statements. You know, to be very clear, there was nothing threatening or terroristic of any kind. She didn't threaten to hurt herself or the children or him.
Okay.
She did tell him that she was going to get rid of his stuff, which actually was true. That when he got back, his things were actually gone from the house.
Okay.
When he returned, she had canceled his flights and done some other things to kind of make it really difficult for him to get back.
Yeah.
When he did return, he found that the house was all locked up. No one was home. Gilbert PD helped break in a door so that he could get in the house, and they cleared the house to make sure it was. He found some things missing, some clothes, a computer, but no one was home.
Okay.
And no evidence as to where they had gone.
So,
that's really the gist of it. I understand now from third parties that she is staying at a hotel, that she appears to be okay, the children are okay. I haven't talked to Charles here for a little bit, so I'm not sure where he is at.
Okay. Let me ask you, sir, if I may. You said, did you listen to this? Was this like a live phone conversation, or was it a recording, or what did you listen to?
He put me in on a conversation. He just he didn't give me kind of warning on it. He just said, "Hold on a sec," and then I guess put me in on a conference call that he was doing with her.
Yeah.
And I thought I was listening to a recording at first, and then it dawned on me after a minute or so that this wasn't a recording, that it was actually a live conversation.
Okay.
And then it ended pretty quick right after that.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, she didn't threaten him, the children, or herself in that conversation?
No, everything was subjective. She did use the word destroy. She said, "I will destroy you," but it was done in a very subjective way that it didn't necessarily come across as a direct threat to him or the children or herself.
Okay. Like it could have been destroy his reputation or something less literal?
His spirit, for all we know, his spirit powers or something. It was just very non-specific.
Okay. When she was speaking, and I know you said it was short, did she seem coherent, or was she?
She seemed coherent, but her statements were strangely irrational. She was accusing him of something, but would not tell him what it was.
Okay.
She seemed to indicate, again, in a somewhat oblique way, that he wasn't who he said he was, that he was and the only thing that actually concerned me out of the conversation that I thought was beyond the pale, so to speak, was...
Yes, you are correct, Joanne. This is the bishop. This is the gentleman that was with Charles Vallow at his house, who I think drove him there. I believe he was the bishop, correct, of the church. Thank you, Joanne. The person on the phone.
He said, "Hey, I just want to see the kids," and she said something to the effect of, "Well, you want the kids? I'll give them to you," which I thought was a bit strange for a mom to say.
Yeah.
And that was kind of what made me wonder what was actually going on in her mind at that moment.
Okay.
But she sounded very lucid as she was speaking.
Okay. All right, sir. I think that's all. I really appreciate your time. I know this is an awkward position for you to be in, but I do appreciate the extra info.
No problem. Obviously I want to see everyone treated the best they can, and if she is in a bad state, that she gets the right kind of care, and hopefully this will resolve itself in the best way possible for those poor kids.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would disagree with you. So,
okay.
Thank you again.
Well, thank you, sir.
All right.
Bye.
All right, folks, that is that for the body cam. At least that there are other things I had saved. Maybe we can watch tomorrow, unless we watch all of the jury selection. I have this guy Jason Mao. I have his police interview. Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell police interview from 4/28/21 and I mean, this is all in Chandler. If you didn't know, I have Lori's police interview queued up from July 11th, 2019. This might be a good one to watch. This is after Charles's death. I have Melanie Gibbs police interview from April 30th, 21. These are all the ones that I have kind of queued up to watch if you guys want to watch. I have Melanie Boudreau arrested. This is 11/15/2019. I have Alex Cox's interview from, this is after Charles was killed. So I have all this stuff lined up to watch, and we also have the jury selection now that we can watch together. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. We almost got to 300 likes, so that's pretty awesome. Appreciate everyone being here, and we'll be back tomorrow. I'll set it up for 10 o'clock again. And like I said, we'll just kind of play it how it's going. We can watch some of that jury selection again, and we can watch some of these police interviews. If this was your first time watching with us, this is kind of what we do, folks. Best chat in the biz, in my opinion. Best mods in the biz. So thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, mods, as always, for all the great work you do. And we'll be back tomorrow. I have this set up to portal into Joe. The nearest stream I could find was Joe. Jackalone has one on Wednesday. So if you want to just like that, get it in the algorithm. I got the portal set up for that. And if you're on the replay crew, if you could hit that like button, maybe get us to 300 likes, that would be cool. Thank you so much, everybody. And I'll catch you tomorrow.